Chapter 1240. Lu Ping guessed that this water ape might be a spirit. Otherwise, Linglong would not have acted so strangely in the face of this water ape. Lu Ping even guessed that this water ape might be a spirit treasure similar to Linglong's Chengkuan wine cauldron. However, the quality of this spirit treasure was definitely above Linglong's wine cauldron. However, Lu Ping never imagined that this water ape would be the spirit of the Chengkuan wine cauldron. The Chengkuan wine cauldron was one of the 6 divine treasures that opened the heavens. It was used by Taoist ape to determine the world's spirit veins. This item's spirit, Linglong, was bold enough to encourage him to kill it so that it could absorb it. Lu Ping found this huge gap difficult to accept. Lu Ping even had the thought of killing Linglong first. Linglong was so frightened that she hid inside the wine cauldron, not daring to come out again. In fact, when she heard that the water ape was the spirit of the Chengkuan wine cauldron, Linglong was already shivering inside. However, it was impossible for Lu Ping to escape unscathed. He had completely offended this water ape. After the water ape's strength was inexplicably weakened, it was now the water ape's turn to attack Lu Ping. Lu Ping's 2 flying swords flew out together, but the water ape was not afraid at all. After its body turned into flowing water, the thin water sword stabbed into the water ape's body, but the water ape remained unscathed. Lu Ping's eyes narrowed. The 2 flying swords slashed through the air, hoping to break through the water vein space and escape. However, under the water ape's control, the moment the flying swords cut through the water vein space, the water vein automatically repaired itself. Lu Ping had no chance to escape. Lu Ping's water manipulation art had always been strong, and he was even able to imprison a cultivator of the same level with it. But now, his control over the water vein was slowly being stripped away by this water ape. Lu Ping flipped his swords upside down and countless sword rays began to converge. The Sea of 100 Rivers was instantly torn open by Lu Ping's Sea of 100 Rivers technique. However, the water ape only frowned. Then tiny water veins split apart and flowed into Lu Ping's Sea of 100 Rivers technique. Each tiny water vein was tightly attached to a sword ray. Lu Ping's Sea of 100 Rivers sword technique was nearing the major success stage. When this supreme sword technique was unleashed, a total of 129,600 sword lights would converge to form a sword vortex. Normally, this technique would allow him to crush his enemies. It could be considered as Lu Ping's trump card. However, just as Lu Ping pushed the Sea of 100 Rivers to its limits, he noticed that the water ape's control over the water veins had also reached its limits. Just a little bit more and Lu Ping would be able to break through the Sea of 100 Rivers. But suddenly, Lu Ping discovered that the Sea of 100 Rivers had started to break free from his control. Lu Ping turned pale with fright and spread out his divine sense. Only then did he realize that the water ape had secretly done something. He was secretly shocked. He didn't think that the Sea of 100 Rivers sword technique could be broken in such a way. Could it be that this water ape was extremely familiar with the sword technique that he cultivated? Could it be that the North Sea wave listening technique that he cultivated was a technique that had been passed down from ancient times to Jiao Daoren? However, just as Lu Ping's divine sense spread out with all its might, he suddenly discovered an unfamiliar and extremely faint divine sense within the water vein. Lu Ping hadn't noticed it during the battle. Now that he suddenly discovered it, the divine sense disappeared like a startled rabbit. However, even such a short period of time was enough for Lu Ping to confirm that the divine sense had come from the water ape before him. Lu Ping was secretly shocked. There had long been rumors that after a spiritual treasure survived the third thunder trial and became a pure yang spiritual treasure, its weapon spirit would be able to leave its body and walk the world. It would even look no different from an ordinary cultivator. Now it seemed that this was indeed the case. This water ape weapon spirit not only had extremely powerful abilities, it even had the divine sense of a normal cultivator. However, this divine sense did not seem to be very strong. In fact, it seemed extremely weak. Lu Ping's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that there was some hidden secret that he didn't know about? In an instant, Lu Ping spread out his own divine sense, which far exceeded that of a late Dharma adept and was even comparable to a pure yang divine sense. However, the weak divine sense from before had disappeared without a trace. No matter how hard Lu Ping tried, he couldn't find any trace of it. However, at this moment, Lu Ping sensed that the water ape was acting strangely. This water ape had obviously noticed the powerful divine sense that Lu Ping had spread out. However, Lu Ping's divine sense was so strong that the water ape was momentarily stunned and even panicked. Lu Ping, however, suddenly realized that this type of weapon spirit was able to stand out because it possessed intelligence that was no less than that of an ordinary person. The water ape in front of him was obviously a pure young weapon spirit that had survived the third thunder trial. Its intelligence was even more refined, and it could even leave its body and exist. However, it was ultimately just a weapon spirit. Although it had also developed divine sense, it was extremely weak. However, this weak divine sense was extremely important to it, and this was the weakness of weapon spirits. Due to the lack of sufficiently strong divine sense to protect it, it was extremely easy for other, more powerful divine senses to invade it. In fact, it could even be completely erased by a practitioner with a more powerful divine sense. It was at this moment that Lu Ping's Sea of Hundred Rivers sword skill suddenly crumbled. Just like that, his peerless sword skill was easily broken by the water ape. However, Lu Ping was not shocked. Instead, he was delighted. He secretly speculated that the countless tiny streams of water had been able to seep into Lu Ping's sword light. Was it because he had obtained this strange divine sense? After Lu Ping's supreme magic power had been broken, Lu Ping's situation had become even more difficult. The water manipulation technique was still unable to gain the upper hand in the battle for control of the water vein. All Lu Ping could do was try his best to delay the water ape's suppression of the water vein space. Lu Ping's divine sense filled the surrounding water vein space. Previously, Lu Ping had been truly frightened by the water ape's identity as a weapon spirit of the heaven-opening artifact. After a series of exchanges, Lu Ping had been absolutely suppressed by the water ape. He had forgotten that the water ape in front of him was ultimately just a weapon spirit. Even if it could be a pure young weapon spirit or an existence of a higher level, as long as it was still a weapon spirit, its spiritual intelligence and divine sense would always be its weakness compared to the other abilities it possessed. However, Lu Ping did not impatiently attempt to use his own divine sense to invade or even erase the water ape's spiritual intelligence. Although Lu Ping was now very confident in the cultivation of his divine sense, Lu Ping had previously captured the water ape's divine sense. This weapon spirit had actually cultivated divine sense. Although it looked extremely weak, a weapon spirit of a heaven-opening artifact with divine sense was still somewhat of a fear to Lu Ping. The spiritual essence in Lu Ping's body surged, and a pair of purple jade bracelets encircled his body. Then, two purple-blue halos burst out in all directions, once again expanding the range of movement that Lu Ping could move around. Then a bell rose next to Linglong's wine cauldron. However, this spiritual-level magic treasure looked very dazzling among all the spirit treasures Lu Ping had on him. Lu Ping condensed his divine sense into a hammer and fiercely struck the bronze bell suspended in mid-air. Dong! Lu Ping's divine sense sent a slight stab of pain. Fortunately, this bell was only a spiritual-level magic treasure. If Lu Ping used his divine sense to strike the real vast sea bell, he would probably have to use the cloud sail to protect his divine sense in advance. The strange bell sound directly passed through the water veins and exploded in the water ape's ears. Caught off guard, the water ape only shivered. Lu Ping could clearly sense that in that instant, the water ape's control over the surrounding water veins had weakened to a certain extent. Two purple halos burst out of Lu Ping's purple jade bracelets again. He exerted his water manipulation technique in succession, and immediately regained control over a part of the water veins, temporarily improving his situation. However, at this moment the one who truly felt lucky was Lu Ping. This was because the moment when Lu Ping used the imitation of the vast sea bell to launch a divine sense attack on the water ape was able to break free from this divine sense attack in an instant. The cultivation of this water ape's divine sense was clearly inferior to Lu Ping's. However, under the full force of its contraction, the water ape's artifact spirit body was able to defend itself, and it might not be able to break free from the direct threat of Lu Ping's divine sense. This water ape's divine sense protection was clearly beyond Lu Ping's expectations. Fortunately, Lu Ping had not directly used his own divine sense to attack this artifact spirit. Otherwise, with its current display of divine sense protection, even someone as strong as Lu Ping would most likely suffer a loss. What a cunning artifact spirit! It was worthy of being nurtured by a heaven-opening artifact. It had actually disguised its weakest point as a trap for Lu Ping to jump into. However, this was ultimately its weakness. Thus, Lu Ping simply wrapped the cloud sail around him. Apart from leaving a portion of his divine sense to monitor the water ape in front of him, the rest of it condensed into a hammer and struck the bronze bell repeatedly. Dong, dong, dong. This kind of attack could actually be considered a method of killing 1,000 enemies while injuring 800 of oneself. As the hammer of divine sense rang the imitation of the vast sea bell, it was also destroying one's own divine sense. However, Lu Ping could afford this. His divine sense was originally far superior to that of the artifact spirit. Now, Lu Ping was using the cloud sail to protect his divine sense, while the water ape's artifact spirit had a natural disadvantage in terms of divine sense cultivation. As Lu Ping continued to use the vast sea bell as a form of divine sense attack, the water ape could only retreat in defeat. After 18 consecutive rings of the bell, Lu Ping once again seized control of a considerable portion of the water vein from the hands of the water ape. Once again he could advance and retreat as he pleased. At this time, it would not be difficult for Lu Ping to break through the water vein and retreat. However, since he had already found the artifact spirit's weakness, it would be too much of a pity for Lu Ping to give up this opportunity to indirectly fight against the heaven-opening artifact. Lu Ping waved his sleeves and a strange pair of scissors appeared in his hands. A huge praying mantis lay on Lu Ping's back and stared at the water ape in front of it. It waved its pair of large blades back and forth. Suddenly, Lu Ping shouted at the water ape as if to boost his own courage, but also as if to provoke it, "I am not afraid of you." Chapter 1241. Lu Ping had already seen the absolute suppression displayed by the artifact spirits due to the difference in levels. He only needed to look at the current state Linglong was in when facing the water ape to understand. If Lu Ping had not forcibly used his inner yuan to control the Linglong wine cauldron, Lu Ping had no doubt that Linglong would have fled with her real body. When Lu Ping first revealed the split mantis in two, the water ape couldn't help but feel a sense of fear. Lu Ping had already expected this. After all, the spirit treasure scissors was only a second tribulation spirit treasure, so how could it compare to a heaven-opening divine artifact? However, the mantis in two's shout that followed immediately surprised Lu Ping. This fellow actually dared to provoke the water ape. But when Lu Ping wielded the spirit treasure, he could clearly feel the fear in the mantis in two's heart. This was strange. When the water ape saw the mantis on Lu Ping's shoulder and the scissors in Lu Ping's hand, its expression changed, which was rarely seen. It said, "The water transformation talisman. This item has fallen into your hands." Lu Ping was astonished. He did not know how the spirit treasure had become a talisman in the eyes of the water ape. He only remembered that the two spirit seals on the spirit treasure had transformed into half a talisman. Could it be that the half talisman was the true appearance of the spirit treasure, and the other half talisman was the water transformation talisman that the water ape spoke of? Lu Ping naturally knew about the legend of the water transformation talisman. The water transformation talisman that the water ape spoke of was naturally not an ordinary talisman in the world of cultivation. It was a divine talisman that could separate the battle between Jiao Daoren and Peng Daoren in the hands of Daoist Chan. It could also completely eliminate the aftermath of their battle. It was also the true cause of the storm that formed between the world of cultivation in the Central Plains and the world of cultivation in the overseas region. Although Lu Ping was secretly delighted, he did not show any mercy. Surging inner yuan surged into the scissors, and two purple-blue blade lights shot out 300 feet. Then the two blade lights intersected and slashed at the water ape's head. Although the water ape was suppressed by Lu Ping's divine sense bell, it only had a slight upper hand. The advantage of the divine sense was limited. The water ape was at a disadvantage, but it did not lose the ability to fight back. At best, Lu Ping had only turned the situation around because of the surprise attack of the divine sense. However, when Lu Ping wielded the scissors towards the water ape seemed to be greatly afraid of the scissors. For the first time, it began to dodge while entangled with Lu Ping. The blade lights closed, but the water ape had disappeared into thin air. However, when the blade lights crossed, a long opening was easily torn open. Outside was the surging Qingming River that flowed along the canal. The water vein being torn apart naturally didn't attract Lu Ping's attention. What he was wary of was the water ape's sudden use of the space technique. During the intense battle between the two, even the space in the water vein was in a state of chaos. Yet the water ape still dared to use the space technique. Wasn't it afraid that it would be torn apart by the turbulent space? However, the truth was that this water ape was very skilled in using its spatial ability and did not fear the turbulence of space. In the face of the sneak attack of the water ape, the evenly matched situation that Lu Ping had worked so hard to accumulate was lost once again. He once again fell into a passive position. Lu Ping did not understand how the water ape could easily travel through space when the space was so turbulent. He could only attribute it to the mystical heaven-splitting artifact. Fortunately, Lu Ping's divine sense had strengthened the water ape's artifact spirit. Although it was difficult to track the water ape's movements due to its ability to travel through space, Lu Ping was still able to capture its movements the moment it appeared. Then, the scissors would swing its scissors in the water ape's direction, and most of the time, the scissors would be able to cut before the water ape could react. In the beginning, the water ape's ability to travel through space at will made Lu Ping very difficult. At one point, Lu Ping was suppressed to the point that he could only wander around in the water vein. However, as Lu Ping's divine sense covered the entire area, he took advantage of the water ape's fear of the scissors. Gradually, he was able to snatch the initiative of the water ape the moment it appeared. Gradually, the situation returned to a stalemate. As the two sides fought more and more fiercely, Lu Ping gradually began to calm down. He tried to predict the water ape's appearance in space in advance. Soon, Lu Ping's divine sense seemed to be able to detect the subtle fluctuations that the water ape's artifact spirit caused when it traveled through space. Lu Ping was secretly delighted. The water ape's previous travel through space was too strange. There was almost no trace of it during the process. After Lu Ping calmed down and used all his strength to control his divine sense, after a period of competition, Lu Ping's divine sense finally began to gradually capture some clues. It wasn't that the water ape's ability to easily travel through space was untraceable. It was just that Lu Ping's divine sense simply wasn't able to detect the slight fluctuations caused by the water ape's spatial magic. Only now did Lu Ping realize that this wasn't because his divine sense wasn't careful enough. It was because during this period of battle, his divine sense was gradually improving. Moreover, as Lu Ping continued to control his divine sense to capture the water ape's traces, this improvement became more and more obvious. Finally, just as the water ape disappeared, Lu Ping caught a glimpse of a subtle ripple coming from the water vein space. Lu Ping pondered for a moment and abruptly cut the spirit treasure in half in the direction of the ripple. Two rays of light crossed each other. Just at this moment, the water ape came out from the direction of the fluctuation and saw the two rays of light descending on its body. The water ape let out a strange cry and wanted to break through space to escape, but it was too late. The two rays of light descended and the water ape let out a miserable cry. Its body drilled back into space and appeared in another direction, viciously staring at Lu Ping. In the direction of the two rays of light, an ape tail separated from the water ape's body and was cut off by the spirit treasure scissors. The ape tail that was cut off didn't wait for it to land before it dissipated into specks of light. On the other side, the water ape gloomily roared, "You think you can hurt this old ape? It won't be so easy." A ray of light condensed behind the water ape and gradually turned into an ape tail. The water ape swung its tail left and right as if it was adapting to its new tail. It also looked like it was showing off to Lu Ping and mocking him for his futile efforts. Lu Ping didn't care at all. The spirit treasure scissors in his hand closed up toward the water ape again. The water ape let out a cold snort and disappeared back into space. However, Lu Ping's attack was just a bluff. The scissors didn't reveal any inch-long blade lights. The moment the water ape entered the void, Lu Ping once again clearly sensed a slight disturbance in another part of the void. Then the scissors opened up again and closed right when the water ape reappeared. The water ape let out another miserable cry. This time it dropped an arm and retreated once more. However, the water ape didn't seem to believe this and tried to attack Lu Ping several times. However, Lu Ping took advantage of this opportunity to cut off one of its legs and one of its ears. Once, it almost cut off its neck. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The praying mantis yelled on Lu Ping's shoulder. Its two large blades crisscrossed and swung up and down. Every time it swung, two rays of light would shoot out. Seeing the treasure spirit of the heaven and earth treasure cauldron flee in panic, the praying mantis was very excited. Lu Ping had also been attacked by the water ape several times, but Lu Ping had the protection of the cloud sail and the purple jade bracelets. Although the water ape's attack was very strange and sometimes it couldn't accurately track its movements, it still couldn't truly injure Lu Ping. The water ape artifact spirit was finally convinced that Lu Ping could still control the trajectory of its spatial technique and predict where it would appear in advance. Light flashed again and the wound on the water ape's body healed once more. However, this time the water ape didn't try to attack Lu Ping again. Instead, it hid far away on the other side of the water vein and looked at Lu Ping with an uncertain gaze. Although the water ape was able to quickly recover after being cut by Lu Ping could still feel that the color of the water ape's body was gradually fading. To be more precise, its body was gradually becoming illusory. Lu Ping thought to himself, It seemed like the water ape was only using its own accumulated energy to make up for the lack of damage. Without the support of the main body, even if the water ape's grade was high enough, it would still become weaker as time went on. Lu Ping's heart calmed down. It was only then that he noticed that the water vein space had become fragmented. He couldn't help but be surprised. Only then did he realize that every time Lu Ping attacked the water ape's artifact spirit with the spirit scissors, the scissors would cut a hole in the water vein space. But strangely, the holes never healed. Previously, when Lu Ping fought the water ape spirit, whether it was the dual flying swords, or any other means, it wasn't difficult for him to break open the water vein. However, the water vein would usually close up right after it was broken open. But now the water vein was like a piece of rag, and it still hadn't closed up. And this was all caused by the spirit treasure scissors. The scissors could actually cut open the water vein. Lu Ping was secretly surprised. Could this be because of the half-a-water transformation talisman? No wonder the water ape was so surprised when it saw the spirit treasure break in half. Our old Yuan cannot be killed. If you know what's good for you, then retreat now. Although our old Yuan cannot deal with you right now, you should be able to guess that the people and forces behind our old Yuan are not people you can provoke. The water ape suddenly changed its arrogant attitude and spoke to Lu Ping. You only found a way to deal with old Yuan, but you can't do anything to him. If we continue to be in a stalemate like this, once they free up their hands, you, a minor repairs master, will die. Chapter 1242. In the Pure Yang 5 Elements formation, every time the Pure Yang 5 sons made a move, they carried the power of the 5 elements of 5 people. Although Xiao Baiyu and others tried their best to fight with the power of everyone, they were firmly suppressed by the Pure Yang 5 sons. In the beginning, because the Pure Yang 5 sons were not familiar with the heaven-opening artifact like Treasure Cauldron of Heaven and Earth, the Pure Yang 5 Elements formation was not running smoothly, and Xiao Baiyu and others could barely resist the impact of the Pure Yang 5 sons with their combined strength. However, as time went on, the Pure Yang 5 sons became more familiar with the Heaven and Earth Wine Cauldron and the Pure Yang 5 Elements array. The 5 elements complemented each other, so the 5 people's chi was replenished as much as possible. The Pure Yang 5 sons became braver as they fought. On the contrary, although Xiao Baiyu and others could resist the joint strangulation of the Pure Yang 5 with the help of the 8 Pure Yang masters at the beginning, as time went by, the consumption of the 8 people's real essence increased greatly. Under this situation, Xiao Baiyu and others were still at a disadvantage. At this time, they were just struggling under the strangulation of the Pure Yang 5 elements formation. What should we do? If this goes on, everyone will be killed by the Pure Yang 5 sons sooner or later. 8th Sister Zhu's eyes were already red. She asked everyone, but her eyes were staring at Xiao Baiyu. Xiao Baiyu's expression was still calm. As everyone's chi was exhausted, Linyu, Laozu, and the others were becoming more and more powerless. Under the attack of the Pure Yang 5 sons, there were several loopholes. If it wasn't for Xiao Baiyu's sudden eruption at this time to plug the loopholes one by one, everyone would have been defeated by the Pure Yang 5 sons. While everyone secretly admired Xiao Baiyu, they couldn't help but wonder where the limits of his strength were. He was able to maintain his tyrannical strength after making up for the loopholes several times. Under the situation where everyone's strength was declining, Xiao Baiyu's performance was indeed rising all the way. In fact, at this time Xiao Baiyu did not have a good way, but at this time he knew that only by gathering more people together could it be possible to hold on for a longer time, so he would show his strength without reservation, and try his best to help everyone not to fall behind under the attack of the Pure Yang 5. Xiao Baiyu thought about it and said, "From the beginning until now, besides Shui Lingzi, the others have taken turns to attack, but Shui Lingzi has not been seen. Previously, when the formation was formed, Shui Lingzi did not merge with the Chengkuan Wine Cauldron spirit. Perhaps because of this, she does not have the strength to travel through space like the other 4. At the same time, she cannot gather the cultivation of the other 4. Before, we determined that she is the weakest among the Pure Yang 5, and now it is still the same, but we need to find her." "Find it?" Shimin Mingyu disagreed and said coldly, "Now the 8 of us are not moving, and it is not enough to resist their attack together. If we move to find Shui Lingzi, it will be difficult to have the tacit understanding when we move, and it will be easier for others to take advantage of us." 7 Fans Laozu said, "Waiting here is also a death, and taking the initiative to find Shui Lingzi is also a death. The difference is only sooner or later. Instead of that, it is better to give it a try, and maybe there will be a chance of survival." Everyone understood the truth, but there was always a lack of a brave person to take the lead. 7 fans Laozu directly pierced through this layer of truth, and everyone no longer had any doubts. They began to work together and began to move in the general direction where the Qinghuan treasure cauldron was. Under the pure Yang 5 elements formation, on the surface of the Luoya River, Golden Cicada Laozu had already activated the half of the water transformation talisman to the size of 3 feet. The dazzling white light was flashing, and even the colorful light of the 5 elements formation could not cover it. It had already attracted the attention of many practitioners who participated in the attack on Wuxia School and the water vein. Previously, nearly 20 great practitioners of the late Dharma Law stage had joined forces to attack the practitioners of Wuxia School, but they were trapped in the small 5 elements formation by 5 great practitioners of Wuxia School. However, compared to the real pure Yang 5 elements formation, this formation could barely trap more than 10 great practitioners. After some effort, there were still 4 or 5 people who rushed out of the small 5 elements formation, but the rest were held back by the 5 great practitioners of Wuxia School in the 5 elements formation. Just after Golden Cicada Laozu's identity was exposed, everyone knew that this most famous formation master of Wuxia School was probably the key to the 2 water veins of Qingming and Yulan. The 4 or 5 great practitioners who had broken free from the small 5 elements formation immediately rushed towards him. At the same time, another 2 or 3 great practitioners jumped out, and there were even more than 20 early and middle Dharma Laws adepts behind them. They all rushed towards Golden Cicada Laozu together. Faced with the attack of more than 30 Dharma Laws adepts, Golden Cicada Laozu could not help but frown, but he did not take it to heart. Indeed, just as these 30 Dharma Laws adepts rushed close to the pure Yang 5 elements formation, under the cover of the colorful light of the pure Yang 5 elements formation, another 5 great practitioners of Wuxia School jumped out. Immediately after, 10 mid-Dharma Laws adepts also appeared behind these 5 great practitioners. These 10 mid-Dharma Laws adepts included Mu Changxing, Shui Jiro, and the 5 great disciples of the 3rd generation of Wuxia School. These 15 Dharma Laws adepts joined forces and once again formed a 5 elements formation, protecting Golden Cicada Laozu in the center. This time they did not have the help of the array map. However, the more people there were in the 5 elements Dao Soldier array, the bigger the array was, and the more powerful it would be. The Dao Soldier array formed by 15 people was only concerned with defense, protecting Elder Golden Cicada as he successfully cast his spell at the intersection of the 2 water veins. No matter how the 30 Dharma adepts attacked, the Dao Soldier array was still impregnable. However, at this time, Golden Cicada Laozu's frown did not ease in the slightest. At this time, the water-dissolving talisman in front of him was about to be activated to its peak, but the 2 water channels under his feet were restless. More accurately, the water channels of the Qingming River had not calmed down. Previously, the artifact spirit of the divine instrument of his sect had promised that even if the 2 water channels could not merge, he would be able to intertwine the 2 water channels together. At this time, as long as Golden Cicada Laozu activated half of the water-dissolving talisman that was personally made by Taoist Chan and inserted it into the 2 water channels, the 2 water channels would naturally merge. But now the 2 water channels had not intertwined. In this case, if the water-dissolving talisman could not contain the 2 water channels, it was very likely that the 2 water channels could not be connected. Could it be that something had happened to the artifact spirit of the divine instrument? But then Golden Cicada Laozu shook his head. The artifact spirit of the divine instrument was not so easy to deal with. Even if it had left its body, this artifact spirit specialized in controlling the water channels. In the water channels, it could even have an immortal body. Even pure Yang adepts would have a headache if they saw it. Moreover, how could there be other people in the water channels at this time? Let's wait a little longer. Golden Cicada Laozu looked at the minor 5 elements formation not far away. There, the 5 senior and junior brothers were already doing their best to hold on. The minor 5 elements formation was already on the verge of collapse. Golden Cicada Laozu's heart sank a little. I hope I won't have to wait too long. In the water channels of the Qingming River, the chase between Lu Ping and the water ape artifact spirit was still going on. From time to time, the water ape would let out a scream because Lu Ping had predicted where it would appear. Although the water ape artifact spirit was constantly being weakened by Lu Ping, it never escaped. Instead, it continued to fight with Lu Ping in the water channels. This also made Lu Ping more and more certain of his guess. Just when the water ape artifact spirit escaped the strangulation of the scissors and went into the space of the water channels, Lu Ping flicked his sleeve and a bead shining with colorful light instantly sank into the edge of the water channels. Then, It lost its luster and turned into an inconspicuous bead that was one with the water channels. Lu Ping did this again and again. Although the water ape artifact spirit's body grew dimmer and dimmer, Lu Ping still didn't manage to injure it in the slightest. And while the water ape artifact spirit was constantly shuttling through space to dodge Lu Ping's attacks, Lu Ping shot the 12 origin chin beads into the water veins surroundings one after another. The water ape artifact spirit scolded loudly, "You're crazy. Why do you always use that scissors to cut me? You can't kill me. When the people of Wuxia school are free, you will be the one to die. Are you really not afraid of death?" Lu Ping smiled coldly and said, "I can't kill you? That's not necessarily true." The water ape artifact spirit was taken aback for a moment. Then, as if he had thought of something, the water ape artifact spirit burst into laughter. "Do you think that exhausting this old ape's accumulations will be enough to make this old ape dissipate just because my body is getting dimmer and dimmer? You're too naive." Lu Ping raised his eyebrows slightly, but the scissors in his hand did not stop. He smiled and said, "Why can't I do it?" The water ape sneered and said, "Who do you think I am? I'm the artifact spirit of a heaven-opening artifact. As long as I don't go too far away from my body, I can travel through the void on my own. Don't be fooled by the fact that my body is getting dimmer and dimmer. With my body nearby supporting me, you're far from being able to make me dissipate completely. Moreover, even if it's a critical moment, I only need to withdraw and return to my body. Even a pure young cultivator can't do anything about it." The corner of Lu Ping's mouth twitched slightly and he said, "If you can withdraw and leave, why aren't you leaving now?" The water ape was stunned. Then, it saw that a 9th-grade white jade lotus had suddenly appeared in Lu Ping's hand. The moment the lotus appeared in Lu Ping's hand, it bloomed. Countless spirit inscriptions flickered and connected on the petals, forming a complete array diagram. The water ape instinctively felt that something was wrong. Just as it was about to turn around and retreat, it suddenly found that there were 12 beads shining with colorful light in the surrounding water vein space. They echoed the white feather lotus array diagram from afar, forming a complete gentian array space. The water ape artifact spirit's face changed when it saw the 12 colorful gentian beads. It took a step forward and wanted to crash into the void as usual. Unexpectedly this time, it hit a wall with a bang. The water ape artifact spirit retreated a few steps in succession. When it raised its head again, not only had its face changed but it also had a look of panic. It cried out involuntarily, "How is this possible? This is actually the 12 gentian array space. How can you possibly set up the 12 gentian array space?" This time not only the water ape artifact spirit, but also Lu Ping's face changed. Chapter 1243. The cultivation world had been passed down since ancient times. It was not as if there were no cultivation techniques that had been passed down to the 7th patriarch. Therefore, when Lu Ping's cultivation technique, the North Sea wave listening technique, was called out by the water ape and passed down to Jiao Daoren, although he was surprised, he felt that it was only natural. This was because it was not shocking to be able to see the general details of the inheritance. Many pure young patriarchs and even grand cultivators who had lived for a long time could see this. Moreover, the artifact spirit in front of them was the artifact spirit of the cauldron of heaven and earth, a heaven-opening artifact. It had existed since the beginning of the world, so it was naturally knowledgeable. However, the 12 gentian formation was different. Although this formation inheritance was obtained by Lu Ping together with the North Sea wave listening technique, the cultivation method of this natal formation had always been recorded in a way of exploration, speculation, and even hypothesis. In other words, this should be a newly created inheritance that had not been put into practice in actual cultivation. In fact, although Lu Ping rarely used this ultimate technique in the cultivation world, there were still people who had seen it before. But none of them could recognize the array formation's true origin. Lu Ping's natal array formation was a rare sight in the cultivation world. Now, the water ape weapon spirit in front of him had clearly called out its details. How could Lu Ping not be shocked? How did this water ape know about the 12 gentian formation? However, Lu Ping did not have time to think about this problem at this time. Now that he had trapped the water ape weapon spirit, the next thing to do was to find a way to kill this weapon spirit. If it was in the past, Lu Ping naturally would not even dare to think about this. After confirming that this water ape was the weapon spirit of the cauldron of heaven and earth, he had already tried to escape. But now Lu Ping was determined to take a gamble. He wanted to see if this weapon spirit really had an immortal body. The reason was that when the device spirit was being chased by Lu Ping with the Ling Bao scissors, It was clamoring and taunting Lu Ping that he couldn't kill it. However, it was still pestering Lu Ping, waiting for the cultivators of Wuxia school to kill it. What this fellow said was right, but it didn't know that its arrogant words had angered another existence whose status was no lower than its own. Who said he wouldn't die after killing him? You can kill it, it's the artifact spirit of a heaven-splitting artifact. The praying mantis began to complain incessantly. The process of chasing after the artifact spirit of the heaven-splitting artifact made the praying mantis both excited and apprehensive. However, it couldn't kill it. At this time, the praying mantis was already scared. I can. You. The praying mantis wanted to taunt her, but it suddenly remembered her identity and changed its words. How do you kill it? Trap it. Otherwise, if it runs around like this, if I miss my attack, my identity might be exposed. The praying mantis couldn't help but say angrily, what a joke. You haven't seen it yet. Right now, this fellow's most powerful ability is the ability to travel through the void. How can you trap it? Who said it can't be trapped? The 12 Genshin formation can trap it. Can the 12 Genshin formation trap the heaven-splitting artifact spirit? At this time, even Lu Ping couldn't hold it in anymore. He sent his divine thoughts into the core space and asked. The 12 Genshin formation can trap everything. Of course, the caster's cultivation level must be high enough. Otherwise, it won't be an accident if someone breaks through and rushes out. How do you know? Lu Ping looked at the weapon spirit that appeared in his hands and couldn't help but wonder how she knew so many things. Intuition, the intuition of a weapon spirit. The Genshin formation seems to be of the same origin as me. I can feel it. In the end, Lu Ping chose to believe it. While chasing after the water ape weapon spirit, he secretly set up the 12 Genshin formation. Earlier, when the water ape crashed into the protective wall of the formation but failed to break out, Lu Ping finally heaved a sigh of relief. He also felt a little more confident in killing this weapon spirit. He had to speed up. This weapon spirit must have a connection with the original body. Otherwise, once the Wuxia school reacted and sent any great cultivator to work with this weapon spirit, he might not be able to handle it. Moreover, he would be targeted by a huge sect like the Wuxia school. This time, the water ape weapon spirit was really panicking. Although it couldn't escape the spatial blockade of the 12 Genshin formation, it could still travel through the void within the space of the Genshin formation. Although Lu Ping spared no effort in chasing after it, he couldn't completely control it for a while. Without the confidence that he could kill it with one strike, Lu Ping still waved the spirit treasure in two and kept exerting pressure on the water ape weapon spirit. An inexplicable wave went straight through the formation wall of the 12 Genshin formation. Lu Ping's heart skipped a beat. He immediately guessed that this weapon spirit could not hold on any longer and wanted to contact the original body. He was afraid that the people of the Wuxia school would sense it soon. In fact, if it weren't for the 12 elemental star array formation, Lu Ping wouldn't have been able to detect the strange fluctuations. Although the water ape spirit couldn't break the 12 elemental star array formation, the strange fluctuations it emitted were something the elemental star array formation couldn't do anything about. Lu Ping took the opportunity to compress the space of the 12 Genshin formation step by step. At the same time, he compressed the water ape weapon spirit's activity space. In order to prevent the water ape weapon spirit from escaping from the Genshin formation while traveling through the void, Lu Ping carefully compressed the space of the formation. You're dead. You're dead. The water ape was now flustered and exasperated. It kept shouting as it dodged Lu Ping's scissors. While it was speaking, half of its head was cut off by the scissors, and it hurriedly went back into the void. Lu Ping was secretly delighted. The water ape was now in a panic. At the moment, the range of its void traveling had been controlled by Lu Ping to a very small space. The time to kill it had come. Lu Ping's surroundings began to move even though there was no wind. His 200 years of painstaking cultivation was almost comparable to that of a pure young cultivator's divine will. In an instant, a strong wind was stirred up in the narrow space. Before the water ape weapon spirit could come out of the void, Lu Ping stretched out his right hand, and a purple-gold longsword appeared in Lu Ping's hand. The moment Lu Ping grasped the longsword, a meter-long sword light suddenly appeared at the tip of the sword, ready to be unleashed. At the same time, Lu Ping's divine will had already locked onto a slight spatial fluctuation. Lu Ping silently counted to himself. Then, the long sword in his hand trembled, and the flying sword rose into the sky. It transformed into an azure dragon in mid-air, whistling as it pounced towards the slight spatial fluctuation that Lu Ping had discovered earlier. Right at this moment, the green flood dragon pounced over, The water ape just happened to break through that space and appeared, and it immediately sensed the arrival of danger. The water ape cursed in its heart and sighed at its bad luck. It had encountered such a troublemaker that didn't fear death and refused to let it go. Moreover, it just so happened that this person's divine perception was profound and was actually able to predict the location of the water ape's spatial divine ability in advance. Moreover, he possessed a pair of scissors that wasn't lethal but could indeed cause harm to the water ape. This time he was right again. Let it be cut, what else can I do? I won't be able to kill him anyway. I just need to wait for the people from the Five Elements sect to come. I will definitely teach this brat a good lesson to vent the hatred in my heart. However, I have already informed my main body. Why hasn't the people from the Five Elements sect come yet? The water ape weapon spirit's mind flipped several times in an instant, and then it casually prepared to receive another cut from Lu Ping. However, when it turned around and saw a ferocious azure dragon pouncing towards it, its face suddenly turned deathly pale. It screamed desperately, "This is a dragon? No, this is Ao Jiao's aura. How can you have something from Ao Jiao's body? This is Ao Jiao's horn. Ah, you've mastered it, you've mastered it." The azure dragon sea disturbance technique. The water ape weapon spirit's screams came to an abrupt end. Under Lu Ping's control, the sword of the true spirit, Moli, who had transformed into an azure dragon, directly swallowed the water ape weapon spirit, who could not dodge in time. Meanwhile, Lu Ping felt a lingering fear. The water ape weapon spirit was indeed worthy of being a heaven-opening artifact. It could see through the sword of the true spirit at a glance. It was just that he did not have time to learn more secrets of the heaven-opening artifact from it, but just a few words from it had already revealed a lot of information. The cauldron of heaven and earth really did know about the existence of dragons. The sword of the true spirit, Moli, was made by Jiao Doran's horn, and from the last cry of the water ape, Lu Ping knew that Jiao Doran's taboo name was Ao Jiao. Lu Ping was also glad that he had been cautious. Fortunately, he had not taken out the sword of the true spirit in advance. Otherwise, if the water ape weapon spirit had seen through him, Lu Ping would not have been able to succeed so easily. Moreover, if this weapon spirit had leaked the information about the sword of the true spirit to Wuxia School through the cauldron of heaven and earth, he would have been in a lot of trouble. After Moli had transformed into a dragon and swallowed the water ape weapon spirit, she did not return to the body of the sword of the true spirit. Instead, she continued to wander around the Genshin Great Formation in the form of a dragon. The sword of the true spirit had advanced at the same time as Lu Ping's first thunder tribulation. At this time, it had become Lu Ping's personal spiritual treasure, just like the Genshin Great Formation. Lu Ping had long been connected with it. Naturally, he knew that although Moli had swallowed the water ape weapon spirit, it would not be easy to completely destroy it. Lu Ping stimulated the essential vitality in his body with all his might and injected it into the sword of the true spirit like a torrent to help Moli refine the weapon spirit. At this moment, above Lu Ping's head, a deafening roar suddenly came from the pure Yang Five Elements Great Formation outside the Green Jade Canal. It even passed through the Green Jade Canal and into the water vein. Even Lu Ping was shocked by this deafening sound. Lu Ping raised his head and looked at the dragon transformed from the sword of the true spirit in the Genshin Great Formation. There was a hint of anxiety in his expression. Although Lu Ping did not participate in the battle at Luoxian Mountain, he did not need to guess to know that the battle at Luoxian Mountain must have been extremely tragic. However, Lu Ping knew that Xiao Baiyu and the three pure yang cultivators in the water vein were definitely enemies of Wuxia School. While Lu Ping was refining the weapon spirit of the cauldron of heaven and earth, there was such an explosion in the sky. Naturally, Lu Ping thought that it was related to the cauldron of heaven and earth. Wuxia School must have realized that something was wrong. Fortunately, Wuxia School's opponents were not easy to deal with, so Lu Ping had to speed up. In Lu Ping's opinion, Wuxia School would rather give up the water vein of the cauldron of heaven and earth and risk their lives to save the weapon spirit of the cauldron of heaven and earth. Chapter 1244. The Cyan Flood Dragon gradually coiled into a ball. There was a flash of light and a burst of dense spiritual energy rapidly shrank toward the center. The purple-gold true spirit sword appeared in front of Lu Ping. Lu Ping waved his hand and the true spirit sword flew back into Lu Ping's hand. The purple-gold sword was still gently trembling and there was light flowing around the sword. It was clear that after killing the water ape's artifact spirit, the quality of the true spirit sword had increased once more. However, although the sword itself had improved, the artifact spirit, Moli, wasn't having a good time. Emily could rely on Lu Ping and her main body to kill the water ape's artifact spirit, but she was only a grade 1 spirit treasure artifact spirit. The water ape's artifact spirit was at least at the pure yang level. It wouldn't be easy for Emily to devour the water ape's spirituality. Linglong's wine cauldron hovered above Lu Ping's head. After the water ape's artifact spirit was killed by Emily, Linglong was no longer as frightened as before. However, the main culprit behind Lu Ping's narrow escape was Linglong's instigation. Lu Ping naturally knew that this couldn't be blamed on Linglong. In truth, this was an instinct that all artifact spirits, especially those of the same origin, had to strengthen themselves. Not to mention, the one who decided to continue attacking the water ape was Lu Ping himself. He was the root of everything. If Linglong was unwilling to leave when she saw the water ape's artifact spirit weakened and wanted to devour it, then Lu Ping's decision to take a gamble was definitely out of greed. Lu Ping knew Linglong must be drooling right now, but without Lu Ping's promise she wouldn't dare to snatch the treasure from Emily's mouth. Although Emily was only a grade 1 spirit treasure, it was a heaven-opening remnant and Lu Ping's natal spirit treasure. Linglong couldn't compare to Emily. Most importantly, Emily's strength was so great that even a praying mantis would retreat when facing it. In truth, a heaven-opening relic was also a heaven-opening relic, and Emily was also a heaven-opening relic. After the water ape's artifact spirit was killed by Emily, its spirituality was an excellent target for Emily to devour. However, the grade of the water ape's artifact spirit was too high. At best, Emily was only a grade 1 spirit treasure's artifact spirit. Even if its body came from Jiao Doran's horn, the treasured cauldron of heaven and earth was not necessarily inferior to Jiao Doran's horn. Therefore, Lu Ping was unable to completely absorb the water ape's spirituality, and could only absorb its essence as much as possible. At this moment, with Lu Ping's promise, Linglong finally excitedly clung to the edge of the wine cauldron and carefully arrived beside Emily. The sword of true spirit trembled slightly, and Linglong immediately stopped not far away, not daring to move forward. However, she really coveted the water ape's spirituality, so she could only fly around the sword of true spirit. At this moment, the sword of true spirit began to rapidly shrink, turning into a 3-inch sword that directly entered the space in Lu Ping's heart. In the place where the sword of true spirit had disappeared, a dazzling white ball of light filled with pure yang aura and extremely rich aura remained. This was the condensation of the water ape's spirituality essence. Of course, the essence had already been completely devoured by Emily. Seeing this, Linglong was overjoyed. She leaned on the edge of the wine cauldron and opened her mouth to suck. A white light extended from the ball of light and entered Linglong's mouth. Lu Ping saw that Linglong's stomach was rapidly expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. The ball of light had only been reduced by half, but Linglong had already become a meatball. Alright, that's enough. Do you want your stomach to burst? Although your body as a weapon spirit isn't afraid of being damaged, if you were to burst like this, all the spiritual light you absorbed earlier would have been wasted. In fact, Linglong had already reached her limit. However, when she saw that she had only obtained about half of the essence after using all her strength, she felt a little unwilling. After hearing Lu Ping's words, she reluctantly jumped into the wine cauldron and began to refine and absorb the spiritual and pure yang essence in her stomach. Lu Ping tilted his head slightly and said, "Brother Halves, aren't you going to absorb some as well?" The praying mantis shook its head and said, "These things are no longer of any use to us. You still have a few spiritual treasures under your command. Let's exchange them." Lu Ping laughed in his heart. It wasn't that this praying mantis was arrogant. It was just that this praying mantis had been chased by the water ape weapon spirit under Lu Ping's command and had cut it more than 10 times. Although the water ape weapon spirit's body was weakened every time it was cut, in fact, this praying mantis had already taken the lead. Even if it coveted these things now, there was no room for it to absorb and refine them. Therefore, it might as well pretend to be arrogant. In the future, it would be able to gain a lot of face among the spiritual treasure weapon spirits under Lu Ping's command. Lu Ping then released the thin water-flowing sword, the nether water sword, the cloud sail, the purple jade bracelets, and the other spiritual treasure weapon spirits to absorb the remaining spiritual light balls. However, the weapon spirits of these spiritual treasures could only absorb a very limited amount. The reason for this, aside from the potential of these spiritual treasures themselves, was that the water ape was a water attribute weapon spirit after all. The thin water-flowing sword and the nether water sword could absorb a little more, but the other spiritual treasures were much weaker. At this time, there was only a quarter of the spiritual light balls left. The weapon spirits of the thin water-flowing sword and the other spiritual treasures had already returned to the core space to begin refining their gains. Lu Ping didn't know what to do with the remaining spirituality light orbs. The most important things in these light orbs were the spirituality and pure yang energy contained in them. Unfortunately, these things couldn't be preserved, especially the spirituality contained in the light orbs. After a long time it would naturally dissipate. At this time, Lu Ping's eyes suddenly lit up. He reached out and patted the other shoulder. Lu Xiaoping crawled up from behind Lu Ping and stood on the other shoulder. The original strength of this avatar of Lu Xiaoping's was only equivalent to a third of Lu Ping's strength when he was at the early Dharma stage. After Lu Ping had advanced to the mid-Dharma stage, Lu Xiaoping's strength seemed to have lagged behind. After that, in the series of battles that Lu Ping had encountered, Lu Xiaoping had rarely used it. Even though this avatar was made with an 8,000-year-old willow wood as its foundation and was made using a secret technique passed down by the Longhuai ancestor, and was said to be able to grow stronger as its master's level of practice increased, this process was bound to be extremely long. It required a large amount of time and energy from Lu Ping's inner yuan to nurture it. Although Lu Xiaoping was completely under Lu Ping's control, perhaps it was because of the secret technique passed down by the Longhuai ancestor, or the spiritual wood that Lu Ping had nurtured for decades as the core of the avatar. Perhaps it was because of Lu Ping's immense strength and the pure yang energy contained within it. Perhaps it was because of the combination of these three factors, but after this avatar of Lu Xiaoping was refined by Lu Ping, it had actually developed a faint trace of spiritual intelligence. Since this was the case, why not let Lu Xiaoping also have a try? Perhaps it could also absorb the spiritual light ball of the water ape's weapon spirit. If it could not, then the quality of Lu Ping's avatar would inevitably increase again, and its strength would also increase. It would certainly greatly shorten the incubation time of Lu Ping, and Lu Ping himself would soon have a powerful helper, and he would also have one more trump card. In fact, Lu Ping was just trying it out. He summoned Lu Xiaoping, and then pointed at the spiritual light ball floating in front of him. Looking at Lu Xiaoping's bewildered expression, Lu Ping shook his head. Is it really not possible? Lu Ping thought for a moment and simply grabbed Lu Xiaoping in his hand, and directly threw him into the pure yang aura ball. Then he cast a levitation technique under Lu Xiaoping's feet to prevent him from falling out of the light ball. Unexpectedly, just after Lu Xiaoping fell into the light ball suddenly shrank towards the center. Lu Ping's eyes lit up. This guy really can absorb it, but it is still too stupid. Besides knowing to ask Lu Ping for the best quality spirit stones to maintain its body, its other instincts are really pitifully low. Soon Lu Xiaoping's yes sounds of joy came from the light ball. Obviously at this time the little guy had already felt the benefits of the light ball, and began to play happily inside. Lu Ping saw that the light ball shrank again, and then it stopped moving and the little guy was still laughing and playing inside. Lu Ping knew that he was not out of danger yet, so he stretched out his hand and kept the very unwilling Lu Xiaoping. Not bad, not bad. This little guy actually has expressions and likes. It seems that after absorbing the spiritual light ball, the spiritual wisdom of this avatar has indeed increased. As the last spiritual light ball, Lu Ping originally had no choice but to abandon it. Who would have thought that at this time, when Lu Ping was about to put away the natal gentian array, the white feather lotus array closed, along with the 12 gentian and the spiritual light ball. Lu Ping was stunned. As his natal mystic treasure, he naturally knew everything about the white jade lotus array formation like the back of his hand. After the spiritual light orb was absorbed by the lotus array formation, it was quickly absorbed by the 13 natal mystic treasures. Among them, the lotus array formation absorbed the most spiritual light orb. But at this time, the white jade lotus array was just a top spirit nurturing magic weapon. How could it absorb these spiritual light balls that contained rich pure yang qi? This made Lu Ping puzzled. He could only push these reasons to Jiao Daoren, who was most likely the creator of the 12 gentian array. The 7th patriarch of Sky Splitter? They could even open up this world, so it seemed that it was not a big deal to let the spirit-nurturing magic weapons absorb pure yang qi, right? Just when Lu Ping trapped the water ape artifact spirit with the natal primal Qin array, Xiao Baiyu and the other 7 pure yang martial artists finally broke through the continuous attacks of the pure yang 5 disciples and came to the center of the 5 elements grand array at the cost of 2 serious injuries and 2 minor injuries. The treasure cauldron of heaven and earth, which was suspended high in the air, emitted dense colorful light to the surroundings, maintaining the operation of the pure yang 5 elements formation, and at the same time, trapping Xiao Baiyu and others in the formation. Relying on the magic of the formation and the combination of the 4 ape-headed and human-bodied device spirits, the pure Yang 5 sons could travel through the void in the space of the 5 elements formation at will and appear privately without being discovered. At the same time, they could gather the power of the 5 people at any time and attack Xiao Baiyu and others repeatedly. Under the cauldron of heaven and earth, Shui Lingzi was sitting cross-legged. When he saw Xiao Baiyu and the others, he was shocked. He stood up and wanted to escape. However, Xiao Baiyu and the others had risked their lives to reach this step. How could he let Shui Lingzi escape so easily? Chapter 1245. Seeing that Shui Lingzi was about to escape, Xiao Baiyu was the first to rush out from the 8 people. At this time, Xiao Baiyu would no longer care about the 8 people being separated. As long as he could kill Shui Lingzi, even if it was just to tie him down, the other 4 would have to hold back. In fact, when Shui Lingzi saw Xiao Baiyu and the others coming, his first reaction was not to teleport away but to fly away. Xiao Baiyu was already sure of his guess. Shui Lingzi did not fuse with the ape-headed spirit like the other 4, so he would not be able to travel through space as easily as the other 4. Sure enough, when they saw Xiao Baiyu flying towards Shui Lingzi, the other 4 who were about to join forces with 8 Sister Zhu and the others were suddenly shocked. They turned around and attacked behind Xiao Baiyu. At this time, Feng Lu and the others knew that success or failure depended on this one move. They immediately chased after them and tried their best to stop the 4 from rescuing Shui Lingyun. Originally, the pure Yang 4 sons who had fused with the 4 ape heads had the geographical advantage. Zhu Bajie and the others couldn't catch up with them in any case, but at this moment the 4 people didn't know why, but during the flight they all stopped at the same time. 8 Sister Zhu and the others were overjoyed when they saw this. They swarmed up and attacked the 4 people. On the other side, Xiao Baiyu also successfully tied down Shui Lingzi. At this time, although Shui Lingzi could still borrow the strength of the other 4 people, it was obvious that the strength of the other 4 people was too far behind after fusing. In fact, at this time, the pure Yang 4 were facing the harassment of 7 Fans Laozu and the sudden chaos of the cauldron of heaven and earth. They could not operate the pure Yang 5 elements formation smoothly. Not only Shui Lingzi, the strength of the other 4 people was suddenly weakened to a certain extent. The pure Yang 5 secretly complained. Previously, the cauldron of heaven and earth's water ape did not return, which had greatly limited the strength of Shui Lingzi and affected the power of the pure Yang 5 elements formation. However, in order to smoothly fuse the Qingming River and the Yulon River, only the water ape spirit could forcibly entangle the 2 water veins together temporarily to ensure that the water transformation talisman would eventually completely fuse the 2 water veins. Now, for some unknown reason, the water ape was trapped in the Azure Profound River. Previously, because the other 4 artifact spirits had suddenly received the water ape's artifact spirit's secret technique for help, the operation of the pure Yang 5 elements formation had almost been delayed, almost causing the pure Yang 5 elements formation to collapse. Fortunately, at the same time, the 4 of them forcibly suppressed the weapon spirits in their bodies. In addition, the water ape spirit originally had an immortal body. Even if it was trapped, at most it would be greatly weakened. Apart from a few other heaven-breaking artifacts, there was nothing in the world of cultivation that could bring a destructive blow to the weapon spirit of the cauldron of heaven and earth. And those heaven-breaking artifacts were all the treasures of their respective forces. Not to mention that they could not be used casually, even if they were, no one would be able to use them. After the cauldron of heaven and earth was taken out, the power of the pure Yang 5 could barely activate a part of the power of the cauldron of heaven and earth. It was precisely because of this that the pure Yang 5 did not rescue the water ape spirit in the end. At this time, the pure Yang 4 had already taken advantage of the fact that everyone thought that Shui Ling was the weakness of the 5 elements formation. When several of them attacked Shui Ling at the same time, the other 4 formed an encirclement around Xiao Baiyu and the others. Although Shui Lingzi did not fuse with the weapon spirit, making her the weakest link among the pure Yang 5 children, it did not mean that Shui Lingzi was removed from the pure Yang 5 elemental formation. On the contrary, Shui Lingzi was the key to the pure Yang 5 elemental formation's operation. Although Shui Ling could not completely borrow the power of each other like the other 4, she could still borrow power. It was just that the power she borrowed could not reach the combined power of 5 people like the others. But even if she could borrow the power of 2 or 3 people, it was enough for Shui Ling to block the full impact of Xiao Baiyu. After all, Shui Ling was still a pure Yang cultivator. No matter how strong Xiao Baiyu was, with the combined power of 2 or 3 water spirits, even if they still could not compete with the world's #1 sword technique, they still needed to protect themselves. In a hurry, Xiao Baiyu would not be able to break Shui Ling's defense. A second tribulation spiritual treasure water cloud hid Shui Lingzi in layers of misty mountains. No matter how sharp the heaven-opening sword in Xiao Baiyu's hand was, she only cared about standing firmly in her position. When Feng Lu and others saw that Xiao Baiyu could not defeat Shui Lingzi for a while, they abandoned the other four and came to help. They knew that as long as they could break Shui Lingzi, the whole pure Yang Five Elements formation would collapse by itself even if it was suppressed by the cauldron of heaven and earth. At that time, even if the pure Yang Five Suns could not do anything to them because of the protection of the sky-opening artifact, at least they would have a chance to escape from the pure Yang Five Elements formation. Indeed, at this time, even the arrogant Xiao Baiyu no longer had the courage to attack the Wuxing school and the two water veins in the face of the cauldron of heaven and earth. At this time, under the deterrence of the cauldron of heaven and earth, everyone was lucky to be able to escape with their lives. How would they dare to interfere with the Wuxing school and the two water veins? The sky-opening artifact was the sky-opening artifact. As long as the cauldron of heaven and earth was still in the Wuxing school's position in the cultivation world would not be shaken. However, at this time, the other pure Yang Four Sons did not immediately rescue Shui Lingzi at the critical moment when everyone rushed to Shui Lingzi. Instead, they each occupied a position and formed an encirclement, encircling everyone including Xiao Baiyu. A rich five-colored light sprinkled from the mouth of the cauldron of heaven and earth. This five-colored light fell on the pure Yang Five Sons. A five-colored halo connected the five of them, and Xiao Baiyu and the others happened to be in this halo. Xiao Baiyu and the others saw that Shui Ling was the weakness of the pure Yang Five Elements formation, but the pure Yang Five Sons also beat them at their own game. With the assistance of the cauldron of heaven and earth, they set up a formation within a formation, and in turn they schemed against Xiao Baiyu and the others. The consequence of this scheme was very likely that some people would pay the price of death. Among the 8 people including Xiao Baiyu, Lin Yu Laozu and Yuan Xiaotian were the weakest, and had already been seriously injured. 8th Sister Zhu and Yuan Pokong, who was supposed to be in the front, also carried a lot of injuries. Although the other 4 people were not injured, each of them had consumed a lot of their Zhen Yuan. Even Xiao Baiyu's expression changed at this time. Everyone's heart sank, but at this time, even if they wanted to regret, it was too late. They could only go down the dark path and attack Shui Ling with their remaining strength. At this time, it would depend on whether Xiao Baiyu and the others would be the first to repel Shui Ling, or the pure Yang Five Sons Five Elements chain would be the first to kill everyone. With the help of the five-colored brilliance of the cauldron of heaven and earth, no matter how Xiao Baiyu and the others attacked, Shui Ling still maintained his position and did not waver. At this time, the five-colored halo that was connected to the pure Yang Five Sons suddenly rotated, forming a huge Five Elements millstone, and slashed towards the 8 people. The pure Yang Five Sons had already seized the initiative. At this time, Xiao Baiyu and the others were almost in despair. However, these people who had experienced the baptism of hundreds of thousands of years, even in the most desperate time, would maintain a never-give-up mentality. At this time, it could even be said that they were in a desperate state of mind. These pure Yang Laozu still persisted in attacking Shui Ling in this situation. Seeing that they had succeeded, the pure Yang Five Sons were already beaming with joy. However, at this moment, a great change suddenly occurred. 4 miserable howls suddenly came from the bodies of the Earth Spirit, the Wood Spirit, the Fire Spirit and the Gold Spirit. The joy of the pure Yang Five Sons suddenly froze on their faces. The cauldron of heaven and earth made a loud bang, as if the sky was falling and the earth was collapsing. The five-colored brilliance that was spat out from the mouth of the cauldron was suddenly converged. The 4 ape-headed spirits jumped out from the bodies of the pure Yang Four Sons, and then fled back to the cauldron of heaven and earth like rats on the street. The 5 elements millstone that was about to hit them suddenly turned into a spiritual wind and was blown away. This sudden movement not only shocked the pure Yang Five Sons, but also Xiao Baiyu and the others. What happened? The cauldron of heaven and earth trembled violently in the 5-element space, as if it was about to leave this space. Although the pure Yang Five Sons' faces were ugly, they took action at the same time to suppress the trembling of the cauldron of heaven and earth. It seemed that the 5 of them already knew what happened. Although the cauldron of heaven and earth had been controlled by the pure Yang Five Sons, the entire space was still on the verge of collapse. It looked like it was about to collapse. If the invisible space collapsed, then the pure Yang Five Elements Great Array would naturally collapse. Xiao Baiyu was the first to react. He waved the sky-splitting broken sword, and a sharp sword light once again slashed towards Shui Lingzi. Feng Lu and the others immediately followed up. Without the support of the cauldron of heaven and earth, although the pure young five sons could still barely maintain the position of the five elements' great array, under the siege of everyone they were already powerless. Seeing that Shui Lingzi was about to die, and the other four could not save him in time, they simply stopped saving him. Instead, they took advantage of the remaining power of the five elements' great array to attack the others. At this time, Xiao Baiyu and the others were already an arrow at the end of its flight. They were still fighting with their last breath to escape. Although the pure young five sons had fewer people than Xiao Baiyu and the others, they could still fight because of the five elements' great array. At this time, even if Shui Lingzi died, at least Lin Yu, Laozu, and Yuan Xiaotian, who were seriously injured, would definitely die. Even 8th Sister Zhu and Yuan Pokong, who were obviously exhausted, might not be able to escape unscathed. However, at this time Xiao Baiyu suddenly slashed again. This time the sword was not aimed at Shui Lingzi, but at the head of the fire spirit. This was out of the expectations of the pure young five sons. However, their expressions changed immediately. Before the pure young five sons formed the pure young five elements' great array with the cauldron of heaven and earth, the fire spirit was already seriously injured. After that, because he merged with the fire ape spirit, he was able to survive. Now, the four ape spirit that merged with the pure young four sons suddenly returned to the cauldron of heaven and earth. At this time, the weakest among the pure young five sons was not Shui Lingzi, but the seriously injured fire spirit. Chapter 1246. As Xiao Baiyu's sword suddenly slashed towards the fire spirit, Feng Lu and Qi Laozu, who had been by his side, immediately followed suit. Before this, because he had to withstand the attack of Xiao Baiyu and the others, Water Spirit had spent all his energy on defense. Xiao Baiyu suddenly changed his target, and Water Spirit was unable to effectively restrain him. And the Fire Spirit was originally charging towards Lin Yu Laozu, who was already seriously injured. However, when Xiao Baiyu turned around and attacked, not only did Lin Yu Laozu immediately escape danger, but how could the Fire Spirit withstand the joint attack of Xiao Baiyu, Feng Lu and Qi Laozu, who was seriously injured? Under the pure young five sons' repeated attacks with the help of the pure young five elements formation, these three people did not have any injuries except for the great consumption of their qi. It could be seen that among this group of people, these three people were the strongest. Yuan Pokong and Jin Lingzi clashed head-on, and then staggered towards the back of Xiao Baiyu. Seeing that Yuan Pokong was seriously injured, Jin Lingzi naturally did not want to let go of this opportunity. Just when he was about to catch up and give another blow, he saw a tiger with two wings suddenly pouncing on him. One ape and one tiger worked together to repel Jin Lingzi's pursuit, while Yuan Pokong spat out a mouthful of blood, and was about to fall into a coma. The tiger was not in good shape either. One of its wings was broken in half, but it still carried Yuan Pokong on its back, and rushed towards the back of Feng Lu and the others. At the same time, with the help of Shiman Mingyu, 8th Sister Zhu also got rid of the trap of Earth Spirit. After breaking out of the siege, she immediately approached Xiao Baiyu and the others. Among the 8 people, Yuan Xiaotian's situation was the most dangerous. He was already seriously injured, and now he had to face the attack of Wood Spirit. Helplessly he jumped up and rushed backwards. In front of him, Mu Lingzi was also biting on tightly, not letting up in the slightest. However, Yuan Xiaotian's expression was ferocious as he suddenly roared, "Explode!" Countless bolts of lightning suddenly flashed in mid-air, instantly condensing into a lightning net. Even Mu Lingzi did not dare to rush through it. This Wood Spirit child actually detonated his second tribulation spiritual treasure, Thundercloud Cloth. The spirit of a spiritual treasure usually had spiritual intelligence. Unless it was a natal spiritual treasure, it was not easy to make a spiritual treasure explode. At least, it was not something that could be done in such a short period of time. The Thundercloud Cloth in Yuan Xiaotian's hands was clearly not his natal soul treasure, but he was able to make it explode in an instant. The power of the explosion was far beyond what Mu Lingzi could handle. Lightning techniques were usually characterized by great power. If it was not for the fact that lightning techniques were extremely difficult to cultivate, it would not be difficult to compete with sword cultivators for who was the strongest. However, this kind of cultivation difficulty was not a problem for the cultivators of the Yuan family. Furthermore, Yuan Xiaotian's secret technique of controlling a second tribulation spiritual treasure to explode at will was clearly out of Mu Lingzi's expectations. Even though Mu Lingzi had already tried his best to dodge before the spiritual qi self-detonated, he was still chasing too closely. Thus, it was inevitable that he would be affected. After being struck by a bolt of lightning, he flew backwards. Then because of the lightning he lay on the ground, twitching. Yuan Xiaotian spat out a mouthful of blood and was almost covered in blood. However, he had won a chance of survival for himself. Before he could turn around and catch up to Xiao Baiyu and the others, he suddenly felt his neck tighten. A cloud-like ribbon had already tightly bound him. This ribbon was definitely the work of Shui Lingzi. However, how was this possible? When he had retreated and detonated the second tribulation spiritual treasure, he had already calculated everything. When he had retreated, 8th Sister Zhu and Shimin Mingyu had walked past him. He should have been able to protect his back. How could Shui Lingzi's sneak attack have succeeded? Unless Yuan Xiaotian tried his best to turn his head, but the spiritual treasure water cloud around his neck became tighter and tighter. Yuan Xiaotian could only shout at the top of his lungs, 8th Sister Zhu Shimin Mingyu, you are so lowly. His voice stopped abruptly. Shui Lingzi's spiritual treasure water cloud suddenly shrank, and Yuan Xiaotian's head was twisted off his neck. In fact, although it only took a moment for Shui Lingzi to adjust from a state of full defense, a moment was enough to decide many things in a battle between experts. Shui Lingzi had already discovered that he could no longer stop Xiao Baiyu and the others. However, at this time 8th Sister Zhu with the help of Shimin Mingyu, had just gotten rid of Earth Lingzi and was converging towards Xiao Baiyu and the others. Shui Lingzi took the opportunity to attack. She naturally saw Yuan Xiaotian who was flying behind 8th Sister Zhu and the others. In Shui Lingzi's opinion, in order to protect Yuan Xiaotian who had been seriously injured by the self-detonation of the spiritual treasure, 8th Sister Zhu and Shimin Mingyu would definitely help. As long as Shui Lingzi took this opportunity to delay the two for a while, even if she could not stop Xiao Baiyu and the others from breaking out of the encirclement, she would still be able to teach them a painful lesson. Unexpectedly, 8th Sister Zhu and Shimin Mingyu acted as if they did not see Yuan Xiaotian who was behind them. They actually dodged Shui Lingzi's attack and exposed Yuan Xiaotian who was behind them. At this time, Yuan Xiaotian, who was already seriously injured, did not expect that 8th Sister Zhu and Shimin Mingyu would hit her when she was down. Naturally, Shui Lingzi would not refuse such an opportunity. She used the water cloud to strangle Yuan Xiaotian's vital point, and Yuan Xiaotian became the second pure Yang Laozu to fall. When Xiao Baiyu, Feng Lu and 7 Fan Laozu suddenly turned to attack, Fire Spirit's fate was actually already determined. Without the protection of the Cauldron of Heaven and Earth, he was seriously injured. How could he resist the joint attack of Xiao Baiyu, 7 Fan Laozu and Feng Lu? Fire Spirit died on the spot and became the first pure Yang Laozu cultivator to fall. The pure Yang 5 elements formation was finally completely broken. Although the 5-element space could still be barely maintained under the suppression of the Cauldron of Heaven and Earth, it could only barely. After the inexplicable big change, the Cauldron of Heaven and Earth had been in an extremely unstable state. Xiao Baiyu waved the sky-breaking sword, and a space tunnel leading to the sky above the Luoya River was opened. The invisible space could no longer be maintained. With a series of crackling sounds, the 5-element space finally began to collapse as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. Under the 5-element space, the small 5 elements formation had been broken. 5 of the 12 cultivators who were trapped inside had fallen, and only 3 of the 5 cultivators from Wuxia School were left. The small 5 elements formation was torn apart, and the rest of them all joined the battle around Golden Cicada Laozu. 3 cultivators from Wuxia School joined the 5 elements formation around Golden Cicada Laozu, while the other 7 cultivators joined the many cultivators who were besieging Golden Cicada Laozu. However, at this moment, there was a loud noise in the sky, which made the whole world silent. Golden Cicada Laozu instinctively felt that something was wrong. He did not care whether the 2 water veins in the middle of the Luoya River had been completely entangled or not. He threw the half of the water-melting talisman into the center of the Luoya River. Hua la 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 la. Rumble. At the moment when the water-melting talisman fell into the water, the flow of the whole Luoya River suddenly became rapid. Then, with the place where the water-melting talisman fell into the water, the whole Luoya River, together with the water of the 2 canals, formed a huge water whirlpool. The pure Yang 5 elements formation in the sky began to collapse, and a sword light passed through the 5 elements formation. Then Xiao Baiyu stepped out of the space. Many individual cultivators and disciples of sects who were besieging the cultivators of Wuxia School suddenly cheered. Immediately after that was a massive tiger, one of its wings broken in half, emerging from the passageway. Atop the massive tiger's body was a withered cultivator. It was none other than the pure Yang Yao cultivator Yuan Pejuan. At that moment, the former general of the Great Wise Ape clan had both his eyes closed. He had fallen unconscious. Then, the seriously injured Lin Yu Laozu, Qifan Laozu, and Feng Lu came out one after another. Xiao Baiyu still maintained the space passage, but the people who followed Feng Lu were stunned for a moment. Xiao Baiyu frowned slightly and saw 8th Sister Zhu coming out of the passage in a panic. 8th Sister Zhu, who was seriously injured before, seemed to be more seriously injured at this time, and she looked extremely panicked. Looking at Xiao Baiyu and others who maintained the passage, she looked a little uneasy. However, the cultivators who were besieging the Wuxing school below cheered again. The passage was still maintained, but Shimin Mingyu did not come out for a long time. Xiao Baiyu said to 8th Sister Zhu, who wanted to say something but hesitated, "Where is Mr. Shimin?" A trace of unnaturalness flashed on 8th Sister Zhu's face, then she regained her calmness and said, "Mr. Shimin asked me to come out first, but after Fire Spirit fell, the other 4 people chased up like crazy. Earth Spirit directly controlled the treasure cauldron of heaven and earth, so I came out first. Mr. Shimin is not trapped by the 4 pure young disciples, right? He asked you to come out first?" No one would believe this. Xiao Baiyu asked directly, "You didn't help him?" A trace of anger flashed on 8th Sister Zhu's face, but she didn't dare to be angry in front of Xiao Baiyu. She could only say, "If anything happens to Mr. Shimin, I, 8th Sister Zhu, will owe Skyward Pavilion a favor." As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Baiyu and others had already flown away from the place quickly. 8th Sister Zhu was stunned and immediately retreated in panic. The invisible space behind her completely collapsed, and a 5-color brilliance soared into the sky. Earth Spirit was holding a 5-color cauldron in one hand and a second disaster spiritual treasure in the other. Behind him, Gold Spirit, Water Spirit, and Wood Spirit rushed out. Seeing the 4 people appear, the cultivators of Wuxing School who were resisting the siege of other cultivators also cheered. However, they soon found that they had lost the trace of Fire Spirit, so the cheers suddenly weakened. Xiao Baiyu and others stared at the second disaster spiritual treasure in the hands of Earth Spirit. That spiritual treasure was clearly the one used by Shimin Mingyu before. Now that it was in the hands of Earth Spirit, Shimin Mingyu was obviously dead. But just at this moment, Golden Cicada Laozu's crazy voice came from above the Luoya River below. "Haha, it's merged, connected, the 2 water veins are connected." Chapter 1247. Although Xiao Baiyu and others were still glad to be able to escape from the treasured cauldron of heaven and earth at this time, after a life-and-death battle, when they still heard the news that the 5-element sect had connected the Qingming River and the Yulon River, they inevitably felt depressed. At the moment when the water veins were connected, many practitioners who were besieging Wuxing School began to retreat. They wanted to take the opportunity to kill and make Wuxing School suffer. However, when they saw the 4 pure yang cultivators, Laozu, who were slowly descending from the sky, and the pure yang cultivators led by Xiao Baiyu, who were watching from a distance but did not intervene, they had to leave immediately. After the 2 water veins were connected, it was not impossible to cut them off. However, the 5-element sect had used a kidnapping method to connect the earth veins, water veins, mountain ranges and spirit veins along the canal. If they were bound together, they would not have gathered at the foot of Luo Xan Mountain for this battle. Was there a way to cut off the water veins to get rid of these constraints? It was not impossible. There was indeed a treasure in the world of cultivation that could do that. Additionally, that treasure used to belong to the 5-element sect. Unfortunately, it was later lost and the 5-element sect had searched high and low to no avail. In the beginning, Wuxing School did not want to use this method to steal the water veins of the Qingming River, which almost offended half of the cultivation world. Instead, they wanted to use that treasure to cut off a section of the water veins. In this way, no one would know and they would not have to pay such a high price like now. It was a pity that the treasure was lost again, and the situation of Wuxing School was now in an extremely embarrassing situation. Fortunately, Wuxing School was lucky enough to get an item of the same origin as this treasure, which was the half-piece of Divine Talisman of Water. Although this half-piece of Divine Talisman could not cut off the water veins at will like that treasure, it could also provide a way. This way seemed to be more magnificent, but the risk was also doubled. Fortunately, they finally succeeded, so everything they had done before was naturally worth it. As long as this water vein could be kept unblocked, at least it could ensure the prosperity of Wuxing School for thousands of years. However, just as everyone in the 5-element sect was secretly celebrating the fact that they had paid the price of a pure young cultivator's death, in the end, they had still managed to connect this water vein. Suddenly, 2 streaks of blade light shot into the sky from the bottom of Luo Cliff, and in the middle of those two streaks of blade light was the newly connected Qingming River and Yulin River. All the cultivators near Mount Luoxin were stunned. The battle for the two water veins had come to an end, and Wuxia School had won. Now someone still came to provoke them. Didn't they know that even Xiao Baiyu and the others were afraid of the shining five-colored cauldron in Earth Spirit? However, very soon someone exclaimed, "Oh no, this person is going to cut off the water vein. Stop him quickly. Otherwise, if the water vein collapses, 1/3 of Middle Earth will collapse." Everyone including Wuxia School was stunned. No one expected that someone would really cut off the water vein at this time. Did he really not know the consequences of doing so? The two beams of blade light were already approaching each other. It seemed that they were really going to cut off the connected water vein. Shui Lingzi suddenly exclaimed, "Quick, quick, stop him." Then she suddenly realized that she had made a slip of the tongue. She hurriedly said something to the other three pure yang cultivators through telepathy. The panic on her face could no longer be concealed. After hearing what Shui Lingzi said, the other three pure yang cultivators also panicked. Spirit of Earth yelled, "Quick, go down and stop him. Find this person." Xiao Baiyu and the others were confused for a while, but Eight Sister Zhu recognized the origin of the two beams of blade light. Regardless of her own injuries, she shouted, "It's the spiritual treasure having. It's the spiritual treasure scissors left by Wuxia School's water breaker Laozu. It's the other half of the water transformation divine talisman. Quick, stop the people from Wuxia School. After the scissors cut the water vein, these two beams of blade light won't cause other disasters." When Eight Sister Zhu shouted spiritual treasure having, Xiao Baiyu, Feng Lu, and a few other pure yang cultivators who were not seriously injured had already rushed out one after another. When Eight Sister Zhu finished explaining, the cultivators who were just spectators immediately rushed towards Wuxia School again. The cultivators who had thought that everything was settled, suddenly realized that the matter they had fought for with all their might, and even risked their lives, still had a chance to turn things around. Almost everyone burst out with fighting spirit that far exceeded what they had been fighting for. As the saying goes, only when you lose something will you know the value of fighting hard. Previously, the people who thought that all their efforts had gone down the drain now only knew that they absolutely could not let the fallen people die in vain. They could not let the price that they had paid go without any gains. The crowd of cultivators went crazy and attacked the Wuxia School cultivators again, even more fiercely than before. Wuxia School's attention was first attracted by the two beams of light that shot into the sky, followed by the sudden attack of the crowd of cultivators. For a moment, it seemed that they were unprepared and a few Dharma adepts were killed and injured. Among them there was even a late Dharma adept who was already injured earlier. The four pure yang cultivators of Wuxia School were all furious. However, at this time the two beams of light that were about to merge were the real threat. Earth's spiritual sun raised the treasured cauldron of heaven and earth in his palm, and a five-colored light suddenly burst out from the cauldron. The moment this five-colored light flashed out, Earth's spiritual sun, who was the controller, looked tired. His face was as pale as paper, as if he had aged a few years after recovering from a serious illness. Even Earth's spiritual sun, who was originally dressed like a middle-aged man, now had a few strands of white hair on his temples. The moment this five-colored light shot out, it split into two, and then each turned into a large hand, grabbing at the two beams of light that were merging. This was the power of a heaven-breaking artifact. If these two beams of light were really the spirit treasure that Wuxia School had been searching for so many times but could not find, then this spirit treasure must at least be controlled by a true spirit in order to be comparable to the power of the treasured cauldron of heaven and earth, right? Xiao Baiyu attacked with his sword, and the other three pure yang cultivators wanted to go forward to block it, but they were held back by Feng Lu, Qifan Laozu, and Zhu Beiji. Xiao Baiyu's sword fell, and Earth's spiritual sun had no choice but to separate a five-colored giant hand to grab Xiao Baiyu's sword light. Then, the sword technique of the sky-splitting sword sage, who was known as the #1 divine sword in the cultivation world, was easily crushed by the five-colored giant hand. However, after crushing Xiao Baiyu's sword technique, the five-colored giant hand was also weakened a lot, and it also missed the best time to join forces with the other five-colored giant hand to block the two beams of light. But even if there was only one five-colored giant hand, it was still the power of the heaven-breaking artifact. Seeing that the five-colored giant hand was about to grab one of the beams of light, a strange flute sound suddenly entered the ears of Earth's spiritual sun, who was controlling the treasured cauldron of heaven and earth with all his strength. This kind of slaying god, inherited from the ancient great god, was originally a supreme power that was extremely difficult to defend. If it was under normal circumstances, even if Earth's spiritual sun couldn't completely block it, he could at least resist it. But now, all of Earth's spiritual sun's energy was focused on controlling the treasured cauldron of heaven and earth to deal with the two beams of the spirit treasure. Lingyu Laozu had been in a half-dead state due to serious injuries. Who would have thought that he would risk his life to attack? Earth's spiritual sun was affected, and the five-colored giant hand couldn't help but slow down. At this moment, a talisman that was shining with seven-colored light suddenly rose from the water and went into the giant hand. Seven-colored restriction-breaking talisman. In the exclamations of the crowd, the five-colored giant hand was instantly erased, a little bit of its luster. Then Xiao Baiyu chased after it with his sword, and the five-colored giant hand was weakened again. After two attacks, the power of the five-colored giant hand was less than one-third of the previous one. The two beams of light finally crossed each other and directly cut the severely weakened giant hand into two pieces. Then, in the desperate eyes of everyone in Wuxia School, the water of Yulan River in the canal to the north of Luoya River, the water of Qingming River in the south, and the water of Luoya River itself, the surface of the three rivers was as smooth as a mirror, and then it began to tremble violently. Bang! A muffled sound came from the bottom of Luoya River. It sounded like something was broken again. It's broken. It's broken. The water vein was cut off, but the earth vein, water vein, and spiritual vein along the canal were not affected or damaged at all. The cultivators who were besieging Wuxia School suddenly cheered. On the contrary, everyone in Wuxia School suddenly fell from heaven to hell. Their faces were ashen as if they had lost their parents. Earth Spirit gnashed his teeth and said, "Search. Find out the shameful guy hiding under the water." As soon as Earth Spirit gave the order, Golden Cicada Laozu's exasperated roar suddenly came into their ears. Divine talisman, that half of transforming into water talisman. Everyone was stunned. When they looked up, it turned out that after the two fused water veins were broken, the half of transforming into water talisman that had melted into the water before was revealed again. Golden Cicada Laozu was the first to think of this. The moment the water vein was broken, he wanted to put away the half of transforming into water talisman. Unexpectedly, the moment the half of transforming into water talisman appeared, before Golden Cicada Laozu could take it back himself, the half of transforming into water talisman suddenly sank into the water, and then disappeared from the detection of Golden Cicada Laozu's divine thoughts. Earth Spirit shouted, and the other giant hand that survived suddenly turned around and submerged into the water, ready to catch the enemy hiding under the water. In an unknown place under the water, Lu Ping looked at the mantis that was swimming back and forth on his shoulder and asked with a smile, "Are you sure that you can attract that half of transforming into water talisman?" The mantis seemed a little impatient. Hearing this, he simply answered, "It belongs to the same origin, so it will come." As if realizing that he had been impatient, the mantis explained to Lu Ping, "It has not become a device spirit, nor has it condensed a spiritual treasure prohibition. It will definitely be attracted by the aura that I showed up just now." As soon as the mantis finished speaking, a shining talisman finally floated in front of Lu Ping. Lu Ping handed the talisman to the mantis and said, "Hurry up and see if you can close it. If it doesn't work, we will retreat immediately." However, just as the mantis took the half of the transforming into water talisman, a giant hand had already reached into the water. Chapter 1248. Lu Ping did not expect that it would be so easy to attract the other half of the divine talisman, and he did not encounter the fierce resistance he had imagined when he took the other half of the divine talisman. Lu Ping handed the other half of the divine talisman to the praying mantis and told him to refine it as soon as possible. At this time, a colorful giant hand had reached into the water and grabbed Lu Ping. Lu Ping's expression turned solemn. He turned into a stream of water and cast the water escape secret technique with all his might. But the five-colored giant hand seemed to have noticed him and chased after him. Lu Ping was not sure if the giant hand had found him. If it had not, he would be found by the giant hand once he slipped away with the praying mantis. Fortunately, at this time Xiao Baiyu and others were trying their best to delay the pure young cultivator of Wuxia School, so Earth Spirit had no time to pay all his attention to the Luoya River. However, the colorful giant hand suddenly opened, and its 5 fingers were divided into 5 colors. Then they turned into 5 colorful lights and suddenly rotated with the palm as the center. A huge suction came. Within a radius of dozens of meters with the colorful vortex as the center, Everything at the bottom of the river was pulled by the suction of the center of the vortex. Lu Ping's body was no exception. The huge suction made it difficult for Lu Ping to keep his body in the water. However, at this time, Lu Ping still did not dare to move at all because he could confirm that the owner of the giant hand did not actually find Lu Ping. However, if Lu Ping made any strange movements, the person might find him instead. This giant hand and the giant hand that Lu Ping had cut off were still fresh in Lu Ping's memory. This kind of powerful magical power was definitely made by the pure young cultivator Laozu. Lu Ping was not afraid of fighting against a grand cultivator now, but a pure young cultivator was still a threshold that was difficult for Lu Ping to challenge. With a flash of light in his hand, the sword of true spirit was already in Lu Ping's hand. If things were urgent, Lu Ping could only use the sword of true spirit to cut off the huge suction of the five elements vortex. Lu Ping was confident that with the power of the sword of true spirit, he could completely break the magical power in front of him. However, before Lu Ping could hold on, the praying mantis on Lu Ping's shoulder could not hold on anymore. The white light flashed in the water. Lu Ping could even feel that the light could bring a piercing feeling when it swept past his face. Ayaya, this is bad. The third spiritual restriction. The praying mantis screamed in two. Without waiting for Lu Ping to increase the strength of his control, the constantly rising aura had already broken through Lu Ping's control. Two sharp white lights shot out from Lu Ping's shoulder, seemingly piercing through space and even the spinning five elements vortex. Lu Ping was furious. Why did something have to go wrong at this moment? When the two blade lights shot out, the five elements vortex had clearly discovered Lu Ping's location. The previously scattered suction force immediately flipped and all of it was directed towards Lu Ping. It was a vortex against a vortex. If Lu Ping wanted to cut this five elements vortex, he could only use the Sea of All Rivers sword technique. The sword of true spirit trembled slightly. Lu Ping could even feel Mo Li's excitement about cutting this five elements vortex. However, he had to pay attention to the existence of a troublemaker today. Before Lu Ping could make a move, the praying mantis on his shoulder had already shouted, "There's no need for you guys. Watch me cut this thing." In the white light, the two halves of the mantis could finally be seen clearly again. The platinum scissors were much larger than before, and mysterious runes were densely wrapped around the two blades. The runes on the two blades echoed with each other, as if there was a strong connection between them. Once the two blades were closed, one could clearly see that the runes on the two blades happened to form a complete talisman. It was the previous half of the water transformation talisman and the other half of the water transformation talisman that once existed in the scissors in the form of two spiritual enchantments. At this time, the praying mantis's body had also grown a lot, and its whole body was more agile. Obviously, after integrating the other half of the water transformation talisman, its spirituality had increased even more. It was even more spirituality than when it absorbed the water ape artifact spirit. After the two blades of light shot through the five elements vortex, the praying mantis had just finished speaking when the two blades of light had already closed. Without a sound, the five elements vortex, which was originally still spinning, was suddenly cut into two pieces. Then the five elements spirit light collapsed, stirring up an undercurrent in the water. The sand at the bottom of the water was stirred up, and the whole Luoya water suddenly became muddy. Lu Ping wanted to take advantage of the chaos to escape. Unexpectedly, he heard a loud shout. When Lu Ping looked up, he saw a late Dharma adept chasing after Lu Ping from behind. If Lu Ping had participated in the Battle of Luo Xan Mountain, he would know that the person in front of him was the key person in this time's Wuxing School's theft of the Qingming River. Wuxing School's #1 formation master, Golden Cicada Laozu. However, at this time, Lu Ping could not care less about Golden Cicada and Silver Cicada. After successfully cutting off the Qingming River and the Yulon River, and obtaining the item that the praying mantis had repeatedly asked for, Lu Ping could only think of running away after he had seen the battle above the Luoya water, which was at least at the pure sun level. But how could Golden Cicada Laozu allow Lu Ping to do as he wished? Ever since the Wuxing School's plan to steal the Qingming River, although all the planning and decisions had been made by pure young Laozu and the others from Wuxing School, when it came to communicating with the Green Jade Canal, surveying the terrain along the way, as well as Golden Cicada Laozu's method of using the water to kidnap the various land and water veins along the way, as well as the final merging of the two water veins, all of this was planned by Golden Cicada Laozu alone. It could be said that although the Wuxing School had decided to steal the Qingming River's water vein, it was Golden Cicada Laozu who carried out the specific plan. The opening of the Green Jade Canal and the merging of the water veins were all immersed in Golden Cicada Laozu's painstaking efforts. It could be said that Golden Cicada Laozu valued all of this more than anyone else. Because of this, when the Wuxing school finally merged the water veins after paying a heavy price, it was cut off by Lu Ping. Only Golden Cicada Laozu could feel the feeling of falling from the sky in an instant. Golden Cicada Laozu went crazy. He wanted to tear this guy who had wasted his painstaking efforts into pieces. Therefore, he rushed into the water regardless of anything. He wanted to let this destroyer taste the most painful punishment in the world. However, he forgot that the person he was chasing had easily cut off the 5 elements giant hand of Earth's spiritual sun with the cauldron of heaven and earth with the spiritual treasure in his hand. Golden Cicada Laozu made a gesture with both of his hands. In Lu Ping's perception, the water around him gradually formed a big net. Then, as Golden Cicada Laozu moved his palms forward, the big net of water instantly formed a water matrix. With the help of the power of the Qingming River, which was retreating after being cut off by Lu Ping, the matrix suddenly moved forward and covered Lu Ping's body. According to the local conditions, grass, wood, bamboo and stone could be used as a matrix. Golden Cicada Laozu was in the water, but he could immediately set up a matrix with the help of the power of the water vein to stop Lu Ping. Obviously, this person had reached a very high level in the matrix. Since this person was chasing after Lu Ping so eagerly, could it be that the Wuxing school stealing the Qingming River's water vein was actually his doing? However, this person was so stupid that he dared to come down here alone to kill Lu Ping. What? Could it be because of this water matrix that was set up in a hurry? It was not that the other people of the Wuxing school did not come down to kill Lu Ping. It was because in the Wuxing school's original plan, Golden Cicada Laozu was the one who had the most freedom because he was responsible for communicating with the water vein. The other people were surrounding him to protect him. At this time, they were fighting with the practitioners from various sects and individual cultivators. They really could not spare a hand. On the contrary, Golden Cicada Laozu was ignored, so he chased after Lu Ping. Lu Ping could even kill the water ape, the device spirit of the treasured cauldron of heaven and earth. Could it be that this master of matrix had a better control of the water vein than the water ape's device spirit? Although Golden Cicada Laozu could set up a matrix in the water, Lu Ping could control the source of water. The matrix listened to Golden Cicada Laozu, but the water listened to Lu Ping. Golden Cicada Laozu's misfortune was that he used the water to set up the matrix in a hurry. With the support of Linglong's wine tripod, Lu Ping performed the magical power of controlling water. Before the matrix was activated to restrict Lu Ping, the water net matrix set up by Golden Cicada Laozu had collapsed. Aya, I'll cut. Cut, cut, cut. Clang, clang, clang. The aura of the praying mantis on Lu Ping's shoulder had become more and more violent. When Lu Ping broke the water matrix set up by Golden Cicada Laozu, the praying mantis seemed to have found a target to vent its anger on. It waved its big blades left and right quickly. The spiritual treasure scissors hovered above the head of the mantis. At that moment, the mantis kept swinging its 2 large blades. The 2 blades of light flashed as they chased after Patriarch Golden Cicada, intersecting with one another. The great cultivator was left in a wretched state. At this time, Lu Ping felt that the pressure around him was getting heavier. Although this feeling was not particularly familiar to Lu Ping, it left a deep impression on him. This was the pressure formed by the gathering of tribulation clouds on the eve of the arrival of the thunder tribulation. After the 2 parts of the spiritual treasure fused with the other half of the water transformation divine talisman, they began to form the 3rd spiritual restriction. At the same time, the 3rd thunder tribulation was imminent. Although Lu Ping was underwater, he had a very clear grasp of the thunder tribulation. He could not delay any longer. Lu Ping held Linglong's wine cauldron in one hand. With Lu Ping as the center, the water within a radius of 3 miles was under his control. Golden Cicada Laozu, who was dodging, suddenly found that the water around him began to become extremely viscous, and his body immediately slowed down. Golden Cicada Laozu panicked. When he looked up, he saw Lu Ping stretch out his hand and 2 purple jade bracelets flew towards him. They swelled up and wrapped around Golden Cicada Laozu's body. Before he could struggle, the 2 blade lights had already closed around his neck, and his big head sank to the bottom of the water. Several water veins like tentacles took away Golden Cicada Laozu's storage magic item. Lu Ping put away all the spiritual treasures he had except the scissors into his core space. However, before Lu Ping was ready to escape, a bolt of lightning had already broken through the water of the Green Jade Canal and landed directly on Lu Ping's shoulder. The scissors and the praying mantis finally faced the third thunder tribulation. Chapter 1249. The thunder trial was a nightmare for any Dharma adept. The majestic clouds began to gather, causing the Dharma adepts and pure Yang Laozu, who were fighting at the foot of Luo Xan mountain, to feel the immense pressure. This was not an ordinary thunder trial, but the third thunder trial which had been changed to a pure Yang thunder trial. Who would summon the thunder trial at this time? Xiao Baiyu and the others stopped fighting and retreated. Under the coverage of such majestic clouds, once the thunder trial descended, it was very likely that they would be affected. The Dharma adepts and pure Yang Laozu were all targets of the thunder trial. Xiao Baiyu, Feng Lu, Qi Laozu and Yuan Pokong, who had just woken up from his serious injuries, naturally walked together. Eighth Sister Zhu saw that the four of them had left, but she did not care about her at all. She could not help but grit her teeth, and finally turned into a ray of light and headed east. Lin Yu Laozu looked at the people who had gone far away, and finally followed the Green Jade Canal towards the Qingming River. Since Wuxia School had failed to steal the Qingming River's water vein, Lin Yu Laozu naturally had to return to the water vein to train. Earth Spirit Z and the other three had also gathered together. In the previous chaotic battle, Gene Spirit Z had sustained quite a number of injuries. However, he had also killed a mid-Dharma stage ferocious beast from Feng Lu's hands. Mu Spirit Z's face was pale, but Shui Spirit Z had the upper hand. Eighth Sister Zhu was already injured, so naturally she was not his match. Earth Spirit was entangled by Xiao Baiyu and the seriously injured Lin Yu Laozu. Because he had continuously used the treasured cauldron of heaven and earth, his hair had already turned white, and he looked like he had suddenly aged 10 years. It's the thunder trial of the numinous treasure. Earth Spirit, on the other hand, had calmed down. On the contrary, it was Water Spirit who suddenly became excited. The numinous treasure thunder trial came not earlier or later, so it can only be the fusion of the numinous treasure and the half of the divine water talisman. These originally belonged to my broken water sect, and they are the foundation of my broken water sect's inheritance. Earth Lingzi growled, "Alright, what's the point of saying all this now? Retreat now and don't let the lightning tribulation affect you. This is a pure Yang lightning tribulation." Seeing the unwillingness on Shui Lingzi's face, Earth Lingzi helplessly said, "After we leave the range of the lightning tribulation, set up some scouts around the area. Once the lightning tribulation is over, no matter if we succeed or fail, we will search for the person who cut off the water vein. We will not stop until he is dead." Water Spirit's lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but Earth Spirit had already shouted, "Let's go, the first lightning tribulation is coming." The cultivators of Wuxia School hurriedly flew out. At this time Mu Lingzi suddenly shouted, "Where's Martial Nephew Jin Chan? He went to chase after the person hiding in the water. Why hasn't he returned yet?" Earth Lingzi's face became even gloomier. He said in a low voice, "It's too late. We can't wait for him. Everyone retreat now." At this time, Jin Chan Laozu had not escaped from the water. Obviously he was already dead, or the person controlling the spiritual treasure to face the third lightning tribulation was him. However, the people of Wuxia School obviously did not have such an extravagant hope. In fact, Earth Lingzi's words had already determined Jin Chan Laozu's death. The Battle of Luo Xan Mountain, which involved almost half of the cultivation world of the Central Earth, suddenly scattered because of the arrival of the pure Yang lightning tribulation, leaving only dark clouds covering the sky. Then a green lightning broke through the dark clouds, and the whole world was illuminated. Lu Ping looked at the spiritual treasure scissors that was floating in front of him worriedly. The mantis had already hidden in its body. When the first lightning tribulation fell, the spiritual treasure scissors was bathed in the raging lightning. The voice of the mantis came from the spiritual treasure shouting, "So cool, so cool." Lu Ping did not know whether to laugh or cry. He scolded, "Don't be careless. The lightning tribulation is not easy to deal with. The 9 lightning tribulations are getting harder and harder. That's why you took the first one, which is the easiest." The mantis laughed in its body and said, "Boss, don't worry. Now that the halved origin has been replenished, going through the third lightning tribulation to become a pure Yang spiritual treasure is just a formality." How arrogant. However, Lu Ping thought about the halved origin again. Could it be that the mantis was telling the truth? The third lightning tribulation was really nothing to him? The halved origin of the spiritual treasure was naturally the water transformation divine talisman made by Taoist Chan. It was something that could even be destroyed during the battle between Jiao Daoren and Peng Daoren. It should be known that the halved origin of the spiritual treasure was able to become a second tribulation spiritual treasure with just half a water transformation divine talisman. Now that the torn divine talisman had merged into one, it seemed that it could cross the third lightning tribulation and become a pure young spiritual treasure. As he spoke, another 2 lightning tribulations fell in succession. The mantis was still shouting in its body. Sure enough, the pure young lightning tribulation did not have any effect on it. Soon after, another 3 lightning tribulations fell. This time, the power of the lightning tribulations had increased by several times. The mantis finally did not dare to shout anymore. Only the scissors was bathed in the lightning. Even Lu Ping, who was standing at the side, felt a sense of trepidation. When the 4th lightning tribulations fell, Lu Ping already felt that it was similar to when he had faced the first lightning tribulations with the Sword of Real Spirit. It should be known that when Lu Ping had summoned the first lightning tribulations with the Sword of Real Spirit, the power of the lightning tribulations was comparable to the second lightning tribulations that ordinary practitioners faced when they advanced to the late Dharma stage. Furthermore, the lightning tribulations that spiritual treasures faced were usually weaker than the lightning tribulations that practitioners faced. With this increase and decrease in power, the power of the lightning tribulations still made Lu Ping so nervous. This showed how strong the power of the pure yang lightning tribulations were. When the 5th lightning tribulations fell, the power had already exceeded the last lightning tribulations that Lu Ping had faced during his first lightning tribulations. When the 6th lightning tribulations came, the mantis finally cried out again. However, this time it was a cry of pain. This fellow had finally tasted the power of the lightning tribulations. It seemed that it had been hit hard. "Boss, come and help me, it hurts too much." When the lightning tribulations fell on the body, it would pass in an instant. In the process of the lightning, countless bolts of lightning carried the pure yang qi, constantly changing and improving the quality and grade of the target. This was often the most difficult part of the lightning tribulations. If one could not withstand the lightning tribulations, they would at most be seriously injured or even turned into ashes by the lightning tribulations. However, if one managed to withstand the lightning tribulations, the pain that seeped into one's bones was even more unforgettable. Although Lu Ping knew that the first 6 lightning tribulations did not cause any damage to the spiritual treasure, the last 3 lightning tribulations were undoubtedly the most powerful. Out of consideration, Lu Ping pointed in the air and injected an extremely rich spiritual essence into the spiritual treasure. With Lu Ping's full help, the mantis immediately became smug again. Unexpectedly, the 7th lightning tribulations were a pitch-black beam of lightning. The originally faint light of the entire world seemed to be attracted by this beam of lightning. Even Lu Ping's divine sense was attracted by this beam of lightning. Lu Ping was shocked and hurriedly retracted his divine sense, concentrating it in the body of the Dharma form of the dragon in the core space. Then Lu Ping focused all his attention on the scissors. This was a strange type of lightning tribulation that aimed to erase spiritual intelligence. It targeted the divine sense of a cultivator and the spiritual treasure's weapon spirit. He did not know if the mantis could withstand it. Lu Ping's spiritual essence was continuously injected into the scissors. He could still feel the mantis's aura from the scissors, but the mantis did not speak. In a situation where his divine sense did not dare to spread out, Lu Ping did not know the mantis's current situation, so he could not help but feel a little anxious. Could it be that the mantis's grade had fallen? Spiritual treasures that failed to undergo tribulation were different from cultivators. Sometimes they would not be completely destroyed but their grade would fall. For example, when a second tribulation spiritual treasure failed to pass the pure yang lightning tribulation, the weapon spirit would not be obliterated. Instead, its weapon spirit would be reduced to a first-stage spiritual treasure. This was not unprecedented in the cultivation world. At this moment, the mantis finally spoke. Thank goodness I saved up a lot of the water ape's weapon spirit source. Otherwise, I would have suffered a great loss this time. Just as Lu Ping breathed a sigh of relief, the 8th lightning tribulation came. The lightning tribulation split into a net, surrounding the scissors in the middle. Countless lightning bolts raged in the lightning net. Lu Ping could not even see what was happening inside the lightning net from the outside. He could only hear the mantis's screams inside, and the spiritual essence that Lu Ping had injected into the spiritual treasure was being consumed like flowing water. This time the lightning tribulation lasted a little longer. Fortunately, the weapon spirit's voice was not hoarse. Otherwise, the mantis's mouth would have dried up, and it would not have been able to make a sound. When the lightning dissipated, the mantis's screams did not stop. Instead, they became even more miserable. Lu Ping did not stop it, because he knew that although the lightning on the surface had dissipated, in fact, the pure yang power was still raging inside the spiritual treasure. However, the scream was actually a good thing. It just happened to prove that the spiritual treasure's artifact spirit was still full of spirituality, and the damage brought by the thunder tribulation had not destroyed it. If the artifact spirit could not even scream after being struck by the thunder tribulation, then it would really be a disaster. Activating the North Sea wave listening technique, the Dharma idol's dragon head in the core space suddenly lifted up, opened its mouth, and spat out a rich purple-gold spiritual essence. This mouthful of spiritual essence even contained some of Lu Ping's source. The spiritual essence flowed through Lu Ping's fingertips and into the spiritual treasure. The mantis immediately cried out in joy, "Boss, you are really a gift in the snow." Boom! The purple lightning fell from the sky, and after the mantis let out a scream, the sound suddenly stopped. The last lightning condensed into a celestial river of lightning, rolling the spiritual treasure in the air and repeatedly scouring it. Even Lu Ping had to temporarily avoid it. At this time even Lu Ping could not help much. Lu Ping had done all he could to help, and it was up to the mantis to survive this last hurdle. However, just as Lu Ping was waiting for the last lightning tribulation to dissipate, the Seven Treasures Thunder Gourd, which had been obedient in Lu Ping's core space recently and rarely caused trouble for Lu Ping, moved at this time. Lu Ping was surprised at first, but after thinking for a moment he released the Thunder Gourd. After the gourd opened its mouth, it sucked in the celestial river of lightning, and a small lightning immediately separated from the celestial river of lightning, then disappeared into the Thunder Gourd's mouth. Chapter 1250. The Lightning Seven Treasures Calabash was just a spirit-nurturing magic treasure. It was one of the most unique magic treasures and spiritual treasures that had been nurtured in Lu Ping's core space. Perhaps it had the potential to be the #1 spiritual treasure in the world of creation. Although it was only a spirit-nurturing magic treasure and did not have an artifact spirit, its spirituality was extremely high. However, as Lu Ping's cultivation increased, the weapons he used were constantly upgraded, and the number of spiritual treasures in his core space increased. The Lightning Seven Treasures Calabash became more and more low-key in front of these spiritual treasures. However, Lu Ping did not forget that this treasure had the ability to absorb tribulation lightning. This was a heaven-defying ability. However, Lu Ping soon discovered that the calabash's ability to absorb tribulation lightning was limited. Now that the Lightning Seven Treasures Calabash had become a spirit-nurturing magic treasure, it had become more and more picky about the tribulation lightning it used. As for the first lightning tribulation, it had already begun to look down on it. Previously, when Lu Ping had summoned the lightning tribulation to upgrade the thin flowing water sword and the nether water sword to first tribulation spiritual treasures, the Lightning Seven Treasures Calabash had been unwilling to help. However, Lu Ping knew that this was because the first lightning tribulation had no effect on the calabash's quality. After absorbing the 9th lightning bolt of the 3rd lightning tribulation, the Lightning Seven Treasures Calabash began to twitch. The opening of the calabash spat out lightning, then inhaled again and again as if it was suffering from indigestion. Lu Ping could clearly sense that the Lightning Seven Treasures Calabash's quality was rapidly improving. It would not be long before the Lightning Seven Treasures Calabash would be able to condense another treasure restriction. Lu Ping kept the Lightning Seven Treasures Calabash into his core space. Then he turned to look at the spiritual treasure scissors, which was also twitching. After the Seven Treasures Thunder Calabash separated a bolt of lightning from the Lightning Galaxy River, even though this bolt of lightning was nothing compared to the entire Lightning Galaxy River that was washing over the numinous treasure scissors, it still reduced some of the burden on the mantis. As the Seven Treasures Thunder Calabash convulsed, the Lightning Galaxy finally dissipated. Therefore, the scissors, which had been tempered by the lightning for a period of time, was like a fish that had lost its water, jumping over and over again. The mantis remained silent. Apparently, the two halves of the numinous treasure had passed through the pure young thunder tribulation without a hitch. However, the pure young thunder tribulation was, after all, the last thunder tribulation. Even if the two halves of the numinous treasure had Taoist Chan as its backer, it would not have had an easy time after going through the baptism of 9 thunder tribulations. Fortunately, after successfully passing the heavenly tribulation, there would be gifts from the heavens and earth. Pure yang qi would crazily surge in, causing the spirit treasure to break in two and become a pure yang spirit treasure. The heavenly flower dew, on the other hand, was a great supplement to the artifact spirit. Lu Ping stretched out his hand and recalled the lightning. The remaining lightning on his body poured into Lu Ping's body, but Lu Ping used an even more tyrannical true essence to extinguish it in one fell swoop. Lu Ping had seen many second tribulation spirit treasures, but other than the treasured cauldron of heaven and earth, which he did not know much about, the two halves of the numinous treasure in front of him was the only pure yang spirit treasure that had survived 3 thunder tribulations. In fact, the two halves of the second tribulation spirit treasure that Lu Ping currently possessed was the two halves of the numinous treasure. However, now that the two halves of the numinous treasure had directly become a pure yang spirit treasure, Lu Ping still mainly possessed first tribulation spirit treasures. Lu Ping's divine will instantly understood everything about the pure yang spirit treasure. This was because when the two halves of the numinous treasure were facing the last thunder tribulation, Lu Ping had injected a strand of essential essence qi into the pure yang spirit treasure. It was because of this strand of essential essence qi that Lu Ping had a closer relationship with the pure yang spirit treasure, making it easier for him to wield the pure yang spirit treasure. Easy to wield? At this time, the two halves of the mantis had finally absorbed all the benefits given by the heaven and earth. After hearing what Lu Ping was thinking, it sneered and said, "Boss, you should try it first. It's not that easy to wield a pure yang spirit treasure. Although this mantis is not comparable to a heaven-opening artifact, if this mantis does not cooperate with you, at least an experienced great cultivator would be able to wield the pure yang spirit treasure with ease." Lu Ping weighed the scissors in his hand, which had become much larger, and said with a smile, "Oh, your grade has increased and your temper has also become bigger. You're actually this mantis now?" The two halves of the mantis said proudly, "Of course, I'm now the #1 numinous treasure under you, boss. Naturally, I'm also a person of status. Naturally, I have to act." A dense purplish-blue true essence suddenly surged in Lu Ping's hand. Without communicating with the artifact spirit beforehand, the scissors suddenly rose into the air under the control of Lu Ping's true essence. Then 2 blades of light shot out and quickly cut a huge rock lying at the bottom of the river into 2 neat pieces. Then Lu Ping casually turned his hand, and a small fish that was swimming in the river, less than an inch long, was neatly cut in half from head to tail without any deviation. Lu Ping used the two halves of the pure yang spirit treasure to make 2 scissors in succession, and then the third scissors went towards the bottom of the river. A huge trench suddenly formed at the bottom of the river, directly going dozens of feet deep into the riverbed. The sudden opening of the trench caused the water to sink, forming a whirlpool on the surface of the water. Fortunately, at this time, because they had to avoid the thunder calamity of the spirit treasure that had been cut in half by the scissors, there was not a single practitioner near the bottom of the river where Lu Ping was at. Therefore, no one would notice the huge commotion that Lu Ping had made at the bottom of the river. At this time, how could the two halves of the mantis not understand Lu Ping's intentions? He immediately gave in and said, "I'm convinced, boss, I'm really convinced. In your hands, the pure yang spirit treasure can be used however you want, and it's indeed very easy. Please stop and save me some face, I'm a pure yang spirit treasure after all. Cutting a rock and digging a trench, if word of this gets out, I won't be able to keep my face." If it was an ordinary mid-Dharma adept, it would be really difficult to use a pure yang spirit treasure. Even among the late Dharma adepts, there would be some who would not be able to use a pure yang spirit treasure continuously and still be able to supplement their true essence. However, Lu Ping was able to cut the spirit treasure in half and use it as if it was his own arm without the help of the weapon spirit. After this, 2 halves of the mantis had advanced to become a pure yang spirit treasure. It did not wait for it to become arrogant before it was suppressed by Lu Ping until it lost its temper and lowered its head to admit its mistake. However, this fellow was a thick-skinned master, and after advancing to the pure yang spirit treasure, its spirituality had increased greatly, and it actually knew how to figure out what Lu Ping was thinking. It immediately lowered its head to admit its mistake, and did not dare to speak up again. In reality, after Lu Ping had consecutively used the spirit treasure in 2 halves, the true essence in his body could not be replenished for a period of time. However, at this time, the strength of Lu Ping's true essence had already reached an unbelievable level among the adepts of the same level. This kind of discomfort only needed a moment for Lu Ping to catch his breath and he would immediately recover. In reality, if Lu Ping were to summon the Dharma power of the dragon in the process of fighting an enemy, even without the help of the weapon spirit, if Lu Ping wanted to continuously use this pure yang spirit treasure scissors, there would not be such a situation where his true essence could not be replenished, unless Lu Ping's true essence was exhausted. If he wanted to exhaust the true essence in Lu Ping's body, Perhaps even if Lu Ping was asked to fight with a cultivator of the same level for 3 days and 3 nights, he might not be able to do it. Moreover, where in the world could he find a cultivator of the same level who could fight with Lu Ping for 3 days and 3 nights? This was also because Lu Ping wanted to suppress this weapon spirit that had achieved pure yang. If it was in the normal process of fighting an enemy, when the spirit treasure had already been refined by Lu Ping with a trace of origin, there would not be a problem of cooperating with Lu Ping. With the full cooperation of the weapon spirit, even if Lu Ping did not summon the Dharma power of the dragon, he could continuously use it without exhausting his true essence. The well-behaved praying mantis immediately began to show its treasure to Lu Ping. After advancing to a pure yang spirit treasure, although the weapon spirit was still in the form of a praying mantis at this time, it could leave its body and exist outside. Even if it left its body, its strength was still considered good. This was exactly the same as the weapon spirit of the treasure cauldron of heaven and earth that Lu Ping had killed previously. Lu Ping suddenly became a little interested and asked, "Can't you kill it?" The praying mantis suddenly remembered something. Before, it only cared about becoming a pure yang spirit treasure and showing off to Lu Ping, but it forgot that there was an existence in Lu Ping's core space that could kill a pure yang weapon spirit. She was the spiritual treasure of the director in front of it, and her status was much higher than its own. Before, it was really too complacent. Fortunately, now that it had advanced to pure yang, it should not be afraid of her now, but in the future, it must have a good relationship with that little girl. With that little girl's background, if it advanced to pure yang in the future, it would definitely be 10 times more powerful than itself. The praying mantis calmed down and said, "If we don't encounter Miss Emoli, a pure yang spirit treasure of the same level, or a pure yang Laozu who controls some secret techniques, and a real spirit like Laozu, it will be a little difficult to kill us." With this said, the praying mantis realized that there were still many things in this world that could not put him in its eyes. Although it was now a pure yang spirit treasure and seemed to have reached the peak of spirit treasures, it also knew that its body could not be compared with treasures like the heaven-opening artifact after all. It had already been suppressed by Lu Ping and its arrogance was restrained a little again. Lu Ping laughed in his heart. At least this guy did not have his tail in the sky. The question just now was naturally Lu Ping did it on purpose. Seeing that the praying mantis was a little disinterested, Lu Ping took the initiative to ask, "After advancing to pure yang, this is not all you have. What else do you have? Tell me, choose the good ones first." Hearing this, the praying mantis suddenly became spirited and said, "Boss, how about we steal this water vein of Qingming River?" Previously, after the 2 branches of Qingming River and Yulin River were cut off, the branch of Qingming River had lost the guidance of the formation and retracted into Qingming River along the Green Jade Canal. However, this natural retraction was not as fast as the speed at which it was pulled out. It would take at least 3 to 5 days for it to completely retract. Lu Ping was stunned and said, "Intercept the water vein? Isn't this what Wuxia School has always wanted to do but could not do?" "That's because we are not here." The praying mantis finally said arrogantly again, but what he said was the truth. However, there was still a problem that had to be solved, otherwise, it would not be easy to intercept the water vein. Chapter 1251. Water veins were the condensation of the essence of a river. Naturally formed water veins were usually connected to the mountains and terrains that the river flowed through. This was the creation of heaven and earth. Cultivators could borrow and even control part of it, but it was extremely difficult to cut it off directly. Although water veins seemed weak and fleeting, it was precisely because of this that they could connect to the mountains and terrains. Therefore, it was extremely difficult to cut off water veins. The bigger the water veins were, the harder it was to cut them off. Just like the Qingming River and the Yulin River, it was basically impossible to cut them off. However, even if it was possible to cut off water veins, very few people would do it. Cutting off water veins was actually making an enemy of heaven and earth. Not only would the cultivators be attacked by some disasters caused by the water veins being cut off, but it would also cause great damage to the world of cultivation. Therefore, water veins could not be easily touched. However, there were actually some shortcuts. For example, Wuxia School could secretly draw a branch out of the water vein of the Qingming River. It would not hurt the foundation of the water vein of the Qingming River, but it could also bring great benefits to Wuxia School. However, it was not easy to separate a branch out of a complete water vein. Even as powerful as Wuxia School was, they had planned for hundreds of years and specifically prepared for dozens of years before they dared to do it secretly. That's easy. After merging with the other half of the water transformation talisman and going through the third thunder calamity, The mantis obviously became more intelligent. It answered without thinking, the reason why Wuxia School wanted to secretly cut off a section of water vein and bring it back to Wuxia School was that they had the cauldron of heaven and earth, which could control the spirit veins in the world. They could totally keep the cut-off water vein in the cauldron of heaven and earth and bring it back. We can do it too. Lu Ping suddenly understood and said, "You mean Linglong? Can she do it? She is just a first tribulation spiritual treasure. How can she compare with the cauldron of heaven and earth?" This time, Linglong made a mistake but gained great benefits. At this time she was already eager to make a contribution. Hearing what Lu Ping said, she quickly said, "I can do it." Mantis nodded and echoed, "Linglong can indeed do it, but Linglong is not like the cauldron of heaven and earth. She can only keep the water vein for a very short time. Now I don't need to think about cutting off that water vein. This branch of the Qingming River is ready-made, and I can be considered as the fisherman who benefits from it." The praying mantis grinned cheekily and said, "Boss, I am your spiritual treasure. Isn't looking for me the same as looking for you? But it will be difficult to find us at this time." Lu Ping was slightly delighted and said, "Oh, is there a good way to avoid them?" At this time, Lu Ping did not need to think to know that many people were rushing to the place where having mantis had gone through the heavenly tribulation, especially Wuxia School. Their plan of hundreds of years had been ruined by him, so they must be gnashing their teeth in hatred. At this time, Lu Ping had already followed the Green Jade Canal to the south. However, Lu Ping had already caught up to the retreating branch of the Green Netherworld River. With the help of Linglong's power, he entered it and followed the retreating branch towards the Green Netherworld River. However, Lu Ping also knew that this was very risky. It was very likely that he would be discovered and suspected by others. The praying mantis's two forelimbs moved back and forth, and with a clang sound he said, "Boss, don't forget what we have." What was the praying mantis's background? It was the water transformation talisman. With this treasure in hand, would he still worry about being discovered? Then the person who was searching for Lu Ping would be like the seventh patriarch of Sky Splitter. Not far from the foot of Luoxan Mountain, Earth Spirit was hovering above the water where the thunder calamity had come previously with his hands behind his back. At this time, Lu Ping had already left after the thunder calamity. There had been no news of Patriarch Golden Cicada until now, so it was obvious that he was already dead. The broken spiritual treasure was nowhere to be seen, but he had seen the 9 thunder tribulations. The broken spiritual treasure was probably a pure yang spiritual treasure by now. Speaking of pure yang spiritual treasure, Earth Spirit unconsciously touched his sleeves and sighed. If the treasure cauldron of heaven and earth was an ordinary pure yang spiritual treasure, this battle of Luoxian Mountain might have a higher chance of winning. However, if that was the case, it would not be easy to pull the 2 large river veins that were drawn out. This was something that could not be helped. Earth Spirit opened his eyes slightly and looked to his side. He opened his mouth and asked, "Didn't find it?" As he spoke, Water Spirit appeared like a cloud of mist. He nodded with a bitter smile and said, "The one who dares to disturb at this time is probably a pure young cultivator who has been hiding. Otherwise, he would not be able to stay in the water vein when the water ape weapon spirit mobilized the water vein." Earth Spirit said, "If the other party has a spiritual treasure that can control the spiritual vein like the treasure cauldron of heaven and earth, and the person is extremely proficient in water attribute techniques, it is not impossible for him to stay in the water vein under the control of the water ape weapon spirit. He does not have to be a pure yang cultivator." Water Spirit said, "What about Golden Cicada? Although he majored in formations, his strength is not too weak. Even an ordinary grand cultivator would not be able to kill him easily. How could it be possible if he is not a pure yang cultivator?" Earth Spirit did not dwell on this question. Instead he asked, "The spiritual treasure in 2 parts was originally the spiritual treasure of the water-broken lineage. You should be the most familiar with this spiritual treasure. Do you think it has survived the pure yang lightning tribulation this time?" Shui Lingzi didn't even need to think about it before replying, "Of course it has." The 2 halves of this spirit treasure were originally half a water divine talisman, and after cutting off the water vein, it absorbed the other half of the water divine talisman. Whether it is quality or other aspects, it has already reached the threshold of a pure yang spirit treasure. More importantly, it is a water divine talisman personally crafted by Daoist Chan. Becoming a pure yang spirit treasure may be difficult for other spirit treasures, but it is not a problem for it. Earth Spirit nodded and said, "Ah, the water transformation divine talisman. I'm afraid that this person has used this item to escape from all the searches. If he used the water transformation divine talisman to escape, I'm afraid that even we would not be able to find him. I'm afraid that only Dawish Chan would be able to do it. Water Spirit did not continue Earth Spirit's words. Instead he asked, what should we do after returning to the sect? Not only did we mess things up, the Cauldron of Heaven and Earth has lost one of its 5 pure yang weapon spirits. The Cauldron of Heaven and Earth's magic will definitely be greatly reduced. Will Laozu? Earth Spirit glanced at her and said, if Laozu blames us, the old man will take responsibility for this matter. However, the old man is curious about how that person killed the water ape weapon spirit, who has an immortal body. Can the spiritual treasure in 2 parts do it? Water Spirit was stunned for a moment and said, the pure yang spiritual treasure in 2 parts might be able to do it. Earth Spirit uttered an "oh," and muttered to himself, then what method did this person use to kill the water ape artifact spirit? Right at this moment, a loud roar came along the Green Jade Canal from afar. The water of the Green Jade Canal, which had already been connected to the canal, suddenly became turbulent. The speed of the water flow suddenly increased, and the sound of the flowing water even created white waves. Although the 2 branches of the Yulon River and the Green Netherworld River had already shrunk, the Green Jade Canal was still open. It could be considered as a convenience for people to travel between the north and the south. Water Spirit was shocked and said, This is the branch of the Green Netherworld River. Someone is cutting off this branch. Compared to Water Spirit's excitement, Earth Spirit was much calmer, as if he had already guessed that this would happen. He said, with the water transformation divine talisman and the pure yang spiritual treasure in 2 parts, the old man would not let go of this branch of the water vein. However, now the old man has somewhat understood how the water ape weapon spirit was able to shake the water vein and still be able to hide in the water vein. Water Spirit immediately reacted and said, Senior brother, are you talking about the imitation of the wine cauldron of the universe? Earth Spirit nodded. Water Spirit asked again, then what should we do? Should we go after him now? Earth Spirit shook his head and said, it's too late. With the protection of the water transformation divine talisman, there is no need to be afraid of being discovered. Our school's hundreds of years of planning has finally become someone else's wedding dress. Our school has also paid such a heavy price for this. I really can't accept this. I only hope that someone will be able to find out his identity. Our Wuxia school will definitely not let this person off. Earth Spirit turned around and disappeared, but his voice still lingered. Inform all the practitioners of our school to return to the school immediately. Beware of the secret revenge from other sections. Junior Sister Shui, take some people with you and escort the branch of the Yulon River back. The person has already stolen the branch of the Green Netherworld River. The Yulon River branch must not have any more problems. A few days later, above the Green Jade Canal, Lu Ping was comfortably lying on the back of the black tortoise. A huge praying mantis was running back and forth on the back of the black tortoise. It seemed to be extremely curious. Lu Ping had really returned to the Green Netherworld River before heading north along the canal. He was not afraid of being suspected by others. On the contrary, those who dared to go north along the canal at this time just proved that they had nothing to do with the battle at Luoxan Mountain. What's more, Lu Ping's mid-Dharma stage cultivation was even more confusing. No one would have thought that the person who had cut off the water vein and killed the 5 Elements Sect Saray Grandmaster was a mid-Dharma stage cultivator. He had even managed to escape the encirclement of so many cultivators. Lu Ping's trip was actually for Samling. Samling was still in the hands of the Wuxia school, so Lu Ping had to go and rescue him. What a pity. If it wasn't for the fact that Linglong's endurance has reached its limit, we could have completely taken this branch of the water. Looks like we have to let Linglong go through the second thunder trial as soon as possible. The praying mantis ran up and down, his mouth chattering non-stop. Even if we summon the second thunder trial now, it's too late. The remaining half of the branch has already retracted back into the main branch of the Green Netherworld River. It'll be difficult to pull it back again. But even this half of the branch is enough for you, boss, to use for your training. This is for you to enjoy alone. Your level of training will skyrocket in a short period of time. Chapter 1252. The Battle of Luoxan Mountain was the second time after the Battle of Qingming River that pure yang practitioners participated in the Central Plains cultivation world. It involved almost half of the cultivation world. In this war that had been triggered by the 5 Elements Sect's theft of the Qingming River's water source, the number of sects and individual cultivators participating in the war, as well as the number of pure Yang Dharma adepts participating in the war, was the highest in the last few thousand years. In this battle, the biggest highlight was that Wuxing school used the Cauldron of Heaven and Earth, one of the 6 great divine weapons of Kai Tian. It blocked the joint attack of various sects and clans. If it was not for the accident at the end, Wuxing school's plan to connect the water of Yulin and Qingming River would have been achieved. Wuxing school set up 4 5 elements formations at the foot of Luo Xian Mountain. The Pure Yang 5 used the Cauldron of Heaven and Earth to set up 2 Pure Yang 5 elements formations. They blocked the siege of 10 Pure Yang practitioners, including Xiao Baiyu, Feng Lu, Yuan Pokong, and Shimin Mingyu. They successfully killed 4 of them. The Pure Yang 5 also paid the price of Fire Spirit being killed by Xiao Baiyu, and the Cauldron of Heaven and Earth losing a weapon spirit. The battle between the rest of the Dharma phase was even more tragic. Both sides suffered casualties, but there was no doubt that Wuxing school was more prepared. In comparison, the enemies of Wuxing school paid a greater price. However, the final result was a lose-lose situation. Wuxing school had connected the 2 water veins, but it failed at the last moment. Although the alliance of sects paid a greater price, Wuxing school's plan was finally stopped. However, in the end, there was still one person who benefited the most from this battle. That was the mysterious cultivator who cut off the water vein of the 5 elements sect with a spiritual treasure under the Luo Xian mountain and took away half of the water transformation talisman of the 5 elements sect. He also successfully summoned the Pure Yang spiritual treasure Thunder Tribulation and finally obtained a Pure Yang spiritual treasure and cut off half of the water vein of the Qingming River under the surveillance of various sections. Only the Pure Yang practitioners of Wuxing school knew that this mysterious practitioner also killed the water ape weapon spirit of the Cauldron of Heaven and Earth and the number 1 formation grandmaster of their sect, Golden Cicada Laozu. There was another incident in this battle that spread like wildfire in the cultivation world under the manipulation of Wuxing school. During the battle, 8th Sister Zhu, a Pure Yang practitioner of 9 Mysteries Tower, and Shimin Mingyu of Skyward Pavilion, first teamed up to trap Yuan Xiaotian, a Pure Yang practitioner of the Yuan family. Then, after Xiao Baiyu broke the Pure Yang 5 elements formation, 8th Sister Zhu turned around and left Shimin Mingyu behind. Shimin Mingyu, who was besieged by the 4 Pure Yang practitioners of Wuxing school, was finally refined by Earth Spirit using the Cauldron of Heaven and Earth. When the news spread, the entire cultivation world was in an uproar. To put it bluntly, 8th Sister Zhu was the one who started the battle in Luo Xian Mountain. It was because of her jumping up and down in the cultivation world that so many practitioners came to Luo Xian Mountain to stop Wuxing school from stealing the Qingming River's water vein. Wuxing school's act of stealing the water vein certainly harmed the interests of many sects and individual cultivators in the cultivation world and central region. However, the one who suffered the most was the 9 Mysteries Tower, which was currently being besieged by Mara's army. It could be said that everyone came to avenge the 9 Mysteries Tower, but not only did the 9 Mysteries Tower turn against them, but they also tricked these people. For a Pure Yang practitioner of the Holy Land to do such a despicable thing, it was truly repaying kindness with enmity. This time, 8th Sister Zhu sneaked out of the besieged 9 Mysteries Tower to eliminate the turbulence of the Qingming River's water vein. Most importantly, she wanted to call on the entire cultivation world to rescue the 9 Mysteries Tower, which had been besieged by Mara's army for 10 years. However, she did such a thing at this time. Looking at the 2 Pure Yang practitioners who were directly tricked by 8th Sister Zhu, one was Pure Yang Laozu of the world's number 1 family, and the other was Skyward Pavilion's Shimin Mingyu, who had a close relationship with the 9 Mysteries Tower and was also born in a holy land. 8th Sister Zhu's act of repaying kindness with enmity was too extreme. The Central Plains cultivators, who were originally thinking of rescuing the 9 Profound Tower and putting an end to the demon Luo calamity from the perspective of the bigger picture, immediately retreated. Who knew if this was a plot by the 9 Profound Tower? If they were to be scammed by 8th Sister Zhu and become cannon fodder again, it would be too much of a waste. After all, the Yuan family and Skyward Pavilion were influential forces in the cultivation world. Although they didn't decide not to rescue the 9 Mysteries Tower from the cultivation world's fight against the disaster of Mara, they had already stated their severe condemnation of 8th Sister Zhu's actions. At the same time, they reserved the possibility of seeking revenge on her at any time. For a time, the Pure Yang Laozu, who was originally glorious in the cultivation world, became in existence like a street rat. Although he wasn't beaten up by everyone because of his high cultivation, there was no doubt that everyone didn't like him. As a result, the reputation of the 9 Mysteries Tower in the cultivation world declined a lot. At this time, as the biggest winner of the Battle of Luo Xan Mountain, after returning to Qingming River, he immediately rode his spiritual pet mount, Black Tortoise, and headed north along the Qingyu Canal opened by Wuxia School. Lu Ping held a purple jade slip in his hand, and the contents recorded in it were continuously imprinted in Lu Ping's mind. Detailed explanation of Wuxia School's formation. This could be regarded as the most important inheritance of the Wuxia School's formation inheritance, and this complete inheritance of the formation was obtained by Lu Ping from the storage device of Golden Cicada Laozu, who died in his hands. Lu Ping was not very proficient in the formation, but he had a deep understanding of it. From this detailed explanation of the formation, Lu Ping could know that a considerable part of the formation inheritance of Wuxia School was influenced by the cauldron of heaven and earth, so most of the formation achievements could be related to the 5 elements, especially the mastery of various terrains and veins. It was also because of Wuxia School's research and achievements in this aspect that they were able to steal the water vein of Qingming River by opening up the Qingyu Canal. However, Lu Ping saw a lot of the recorded contents, which were similar to the combination of the formation and magic power that was often used in the overseas cultivation world to guide the veins of earth, spiritual veins, and even islands. This detailed explanation of the formation would be of great use when he brought it back to Zhenling. Lu Ping was not a formation master, so he only knew a little about these things at most. However, what Lu Ping paid attention to was the loopholes, defects, and shortcomings of the formation inheritance of Wuxia School recorded in this detailed explanation of the formation, as well as various ways to crack the formation. After imprinting these things in his mind, Lu Ping put away the jade slip. The things recorded in this jade slip were vast and profound, and Lu Ping could not understand them all in a short time. He could only remember them for now and ponder them bit by bit in the future when he had time and energy. With a flash of light in Lu Ping's hand, a ring of 5 colors appeared in his hand. This was a first tribulation spirit treasure from Golden Cicada Laozu. This spirit treasure ring was riding on the ring of 5 elements, and the 5 colors on the ring were divided into 5 elements. This spirit treasure could be directly used as a spirit treasure to fight against enemies, and at the same time, it could also be used as a formation plate tool to quickly set up a formation. For a formation master, it was a top-grade treasure. This spirit treasure could not be a better gift for Black Fox, but now this treasure was of great use to Lu Ping. At this time, there was still half of the water vein in Linglong's wine tripod. If Lu Ping refined it in the normal way of closed-door training, he would probably use half of it and lose the other half. However, in the detailed explanation of the formation left by Golden Cicada Laozu, Lu Ping found a formation called Spirit Gathering Formation of 5 Elements Reincarnation. This formation could turn the spirit veins of 5 elements for its own use, and the ring of 5 elements, this spirit treasure, was the key of the formation. If Lu Ping could use this formation to help him refine the water vein, he would get twice the result with half the effort, and Lu Ping's cultivation would usher in a rapid growth in a short time. Of these 2 treasures, one was a complete inheritance, and the other was a spirit treasure that could be used to arrange almost all the formations related to the 5 elements. It could be said that they were the treasures that Golden Cicada Laozu had, which Lu Ping valued the most. Of course, a great practitioner born in the Holy Land would not only have these few treasures, but the rest of the treasures were not essential to Lu Ping. In addition to taking away all the spirit items of heaven and earth and the top-grade spirit stones, Lu Ping only valued the jade slips that Golden Cicada Laozu used to record things casually. These things that Golden Cicada Laozu wrote down casually were very precious to Lu Ping. As a great practitioner born in the Holy Land and the #1 Grandmaster of formations in his sect, Golden Cicada Laozu's status was noble enough, and his knowledge was broad enough. In Lu Ping's eyes, the things he wrote down casually were all kinds of big events and secrets of the Wuxia School or the cultivation world, and these things were extremely important to Lu Ping. As for the more than 10 spirit items of heaven and earth collected by Golden Cicada Laozu, most of them were below the middle grade of the earth rank. There were only 3 kinds of the upper grade of the earth rank, and 1 kind of the middle grade and lower grade of the heaven rank. After Lu Ping had successfully sprouted the Samling 5 elements leaf, he had obtained a fully matured 5 elements leaf and 3 seeds. One of the seeds had been sprouted by Lu Ping with a wood phoenix golden core of the early stage of the core forging realm. This Samling 5 elements leaf was sprouted to make up for the damaged essence of Heaven Laozu, and now it had already grown 3 leaves. Sprouting the Samling 5 elements leaf was not an easy task. It required a large number of spirit items of heaven and earth to be prepared. Even with Lu Ping's wealth, he felt quite powerless. Therefore, although Lu Ping no longer cared about mystic and earth-grade spirit items, He had no choice but to collect them as much as possible. Lu Ping still had 2 seeds of the Samling 5 Elements leaf. Who knew when they would come in handy? Moreover, when Lu Ping had sprouted the first Samling 5 Elements leaf, it was immediately snatched away by the Dharma idol of the dragon. Moreover, the Dharma idol had carefully suppressed it in the pure Yang pearl. It could be seen that the Samling 5 Elements leaf was not only used to make up for a cultivator's damaged essence. As for the rest of the things, Lu Ping had handed them over to Debao. Debao would pick out the useful things for Lu Ping. As for the things that were not needed, he would sort them out and leave them to Lu Ping. Chapter 1253. Lu Ping suddenly turned around and stood up from the back of the black tortoise. His divine thought even created a breeze on the canal, spreading all the way to both sides of the canal. Soon Lu Ping discovered something. The conveyance light under his feet flashed and brought up a stream of water. The water then scattered in the air and quickly turned into a mist, which then condensed into clouds. Lu Ping's body had disappeared in the clouds, and the condensed clouds also converged with the clouds in the sky at this time. It was difficult to see which cloud was the one Lu Ping was riding on, and which was the real one. Wave treading technique. After Lu Ping refined the pure Yang spiritual treasure in half, he had a very deep understanding of the water transformation talisman, and his control of the North Sea 12 orthodox techniques became more and more proficient. Lu Ping's current divine thought level had far surpassed that of a grand cultivator and was even close to that of a pure Yang cultivator. After his divine thought spread out without any hindrance, it could even cover a distance of 50 to 60 miles. Just 50 to 60 miles away from the canal, Lu Ping stepped on the clouds and spread his divine thought again. He muttered to himself, "What a familiar aura. Isn't this the aura of the pure Yang cultivator Laozu, who guided me to the Qingming River?" In the Qingming River, because the Wuxia school separated and let out a branch of the water vein, the entire Qingming River's water vein was abnormally turbulent. Lu Ping tried several times but he could not enter it. In the end, he entered it under the guidance of a pure Yang cultivator who passed by. This might be just a whim for the pure Yang cultivator, but Lu Ping still remembered the aura of the pure Yang cultivator very clearly. If it were not for the pure Yang cultivator's help, Lu Ping would not have gained such a great benefit in the Battle of Luo Xan Mountain. Violent spiritual energy fluctuations came from tens of kilometers away. It was clear that a great battle was taking place there. Moreover, the aura of this pure Yang cultivator was mixed in the battle, causing Lu Ping to hesitate for a moment. A battle involving a pure Yang cultivator was obviously not something that Lu Ping was willing to get involved in. Furthermore, from what Lu Ping could sense with his spiritual force, this pure Yang cultivator's aura was fluctuating abnormally. This was obviously because he was seriously injured. Furthermore, from the looks of the battle, this pure Yang cultivator Laozu did not seem to be in good condition. However, if he didn't go, Lu Ping would feel guilty for receiving help from this pure Yang cultivator. After all, this pure Yang cultivator had helped Lu Ping before. In the end, Lu Ping decided to go and take a look. It would naturally be best if he could help. However, if the situation was critical and Lu Ping might die if he went, then Lu Ping would not care about his conscience. After all, it was just a simple favor. It was not to the point where Lu Ping would risk his life to help. Lu Ping opened the cloud sail, and his whole body became even more ethereal among the clouds. Then, under the gentle breeze, he slowly moved towards the place with spiritual energy fluctuations. 30 kilometers away, Linyu Laozu was surrounded by the 5 great Juzi of Wuxia school. The 5 great Juzi joined forces to form the 5 elements formation and actually blocked the attack of the pure Yang cultivator. Linyu Laozu firmly trapped him in the formation. At this time, Lu Ping had slowly approached the sky not far away from the battle. However, when he saw the people fighting in the battle, Lu Ping was still slightly surprised. Lu Ping did not appear during the battle at Luo Xan Mountain, so he did not recognize Linyu Laozu. At that time, this pure Yang cultivator was obviously the one who helped him enter the water vein. However, at this time, this pure Yang cultivator's face was as pale as paper, and his feet were unsteady. It was obvious that he was seriously injured and fighting with the 5 people in front of him. The 5 great Juzi of the 5 element sect joined forces to block the attack of a pure Yang cultivator. This might seem unbelievable to outsiders, but Lu Ping, who was in the situation, could clearly see the reason why. Although Linyu Laozu was a pure Yang cultivator, at this time he was seriously injured and his strength was greatly reduced. Although the 5 grade Juzi of 5 elements were only at the mid-Dharma stage, each of the 5 grade Juzi was the best of the best among the cultivators of the same level. In the world of cultivation, even if they encountered a great cultivator at the late Dharma stage, they were confident that they could escape unscathed. These 5 great Juzi of Wuxing school were the first direct disciples of the 5 schools. Together with the support of the formation, it was completely possible for them to trap a severely injured pure yang cultivator. Moreover, at this time, it was not that Lin Yu Laozu did not have a chance to escape, but he might have to pay a higher price. Most importantly, there were 2 young early Dharma adepts beside Lin Yu Laozu. Although these 2 early Dharma adepts were not weak, they were not enough to deal with the 5 great Juzi of Wuxing school. Although the 2 of them were working hard to attack the 5 elements formation, in reality, they had become Lin Yu Laozu's burden. Lin Yu Laozu had to defend against the attacks of the 5 grade Juzi of 5 elements and take care of these 2 people at the same time. The situation was getting more and more dangerous. Senior Lin Yu, as long as you hand over the 2 people behind you, we will let you go. How about that? No matter what, you are a pure yang cultivator. Although we can trap you if you are desperate and fight with your life, we will be dragged down with you. The person who spoke was a tall and well-built cultivator in his 30s. He looked honest, but his eyes were very lively. Among the 5 Juzi, Lu Ping had only seen the Juzi of the wood element, Mu Changxing, and the Juzi of the water element, Shui Jiro. The person in front of him occupied the leading position of the 5 elements formation and had a pure and strong earth element technique. He must be Tu Gaoshan, who had the highest level of cultivation among the Juzi of the 5 elements. As for the tall and skinny cultivator, he was skillful with fire magic, so he must be the Juzi of the fire element, Huo Wuyang. The last cultivator with 9 flying swords circling around him must be the Juzi of the metal element, Jin Jirui. Yi Wuxing school is full of people with flowery words. Do you think the old man didn't see the talisman you threw out earlier? That was the 1,000-mile voice talisman, wasn't it? I don't know who you called Mu Lingzi or Jin Lingzi. The smile on Tu Gaoshan's face froze. These old monsters were all old and cunning. Obviously, it was very difficult to deceive them with their tricks. Fortunately, Tu Gaoshan didn't intend to let Lin Yu Laozu go. This person's sect had been destroyed by Wuxing school, so he was already an irreconcilable enemy with Wuxing school. The battle at Luo Xian Mountain had caused a lot of trouble for Wuxing school. Now that he was seriously injured, he was like a tiger out of a mountain. It was the time for the Juzi of the 5 elements to show their power. Senior Lin Yu, you think too highly of yourself. In your current state, even us juniors aren't a match for you, so why bother Patriarch Ji? As long as a few second-generation great cultivators of our sect rush over, do you think you'll have any chance of victory? Lin Yu Laozu snorted coldly and didn't answer, but his face looked much worse. He was able to advance to the pure yang stage by a trick and a lot of luck. Among the pure yang cultivators, he was really not a good opponent. Now that he was seriously injured, if a few more grand cultivators of Wuxing school came, Lin Yu Laozu really couldn't deal with them. Humph, so Wuxing school is starting to take revenge on those cultivators who made things difficult for you at Luo Xian Mountain. Does Wuxing school really want to be the enemy of the whole cultivation world? It seemed that Wuxing school had suffered a big loss in the battle at Luo Xian Mountain, but in fact the result was that the cultivators of various sects who had united after the battle dispersed. Coupled with the matter of 8 Sister Zhu, the loosely united sects became even more alienated from each other. However, Wuxing school, which had failed in their plot, didn't hide away. Instead, they began to secretly find trouble with several sects who had made things difficult for Wuxing school. This was the manifestation of the strong being respected in the cultivation world. The weak might be able to unite for a short time to check and balance the strong because of common interests, but that was all they could do. However, the weak could not always unite against external enemies. Once the alliance collapsed, the strong would be able to take advantage of it, and the weak would have to face attacks one by one. If they wanted to get rid of this method, they should never think about uniting. That could only play a temporary role. The fundamental thing was to become stronger. Only when they became strong they could only bully others and not be bullied by others. That was why Jinling was so obsessed with becoming a large sect. Almost all the Dharma adepts of the older generation were now fighting with their lives for this dream. Tu Gaoshan chuckled. He didn't agree with this, but he didn't refute it either. There was no one else here, and the few people in front of him were people who would definitely die. There was no need for them to hide their intentions from them. Lu Ping had received the inheritance Jade Scroll from Golden Cicada Laozu, so he naturally paid close attention to the 5 elements formation, which was a special skill of Wuxing school. Moreover, Lu Ping only looked at the way to break the five elements formation, so he didn't have to spend any effort to study the detailed operation of the five elements formation. He only cared about looking for loopholes and flaws. Therefore, in the short period of a month since the battle at Luoxan Mountain, Lu Ping's understanding of the five elements formation could be considered rough. From Lu Ping's point of view, when the five elements formation operated by the five elements formation, there were actually several opportunities to seriously injure or even kill the two early Dharma adepts that Lin Yu Laozu was protecting. However, they had all let it go. However, Lu Ping immediately understood the plan of the five elements formation. The five of them were very clear that Lin Yu Laozu still had the strength to fight back. At the very least, he had the ability to perish together with his enemies. Meanwhile, these two could be used very well to restrict Lin Yu Laozu's energy. Under the protection of the doppelgangers, it would be very difficult for Lin Yu Laozu to pose a threat to the five of them. He could only focus on protecting himself. As the saying goes, if you defend for too long, you will definitely lose. When the five elements formation operated, it was famous for the five elements complementing each other for a long time. The last thing they were afraid of was the loss of inner yuan. This made them confident that they could even fight a battle of attrition with a pure yang adept like Lin Yu Laozu. The seriously injured pure yang Laozu was nothing more than a toothless tiger in their eyes. However, they didn't expect that there was a dragon hiding in the sky not far away from them. Moreover, this dragon had already figured out their ins and outs and was still thinking of a sneak attack. This was undoubtedly a hidden disaster for the five elements formation. Chapter 1254. How could Lin Yu Laozu not see the situation he was in right now? It was just that the two early Dharma minor repairs that he was protecting behind him were the grand disciples of Luoxan Laozu, who had saved his life when his own sect was destroyed. When he saved these two, Lin Yu Laozu already knew that it was too late for Luoxan's sect. These two disciples that Luoxan Laozu had risked her life to save were the last remnants of Luoxan Laozu's legacy for the sect. Lin Yu Laozu naturally wanted to save the descendants of his old friend and benefactor. He had been a lone practitioner for most of his life and was now a pure yang practitioner. However, he had never thought about starting a sect, nor had he ever wanted to rebuild his once destroyed sect to continue its legacy. However, when he saw these two grand disciples of his old friend, he could not help but want to help his old friend fulfill his wish to continue the legacy of his sect. Even when he was already in a dangerous situation, he still did not want to break out of the encirclement on his own. Instead, he tried his best to protect the two sons of his old friend behind him. Lin Yu Laozu naturally knew that his actions were actually playing into the hands of Jianghu of the five elements. However, as he looked at the two juniors behind him who were still trying their best to attack the five elements formation in an attempt to reduce the pressure on him, Lin Yu Laozu could not help but laugh at himself. Ever since the day his sect was destroyed, he had never thought about carrying anything on his back. That was why he had been a lone practitioner, free to roam the world. As someone who could clearly distinguish between kindness and hatred, he could single-handedly find trouble with Wuxing school. However, even though he was now a pure yang practitioner, he had never thought about leaving behind the legacy of his sect. But now, looking at the two little cultivators behind him shouldering the heavy burden of his old friend's entire sect, Patriarch Lin Yu suddenly realized that he had never thought of leaving anything behind since he came to this world. Perhaps he should have left something behind for his own sect, but he didn't know if he would have the chance to do so. It was too late in the end. At this moment, the Jianghu of the five elements who were surrounding Lin Yu Laozu and the others suddenly became nervous. They could see that Lin Yu Laozu was acting strangely and thought that this pure yang practitioner was finally going to abandon the two burdens and escape. They all became more vigilant and the five elements formation spun even faster. The attacks between the Jianghu also became more intense. Ancestor Lin Yu immediately returned to his senses. The grade 1 tribulation spirit treasure jasper wind flute in his hand rapidly spun above his head. Every time it spun, a flute would separate from it. The clear jasper bagpipes spun 5 times in the air. Each of the 5 bagpipes emitted a strange sound that could penetrate one's mind as they spun. They split up into 5 different positions and stabilized the situation of the battle once again. This old fellow really had a trump card up his sleeve. Tu Gaoshan gritted his teeth. These pure yang practitioners were not easy to deal with at all for Tu Gaoshan. Tu Gaoshan gave the other 4 people a look and suddenly threw an item into the 5 elements formation. Lin Yu Laozu did not know what this item was. Out of caution he tried his best to avoid it. Unexpectedly, the item suddenly exploded in mid-air. 3 15 or 16-year-old children jumped out from it. After looking at the five elements formation for a while, they immediately joined forces to attack two Gaoshan. These were green sea snakes? Lin Yu Laozu was slightly stunned. Among the three green sea snakes in front of him, only the boy was a Dharma adept. The other two girls were only at the peak of the core forging stage. However, with the three of them working together, their strength was not any weaker than the two third-generation disciples of the Luo Xian sect. But why would there be green sea snakes? The moment Samling appeared, he attacked the Wuxia school. However, the Juzi of the five elements did not care. For people like Samling or the two early Dharma adepts who were under Lin Yu Laozu's protection, they were not afraid of the Juzi of the five elements. The five elements formation was originally a method to defeat the strong with fewer people. On the contrary, the appearance of Samling increased the burden on Lin Yu Laozu once again. The moment Samling attacked, Lin Yu Laozu knew that these three children were basically asking for death. Lin Yu Laozu instinctively protected them. In mid-air, the green jade flute once again produced a flute shadow to protect Samling. Green sea snakes, what would happen if they died in the central plains? Tu Gaoshan had a sinister smile on his face, as if his plot had succeeded. He had some understanding of Lin Yu Laozu's character. Although Samling was very strong when they joined forces, their training was limited. No matter how strong they would not be a threat to the Juzi of the five elements. On the contrary, once Lin Yu Laozu protected them, they would definitely delay Lin Yu Laozu again. As for the two early Dharma adepts from the Luo Xian sect, minor repairs, they were nothing to the Juzi of the five elements. From the very beginning, the Juzi of the five elements had wanted to deal with Lin Yu Laozu. The so-called killing of the Luo Xian sect members was just an excuse to divert Lin Yu Laozu's attention. Lin Yu Laozu looked up into the sky. The clouds in the sky flashed past, and the sunlight that was hiding behind them suddenly burst out. For a moment, even Lin Yu Laozu could not help but squint under the light. No, this was not sunlight. This was the light of a sword. Although Lin Yu Laozu was seriously injured and only had 3 or 4 levels of training left, he immediately realized that something was wrong. This was all thanks to the sky-splitting sword sage, Xiao Baiyu, who had joined forces with him during the battle on Luo Xian Mountain a month ago. His swordsmanship had left a deep impression on Lin Yu. This person was not Xiao Baiyu, but his swordsmanship revealed a charm that he had only seen from Xiao Baiyu. The light of the sword in front of him lacked the sharpness of the sky-splitting sword sage, but it was more domineering. Among the five elements rule, the person that Lu Ping wanted to deal with the most was Mu Changxing. When Samling had been captured, Lu Ping had fought against the two great cultivators of Wuxia school. Mu Changxing's sneak attack had almost caused Lu Ping to be doomed eternally. However, just as Lu Ping was hiding at the side and had seen through the five elements formation, he did not expect Tu Gaoshan to act smart and release Samling to delay Lin Yu Laozu. Without thinking, Lu Ping used Tu Gaoshan, who was the most difficult to deal with among the five elements rule. Lu Ping had seen the method to break the five elements formation in Laozu's formation inheritance. The five elements formation, which had been hastily set up by the five elements rule, actually had many flaws, and these flaws were in the five elements rule itself. It was really a case of wearing out iron shoes and fruitless search, only to find it so effortlessly. Lu Ping's sword light finally attracted the attention of the five elements rule. Tu Gaoshan's expression changed. He did not expect someone to sneak so close to him to launch an attack. The moment the sword light slashed down, Tu Gaoshan had used the five elements formation to restrain Lin Yu Laozu with the help of the other five people. Even worse, the power of the five elements formation had just been added to Mu Changxing's body. At that moment, Tu Gaoshan's strength was at its lowest. Was this gap intentional or a fluke? Tu Gaoshan did not have time to think about it because the sword light had already approached him in an instant. Tu Gaoshan had to use his own strength to resist the sword light that fell from the sky. But at this moment, Ancestor Lin Yu suddenly burst forth as if he had a telepathic connection. Under his control, the Jasper Breeze flute in his hand attacked the other four cultivators one after another. The moment Lu Ping restrained Tu Gaoshan, the five elemental array's operation inevitably faltered for a moment. Ancestor Lin Yu seized this opportunity and disintegrated the five elemental array in one fell swoop. Clang, 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 clang. What fell from the sky was not one beam of sword light, but countless beams of sword light. Like a waterfall, they formed a long sword shadow in the sky. One by one they chopped down on Tu Gaoshan's treasure. Tu Gaoshan might not be the strongest among the five elements formation, but he was definitely the most difficult to deal with. Moreover, his cultivation was the highest. He even dared to say that he was invincible among his peers with his defensive magical power. This was very similar to his grandmaster, Earth's spiritual son Laozu. It was just that a month ago, Earth's spiritual son's defense was broken by Xiao Baiyu's peerless swordsmanship and he was injured. Today, Lu Ping's thin water-flowing sword also turned one sword into 10,000 swords. Even with the enhancement of the spiritual treasure in his hand, Tu Gaoshan's defensive magical power was shaken by the continuous sword lights. The level 2 spiritual treasure in Tu Gaoshan's hand was personally bestowed by his grandmaster, Earth's spiritual son. Tu Gaoshan did not want to destroy the level 2 spiritual treasure in his hand because of this. Dodging and jumping, Tu Gaoshan was forced to temporarily leave the position he occupied by Lu Ping's sword light. However, it was not so easy to sit back down. Fortunately, Tu Gaoshan seemed to have sensed the strength of the person who was coming. Before he retreated to the position, he quickly shouted, "The formation can't hold on any longer. Be careful." Lin Yu Laozu was very experienced. Just as Tu Gaoshan was dodging and jumping, he had already sensed the weakness of the formation. He continuously attacked the 4 Juzi on the field. As for the other 4 Juzi, because the Earth's spiritual sun was missing, the interlocking 5 elements formation suddenly became much weaker because of the lack of Tu Gaoshan. Lin Yu Laozu took the opportunity to break through the attacks of the 4 Juzi and killed his way out of the 5 elements formation. Behind him, the 2 early Dharma adepts from the Luo Xan sect and the Samling came out one after another. Without the 5 elements formation, the 4 Juzi did not dare to entangle with Lin Yu Laozu anymore. They could only hide in front of Lu Ping and Tu Gaoshan and make a defensive posture, waiting for the storm to come. However, the counterattack they imagined did not appear at all. Instead, there was a sudden scream from the battle between Lu Ping and Tu Gaoshan, which seemed to be Tu Gaoshan's own voice. The other 4 Juzi were shocked. When the person came, although they did not see his face clearly, the surging aura around him made them think that he was just a cultivator of the same level. Between cultivators of the same level, who in Wuxia school was afraid of. However, just as Samling followed Lin Yu Laozu out of the 5 elements formation, Samling all sniffed as if he had discovered something. Then Lu Hai shouted, "Father, is that you? Are you here to save us?" At the same time, Shui Jiro and Mu Changxing also seemed to recognize the face of the person in front of them. "Lu Tianping, he is Lu Tianping of Beihai." Shui Jiro shouted at the crowd, but it was too late. Chapter 1255. The newcomer was Lu Tianping, the North Sea Celestial of Sword, who had traveled in Middle-earth for decades and earned the title of the #1 cultivator of the 3rd generation. Tu Gaoshan's heart sank. If it were someone else, he would definitely scoff at this title. #1 cultivator of the 3rd generation? Had he asked for the title? However, when Lu Tianping escaped from Wuxia school's pursuit at Qingming River, he was the guy who calmly retreated and injured one of them when he was surrounded by 2 great cultivators and attacked by Mu Changxing from the side. Such accomplishments were accomplished by the great cultivators of the 5-element sect as foils, and this couldn't be faked at all. No matter how indignant Tu Gaoshan was, he knew that it was absolutely impossible for him to accomplish such a feat under those circumstances. Lu Tianping slashed out with his sword, and countless sword lights drew a long shadow in the sky, charging toward Tu Gaoshan one after another. They forced him away from the 5th earth position of the 5 elements formation and forced him to keep retreating. The sudden attacks that were like a violent storm made it hard for him to breathe. Even though he was retreating all the way, he couldn't catch his breath at all. The person in front of him seemed to have a true essence that was as thick as the sea, and when it was being operated, it was like a surging river that flowed endlessly. The sword techniques and divine abilities that were like a waterfall were pouncing on him one after another. Soon, Tu Gaoshan felt like his body was filled with dense sword light. These sword lights all revolved around him. From afar, the sword lights around Tu Gaoshan had formed a huge ball of sword light. Tu Gaoshan couldn't move at all. He could only rely on his defensive magic to protect himself. Tu Gaoshan could feel that the sword lights around him were like fish taking advantage of his weakness. As long as he revealed even the slightest flaw, the sword lights would immediately bite and tear at him, constantly widening the gap until the defensive magic was completely destroyed. The serial killing technique suddenly changed into the stone-piercing sword technique, then into the raging waves slapping shore sword technique, then into the 1,000 piles of snow sword technique, and the sword lights that he managed to block with great difficulty intertwined into the seeping sword technique. One after another, Lu Ping cast the great techniques and sword techniques with ease. He had never felt this way before. There were no longer any restraints in his sword techniques, and he could always cast the most suitable and sharp sword techniques at the most opportune time. Lu Ping's sword techniques were no longer restricted. He could cast them at will, but he could always cast the most suitable and sharpest sword techniques at the most opportune time. From the beginning to the end, Lu Ping had not performed any supreme divine ability. However, these great divine abilities of swordsmanship combined at will, waiting for the right opportunity to be launched. Tu Gaoshan, who had even performed the supreme divine ability, was out of breath. Lu Ping knew that at this moment, the divine abilities of swordsmanship were no longer limited to one form in his eyes. His understanding of the divine abilities of swordsmanship had once again broken through a bottleneck and entered a whole new realm. Tu Gaoshan, the tortoise shell, became the best practice target for Lu Ping at this time. As a result, Lu Ping immediately began to consolidate his swordsmanship after entering this new realm. However, the price he paid was that Tu Gaoshan was completely suppressed by Lu Ping. As the first heir of Wuxia school, he was now completely suppressed by Lu Ping and had no power to fight back. Such an unimaginable thing happened in front of the other four Juzi. "What, this is impossible?" Hua the Infinitude screamed. He turned into a ball of fire and was about to crash into Lu Ping. Hua the Infinitude was also a proud person. He and Tu Gaoshan used the Juzi of the 5 elements, one attacking and the other defending. Usually when they fought, neither of them could do anything to the other. In Hua the Infinitude's eyes, the real experts among the 3rd generation of cultivators in the world of cultivation were only on par with the two of them. Tu Gaoshan's fighting style meant that he could only be a stepping stone. Tu Gaoshan must be the one with the strongest defense among the 3rd generation of cultivators. As long as he could defeat Tu Gaoshan one day and use this stepping stone to ascend, no one in the 3rd generation of cultivators in the world of cultivation would be able to stop his attacks. However, before Hua the Infinitude could grow to the point where he could suppress Tu Gaoshan, this North Sea swordsman in front of him could actually beat Tu Gaoshan to the point where he could not fight back with the continuous great divine swordsmanship. This huge psychological gap immediately drove Hua the Infinitude crazy. He rushed forward desperately, wanting to prove that all this was fake. This was because the absolute power that Lu Ping had displayed made him feel suffocated. Hua the Infinitude's cultivation was already one step away from the late Dharma stage. He knew that no matter how hard he worked, he would most likely not be able to reach the level of Lu Ping before he reached the late Dharma stage. He would rather not believe that all this was not real. He wanted to join forces with Tu Gaoshan to completely tear this minor repairs, who came from the poorest place in the world of cultivation, into pieces. This kind of person should not have appeared in the world of cultivation, especially not in such a poor place as the North Sea. However, Linyu Laozu was a dignified pure yang. Previously, Laozu had almost been trapped by a few minor repairs, who were 2 generations younger than him. As a pure yang adept, where could he put his face? Now that he had broken out of the formation, there was actually someone who dared to look down on him. This time, no matter how good-tempered Linyu Laozu was, he was enraged. With a yeah sound from his mouth, Hua the Infinitude, who had just flown into mid-air, suddenly swayed as if he was drunk. An intense pain came from his divine consciousness, causing Hua the Infinitude to roar in mid-air like a mad beast. If the other 3 Juzi had not sensed that something was wrong and hurriedly joined forces to surround and attack Linyu Laozu, who knew whether Hua the Infinitude, a direct descendant of the Holy Land of Wuxia school, would have gone crazy just like that. Shui Jiro and the others were immediately suppressed by Linyu Laozu, who had been freed up. If Linyu Laozu's injuries were not so severe, he would not have been able to fight against the 4 minor repairs, who had already lost the support of the formation until now. At this moment, Linyu Laozu could actually retreat with the burden beside him, and the 4 Juzi of the 5 elements would definitely not be able to stop him. However, at this moment, Lu Ping was still fighting happily on the other side. With Linyu Laozu's insight, he could naturally see that Lu Ping was entering a rare state of epiphany. If Lu Ping had not saved him just now, Linyu Laozu would definitely be in an extremely sorry state when he was trapped in the 5 elements formation. At this moment he naturally would not leave. Instead, he restrained the other 4 Juzi, preventing them from destroying Lu Ping's current epiphany. Seeing that the situation had turned in an instant, Shui Jiro did not know how to get out of the predicament she was in. She turned her eyes and saw Samling and the others on the other side, so she hurriedly shouted, "Kill these minor repairs." Hua Wuliang, Mu Changxing and Jin Jirue, who had calmed down from the madness, all understood. While they were trying their best to hold off Linyu Laozu, they attacked the two cultivators from Luoxian sect in Samling. Samling had a tacit understanding between them, and they had many treasures left behind by Lu Ping so they could actually block one of the attacks. However, the other two cultivators from Luoxian sect were not so lucky, and they were directly blasted away by Huo Wuyang's fire soaring. At this moment, the two of them finally understood that the gap between them and the ruler of the five elements was actually so great, and it was even to the extent that they couldn't even withstand a casual attack from one of the ruler of the five elements. Both of them weren't stupid, so they naturally immediately understood that they'd become a burden to Ancestor Lin Yu in the five-element formation earlier, and they weren't taken seriously by the ruler of the five elements at all. Another loud roar came from the sky. At this moment, Tu Gaoshan had been surrounded by Lu Ping's swordsmanship like a ball of sword light, and it was also at this moment that the change happened. The sword lights surrounding Tu Gaoshan were the sword lights left behind by Lu Ping's swordsmanship during this period of time. However, these sword lights seemed to have a life of their own. They did not dissipate after Lu Ping's next swordsmanship. Instead, they were densely packed like piranhas, nailing onto Tu Gaoshan's defensive swordsmanship. It was enough to make one's scalp go numb. At this moment, Lu Ping's swordsmanship changed again. The two swords of the thin water unstoppable sword circled, and the 129,600 sword lights and the densely packed sword lights around Tu Gaoshan moved at the same time. The originally aimless sword lights seemed to have been set up by Lu Ping. The moment the 100 rivers run into the sea was activated, these loose sword lights suddenly became the foundation of Lu Ping's swordsmanship. Sword formation. It was a sword formation. From the beginning, any of Lu Ping's great swordsmanship was a setup. Tu Gaoshan had unknowingly been surrounded by the sword formation that Lu Ping had set up inadvertently. The sword lights that seemed to dissipate on their own revealed their fangs at this moment. Under the leadership of the thin water unstoppable sword, they formed a perfect trap that directly trapped Tu Gaoshan in the center of the sword formation. The 100 rivers run into the sea. At this moment, Lu Ping's control of the supreme swordsmanship had finally reached the realm of great success. The 100 rivers run into the sea was not just a huge whirlpool of swordsmanship that could be used to strangle all opponents. It was also a supreme swordsmanship that could contain all the swordsmanship in the world for one's own use. It was the highest goal of the two supreme swordsmanships of the North Sea 12 orthodox techniques. When the water ape called out Jiao Doran's inheritance when he killed the cauldron of heaven and earth, Lu Ping already knew that whether it was the 100 rivers run into the sea, or the changing seas into mulberry fields, they were the means that Jiao Doran had used to create the world. They were the true divine powers of creation. Tu Gaoshan, who was trapped by Lu Ping's sword array, was like a boiled egg that was easily peeled off layer by layer in the face of the sea of 100 rivers. In the end, Tu Gaoshan could only let out an unwilling and fearful roar before he abruptly stopped moving. The first heir disciple of Wuxia school had fallen. Chapter 1256. The fact that Tu Gaoshan was torn apart so easily by Lu Ping completely shocked the other four Juzi. Lin Yu Laozu was a little flustered when he attacked the two cultivators from Luoxian sect in Samling. The four Juzi looked at each other with fear in their eyes. Suddenly Mu Changxing shouted, "Retreat!" The four of them used the trump cards that they were most proud of in their lives. At this moment, no one wanted to hold anything back. The supreme magical powers that they had carefully honed, and with the help of the spiritual treasures that Wuxia school had prepared for them, they smashed toward Lin Yu Laozu and the people who were protecting him. Lin Yu Laozu was an arrow at the end of its flight, so he did not dare to face the madness of these people head-on. He swung the breeze flute in his hand, and a wave of air blew the four people hundreds of feet away. Lin Yu Laozu's feet flashed, and he managed to avoid the desperate magical powers that the four people used to cover his retreat. However, his surging qi and blood were like a volcano that was about to erupt in his body. However, Lin Yu Laozu was a pure young cultivator after all. He would not let these juniors run wild in front of him. The breeze flute in his hand seemed to have caught something in the air. He suddenly flicked the spiritual treasure in his hand, and Hua the Infinitude, who was flying in front of him, suddenly cried out in pain and fell from the sky. Shui Jiro and Jin Jirue were shocked. They hurriedly carried Hua the Infinitude to the left and right, and flew all the way while Mu Changxing stayed behind to cover their retreat. When he saw that Lin Yu Laozu had gotten up to chase after them, he turned around and chased after the other three. Ancestor Lin Yu, whose face was pale, finally suppressed the blood in his heart with great difficulty, but he was still injured on top of his injuries in the end. However, when he raised his head to look at the person who had trapped and killed Tu Gaoshan earlier, he discovered that the person had suddenly disappeared. Although the spiritual treasure in Tu Gaoshan's hand was only a first tribulation spiritual treasure, it was a rock shield that mainly focused on defense. Tu Gaoshan himself was famous for being as immovable as a mountain, and most of his magical powers were focused on defense. However, after Lu Ping gained a deeper understanding of swordsmanship, the thin water flow sword, which was also a first tribulation spirit treasure, shredded Tu Gaoshan and the first tribulation spirit treasure into pieces with the 100 rivers flow into the sea sword array. At this moment, Lu Ping was in the mood to comprehend his swordsmanship. He was filled with killing intent and wanted to use Tu Gaoshan to practice his swordsmanship. Tu Gaoshan, who only knew how to defend himself, couldn't satisfy Lu Ping's desire to practice his swordsmanship. Lu Ping, who was paying close attention to the battle on the other side, immediately saw the other four retreating the moment Tu Gaoshan fell. Mu Changxing. This person was once saved by Lu Ping and Su Jin in the Land of Five Elements, but he almost made Lu Ping suffer a great loss outside the Qingming River. In order to neutralize his vibrant fallen leaves spell, Lu Ping even wasted half a portion of the myriad wonder dew. A blue light flashed and Tu Gaoshan's storage mystic instrument flew into Lu Ping's hand. Then he pointed his other hand at the cyan light from afar. Mu Changxing, who was flying, felt a chill in his heart. He suddenly felt that he was being stared at, and all the hair on his body stood up. Suddenly, he seemed to notice something, and he reached out to grab a handful of flowers from the flower basket and threw them forward. A shower of flowers fell in front of him. As the rain of flowers fell, nearly a third of the petals fell in the space 10 feet in front of Mu Changxing, but they strangely made a turn as if they were attracted by something. A blue flying sword covered in petals suddenly appeared 10 feet in front of Mu Changxing, but Mu Changxing was already prepared. He casually plucked a green leaf from the flower basket, and it immediately turned into a wooden shield to block the water gloom sword. The water gloom sword shook, and the petals attached to the sword were immediately shattered by the sword chi. The water gloom sword disappeared into the void after missing its target. Mu Changxing's expression was solemn, and he was about to fly away again when the space in front of him split open again. A purple halo rushed out of the space, smashing towards Mu Changxing's head. It was telekinesis, and it was continuous telekinesis even after the aftermath of the battle. Mu Changxing knew very well who had attacked and why this person had targeted him. Before the purple halo could hit Mu Changxing, it was covered by the falling leaves and petals, unable to advance any further. But before Mu Changxing could breathe a sigh of relief, the purple halo suddenly shook, and another halo separated from it, then fell towards Mu Changxing's head. The bracelets were originally a pair of jade bracelets, but Lu Ping had combined them to block Mu Changxing's attack. Now that Mu Changxing's attack was blocked, the bracelets suddenly split apart. Although the bracelets still couldn't hurt Mu Changxing, they were enough to catch him off guard. Telekinesis was continuous telekinesis. Even a monstrous existence like Lu Ping could not guarantee that the numinous treasure would be able to unleash a fraction of its power. Against someone like Mu Changxing, it was already very rare for it to be able to slightly delay his escape. In Lu Ping's eyes, it was very normal for Mu Changxing to be able to dodge this hidden attack, and it was exactly what he had calculated. After being continuously attacked by Lu Ping's spatial abilities, Mu Changxing had unknowingly deviated from the direction of the other three Juzi. Mu Changxing's heart sank. He saw that Lu Ping had already taken the opportunity to catch up with him on his two flying swords. The pair of flying swords under his feet shot out, and a sword torrent crashed towards Mu Changxing's back like a falling river. After Lu Ping cultivated the Sea of 100 Rivers, to the greater success stage, he felt like he could cast the Great River Flows East, at will. Not only that, but the power of the Great River Flows East had also increased again. Lu Ping could even use the Sea of All Rivers sword art to reverse engineer it. He had a hunch that it wouldn't be long before he could push the brand new Great River Flowing East sword art to the level of Supreme God Power. This was a Supreme God Power sword technique that he had created after improving it. In the cultivation world, only pure Yang cultivators could create Supreme God Powers. After witnessing Lu Ping's sword technique that killed Tu Gaoshan like peeling an egg, Mu Changxing was already frightened by Lu Ping's sword technique. Seeing that the surging sword torrent was catching up to him, Mu Changxing scattered a handful of seeds from the flower basket without thinking. Then the seeds absorbed the surrounding water vapor in midair, and even the clouds around him became a lot lighter. After the seeds absorbed enough water in an instant, vines broke out from the seeds and began to grow. Then they waved behind Mu Changxing and collided with the torrent of sword techniques that were coming at him. Taking advantage of the moment when the great river flowing east sword art was blocked, countless branches, vines, petals, and green leaves flew out of the flower basket in Mu Changxing's hand and formed a door in front of him. Mu Changxing stepped into it and immediately disappeared. Then, the branches and leaves that formed the door began to wither and eventually became withered flowers and willows that scattered in midair. The waving vines were quickly harvested by the sword torrent. Lu Ping stood at the head of the tide and looked at the door that Mu Changxing had left through. He smiled and said, "It's really interesting." Then, the sword torrent under his feet stretched out in midair, forming a sword bridge across the void. On the other side of the sword bridge, it went deep into the void, leading to an unknown place. In a forest dozens of miles away, several big trees with entangled branches and leaves suddenly moved without any wind. The branches and leaves that were stuck together slowly retracted, forming a simple arched door. A green light curtain hung down, and Mu Changxing immediately tore the light curtain and walked out of the simple door. That was close. Lu Qimping's strength has grown so fast. Mu Changxing breathed a sigh of relief with lingering fear. The two giant trees that formed the spatial door behind him had lost their vitality and were rapidly withering. The branches and leaves on the trees had also begun to rustle and fall. But before he could completely relax, the two withering trees behind him suddenly turned into wood splinters amidst a series of crackling sounds. A bridge of sword light followed closely behind Mu Changxing, tearing through the space behind him. Mu Changxing jumped up like a frightened rabbit. He turned around and tried to escape without thinking. Lu Ping, who was behind him, stepped on the sword bridge and walked out of the spatial door. He looked around and said with a smile, "This is a good place for you." Mu Changxing knew that this fight was inevitable, so he didn't say anything. Fortunately, he had considered this when he had decided to exert his space magic to come here. The forest was dense, and it was indeed an area where Mu Changxing could exert his strength to the fullest. "Brother Lu, why are you so aggressive? Although I don't want to bully people with the power of my school, if I act like this, I will bring trouble to my school." Lu Ping sneered and said, "Tu Gaoshan has already died at my hands. Will the Wuxing school let me go?" Mu Changxing was silent, but he held the flower basket tighter in his hand. Lu Ping didn't waste any more words with him. The thin water-flowing sword cut the numerous branches in front of Mu Changxing into pieces. But Mu Changxing had already disappeared into the forest. However, as Lu Ping sneered, a painful groan came from dozens of feet away. The ghostly water sword had pierced through a tree trunk as thick as a bucket, and Mu Changxing's figure was slowly revealed. He had been nailed to the tree trunk by the ghostly water sword that Lu Ping had prepared. Lu Ping had already calculated Mu Changxing's next move when he had exerted his space magic to chase him into the forest. The ghostly water sword had already circled behind him while Lu Ping was talking to him. Mu Changxing had never expected that Lu Ping's divine will was much stronger than his, and that Lu Ping could even multitask when facing an opponent like him. What a pity. If you had the courage to fight with me, you wouldn't have been defeated so quickly. Lu Ping walked forward slowly. The thin water-flowing sword was already pointed at Mu Changxing, completely blocking all his escape routes. Chapter 1257. However, at this moment Lu Ping frowned slightly. He saw a hint of coldness flash through Mu Changxing's eyes. Immediately, Lu Ping sensed many things and stopped in his tracks. Instead of advancing, he retreated. A bell that looked like a giant bell fell from the sky and almost covered Lu Ping. Rain bell. Shui Jiro had arrived. Lu Ping stretched out his hand and the water ghost sword was pulled out of Mu Changxing's body. He wanted to stab again, but unfortunately Mu Changxing did not give him the chance. He immediately used the wood escape technique and appeared beside Shui Jiro. Lu Ping secretly sighed. The thin water unstoppable sword sprinkled sword light all around him, defending Lu Ping's body. Immediately, a wave of sword light flew towards Lu Ping. Suddenly, a dense sound rang out around Lu Ping's body. Jin Jirui's sneak attack had no chance of success against the seeping sword technique. Lu Ping made a quick decision. He turned around and retreated without the slightest hesitation. It was a small matter that Shui Jiro and Jin Jirui came to help, but the five elements Juzi had clearly used a secret technique to inform the great cultivators of Wuxing school. At this time Huo Wuliang, who had been seriously injured by Linyu Laozu, was not around. Obviously Shui Jiro and the others had already met up with the reinforcements. At this time they were either cutting off his own path of retreat, rushing towards Lin Yu Laozu, or both. No matter which one it was, Lu Ping could not stay here any longer. Unfortunately, it was a moment too late. Otherwise, Mu Changxing would definitely die without a burial place. Lu Ping's feet flashed and he was already dozens of feet away. However, Jin Jirui and Shui Lingzi were still chasing after him. At this time, Lu Ping's divine sense had already detected the auras of two great cultivators coming in his direction. In front of him, Jin Jirui and Shui Jiro rushed towards him like crazy. Even Mu Changxing, whose shoulder had been pierced by Lu Ping, endured the pain and struggled to help the two of them to stop Lu Ping from leaving. The rain bell rang. Not far away, Lu Ping, who was about to flash behind a giant tree, could not help but slow down. Jin Jirui was delighted. In a flash, his figure had already turned into a sharp light and slashed towards Lu Ping. Mu Changxing's eyes flickered. He seemed to have sensed something wrong and hurriedly said, "Be careful, it's a trap." As soon as Mu Changxing's voice fell, Jin Jirui's light slash had already broken through Lu Ping's body. However, the body in front of him turned into a pool of water and splashed. Jin Jirui was stunned. At this time, Mu Changxing's shout came from behind. Jin Jirui knew something was wrong. He tiptoed and wanted to retreat. At the same time, he was ready to deal with any possible attack with the spiritual treasure in his hand. However, until Jin Jirui and Mu Changxing and the others met, Lu Ping did not attack again. At this time, two escape lights descended from the sky. The three Juzi hurriedly came forward to greet them. One of the great cultivators frowned slightly after hearing the three's words. He swept the surroundings with his divine sense and said, "Don't look for him. He has already left." The other great cultivator said, "Let's chase after him. This person might be meeting up with Lin Yu Laozu. We can hurry over and join forces with senior brother Mu and senior brother Jin. Perhaps we can kill one of them." The four of them fled on the light. Shui Jiro wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, she could not help but ask, "Martial uncles, how is senior brother Hua's injury?" The two great cultivators' expressions immediately darkened. The first great cultivator was clearly a little irritable. He said, "Xiao Hua is crippled." Crippled? Shui Jiro and the other two were furious. Jin Jirui had the best relationship with Hua Wuliang. When he heard this, he could not help but say with an unusually emotional tone, "How can he be crippled? Senior brother Hua was only injured by Lin Yu Laozu. He did not even faint. How can he be crippled?" Hua Wuliang's questioning tone did not anger the two second-generation great cultivators. The other great cultivator explained, "It's not that he's crippled. It's just that Lin Yu Laozu has a very strange supreme magical power that specifically targets one's divine sense. It seems to be an ancient inheritance that is specially made to imitate the magical power of the devil-devouring soul. It is the most difficult to defend against. Xiao Hua's divine sense is damaged and there is basically no possibility of recovery. I'm afraid his cultivation will only be at the mid-Dharma stage for the rest of his life." The three Juzi of Wuxing school did not know what to say. Compared to their arrogance, Hua Wuliang's situation was indeed no different from being crippled. They did not expect that two of the five Juzi of Wuxing school, who were famous in the cultivation world, had been defeated in one day, and another had been pierced by a sword. If it were not for the fact that reinforcements had arrived early, perhaps 3 of the 5 Juzi of Wuxing school would have been lost today. This was all caused by Lu Tianping of the North Sea. The veins on Mu Changxing's forehead bulged. Besides being furious, another half of it was fear. He was clearly aware of Lu Tianping's strength, and he didn't want to experience the feeling of Lu Tianping nailing him to the tree with that elusive sword strike a second time. "Uncle Master, that Lu Tianping is only from a medium-sized school in the North Sea. How dare he?" Mu Changxing said tentatively. The first great cultivator glanced at Mu Changxing and said, "Now that our school is like a big tree that attracts the wind, and the North Sea is far away and closed off, it's not a good idea to act recklessly." Mu Changxing's face turned red. He knew that his uncle master had seen through his thoughts, so he nodded and said no more. At this moment they passed through a thick cloud in mid-air. For a moment they felt like they were in a dream, as if they were immortals. However, they did not care and just continued to fly. They did not notice that the cloud around them was getting thicker and thicker, and it had already covered their figures. However, their divine thoughts were not affected in the cloud, so they did not care. They just wanted to meet up with the 2 great cultivators from Wuxing School who were trying to stop Lin Yu Laozu as soon as possible. The other great cultivator said, that Junling has a great influence in the North Sea now. It is a school that will soon be promoted to a large school. This time all the cultivators in the world are gathering in Jiuquan. I heard that Junling has also sent a cultivator here. If we take this opportunity to kill him in the battle against Mara without anyone knowing, we can avoid people's attention. Mu Changxing's eyes lit up, but then it was as if he had seen something terrifying. His pupils suddenly widened and he wanted to say something. Unexpectedly, when he opened his mouth was filled with bloody foam and pieces of internal organs. As soon as the other great cultivator finished speaking, a low voice suddenly resounded by Mu Changxing's ears. As expected, you really can't be allowed to live. How could Mu Changxing not know that this was the voice of Lu Tianping of the North Sea who had left earlier? He did not leave. How did he avoid the detection of so many people? Mu Changxing's mind raced and he opened his mouth to shout. Unexpectedly, he felt a chill from the back of his heart. A sharp blade had pierced into Mu Changxing's heart. Then the sharp blade suddenly twisted, and Mu Changxing could clearly feel the space in his heart shattering. His vitality was rapidly flowing out of his body. He suddenly opened his hands as if he wanted to grab something, but in the end he could only let out a shrill scream. Senior brother Mu. Shui Jiro cried out in alarm. She stretched out her hand to catch Mu Changxing's falling body, but she heard the two great cultivators next to her shout, "You scoundrel!" The two great cultivators were both shocked and furious. They swept past Shui Jiro and pounced on the assassin who had killed Mu Changxing. But this way Shui Jiro could not catch Mu Changxing. His body fell to the ground and blood flowed out of his mouth as he fell, forming a long line of blood in the air. His eyes were wide open as he stared at the sky, but he was no longer alive. How could it be that Lu Tianping did not leave but was lurking around them? But how did he avoid the detection of the two great cultivators? How could Lu Tianping kill people under the noses of the two great cultivators without them noticing? Thinking about it, Lu Tianping had only come for Mu Changxing this time. If he had come for Shui Jiro and Jin Jirue, they would not have been able to escape from Lu Ping's assassination. Shui Jiro and Jin Jirue did not immediately stop Lu Ping with the two great cultivators, but when they looked at each other they understood each other's thoughts. A chill rose in their hearts and they desperately suppressed this fear. Bang! Bang! There were two loud sounds in succession, and the clouds in the surroundings suddenly churned, and then there was no more sound. The two spirit treasures, the rain bell and the golden Rue saber, were taken out by the two, but they did not immediately cooperate with the two great cultivators to chase after Lu Tianping. Instead, they first protected each other, and then carefully chased after the two great cultivators. In the end, the two great cultivators found nothing. Lu Tianping, who was hiding in the clouds in the air, suddenly seemed to have disappeared. No matter how the two great cultivators searched, they could not find any trace of him. This time, not only Shui Jiro and Jin Jirue, but also the two great cultivators began to feel scared. With Lu Ping's stealthy assassination method and his astonishing strength, which was comparable to that of a great cultivator, it did not seem difficult for him to assassinate a great Dharma adept. When Shui Jiro and Jin Jirue rushed over, one of the great cultivators finally thought of something and said, "This cloud is strange, let's get out of here quickly." Shui Jiro and Jin Jirue secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and the conveyance light under their feet immediately sped up. Knowing that they had rushed out of the cloud, they did not stop at all, and when they disappeared into the horizon, the four of them left in a hurry like stray dogs. Cough, cough, hastily defending against the two great cultivators' attacks, even someone as strong as Lu Ping's qi and blood churned for a moment, and he suffered some internal injuries. I didn't expect that we could really avoid them. Of course. A giant praying mantis walked back and forth on Lu Ping's shoulder and said, "Why don't you take a look at your background? As long as there is water, you can avoid everyone's detection. Otherwise, how could you escape from the foot of Luo Xian Mountain back then? If the water transformation divine talisman can't even cover your tracks, how could Taoist Chan, the ancestor of the assassins, be so fearful of the other six Laozu even though he is the weakest among the heaven-opening seventh patriarch?" Chapter 1258. Of the 5 great disciples of Wuxing school, 2 were dead and 1 was crippled. 2 of them were killed by Lu Ping. Naturally, Lu Ping could imagine the anger of the entire Wuxing school. However, the 5 elemental sect was now completely isolated from the rest of the sect. They couldn't even fend for themselves, and the impact of the battle on Luo Xian Mountain was far-reaching. The five elemental sect would have to keep a low profile for a period of time, so Lu Ping wasn't afraid that the five elemental sect would run to the distant North Sea and cause trouble for Zhenling's sect. Lu Ping was not worried that Lin Yu Laozu and the rest would be found. After all, they were pure yang cultivators. If they did not even have this little bit of vigilance, they would not have survived until now. As expected, when Lu Ping sneaked to the place where the five great disciples of five elements attacked Lin Yu Laozu, there were no signs of another battle. The cultivators of Wuxia school were nowhere to be seen. They must have gone to other places to search. However, Lu Ping soon found the tracking mark that Samling had left behind. This was specially left by Samling for Lu Ping. At a call, Lu Ping met Lin Yu Laozu again. He old man has to thank you for your help. Otherwise old man would have been in big trouble this time. I'm afraid the legacy of my old friend's sect would have been cut off. The two cultivators from Luo Xn's sect blushed. At this moment, they naturally knew that if it were not for them, Lin Yu Laozu would not have been trapped by the five great disciples of five elements even if he was seriously injured. Could be said that Lu Ping had saved Lin Yu Laozu or the two of them. In fact, Lin Yu Laozu had always been confident that he could escape unscathed. Luo Xn sects Qin Gang and Qin Yu thank Lu Daoyu for saving our lives. Senior, you must be joking. Brother Qin, please don't be like this. It's just a piece of cake. Besides, I have a grudge against the Wuxia school. A few demon cultivators who followed me were also captured by the Wuxia school. I have to save them no matter what. With that, Lu Ping bowed to Lin Yu Laozu and said, I still have to thank Senior for your help in the Qingming River. Seeing the shock on Lin Yu Laozu's face, Lu Ping hurriedly explained the whole story. Of course, Lu Ping naturally wouldn't say anything about Luo Xian Mountain. According to Lu Ping, when the water vein was shaken by the water ape artifact spirit, he was already thrown out. Lin Yu Laozu couldn't help but be a little surprised. He didn't expect that he would have such a good karma with Lu Ping. He could only sigh at heaven's will. If I hadn't seen the minor repairs of the three green sea snakes, the old man wouldn't have known that Lu Xiaoyu is the North Sea water sword immortal who is famous in the entire cultivation world of the central mainland. You are the #1 cultivator among the 3 generations. Lin Yu Laozu's praise made Lu Ping blush with shame. He quickly waved his hand and said, There are crouching tigers and hidden dragons in the central mainland. How can I be called the #1 cultivator? Senior, you are flattering me. The Samling had suffered a great disaster this time. Although they weren't abused by the Wuxia school because of their identity, the 3 of them had disobeyed Lu Ping's instructions after all. Lu Ping wanted to reprimand them and teach them a lesson. However, when Lu Linger saw Lu Ping, her face was already full of tears. Lu Ping had no choice but to change his cold face and comfort her with kind words. Now that the Samling had been found, Lu Ping wanted to say goodbye to Lin Yu Laozu and the others. However, when Lu Ping looked at Lin Yu Laozu's face, he pondered for a moment and said, Senior, you are seriously injured. It seems that your injuries have worsened, and even your origin has suffered some damage. Lin Yu Laozu's face showed a trace of surprise. Although his current strength was less than 20% or 30%, it was not difficult for someone to see that he was injured. It was rare for someone to see the severity of his injury. However, he didn't expect that Lu Ping could see the injury in his body at a glance. The injury to the origin made Lin Yu Laozu's face slightly dim, but he still chuckled and said, I didn't expect that Lu Xiaoyu could see it. Lu Ping said seriously, Forgive me for being straightforward. If you don't recover from your injury as soon as possible, your strength will inevitably be affected. I'm afraid that I won't be able to make any progress in the future? Lin Yu Laozu smiled bitterly and said, Even if my origin is not damaged, the old man will not be able to make any progress. Lu Ping was startled, but he still said, I know a few pill formulas that can heal pure yang practitioners. If you have nothing to do, why don't you wait for a couple of days? I'll refine them for you. This time, not only did Lin Yu Laozu look surprised, Qin Yu and Qin Gang, who were beside him, also widened their eyes. To be able to refine pills that could heal pure yang practitioners, one must at least be a top pill refinement grandmaster. Lin Yu Laozu was stunned and said, I didn't expect Lu Xiaoyu to be a pill refinement grandmaster. The old man has been disrespectful. However, the old man has recently been invited by Xiao Baiyu and has to make a trip to the 9 Mysteries Tower. I'm afraid it won't be good to delay. The 9 Mysteries Tower? Lu Ping was taken aback and asked, Has the evil Luo's encirclement been lifted? No, but the 9 Mysteries Tower has been besieged for more than a decade. As a sacred place, the cultivation world will naturally not sit back and do nothing. Mara's disaster is a disaster for the entire cultivation world. If there is a precedent, the cultivation world will be even more disunited. In the future, when fighting against Mara's invasion, the losses will be even greater. Lu Ping blinked his eyes. It was not that he did not agree with what Lin Yu Laozu said, but Lu Ping had heard about 8 Sister Zhu's incident in the cultivation world. He knew that Lin Yu Laozu was also a participant in the Battle of Luo Xan Mountain, so he said, then the incident of 8 Sister Zhu abandoning her allies and escaping alone is fake? From Lu Ping's point of view, if such a thing happened during the rescue of the 9 Mysteries Tower, it would definitely disappoint many cultivators. Who would dare to rescue the 9 Mysteries Tower? What if they were betrayed by 8 Sister Zhu and the others again? Lin Yu Laozu smiled bitterly and said, at the moment of life and death, no matter how selfish a person is, it is never too much. If Shimin Mingyu and 8 Sister Zhu had blocked Shui Lingzi's attack for Yuan Xiaotian, it was most likely that the 3 of them would be entangled by the Pure Yang 5 disciples at the same time. 8 Sister Zhu abandoning Shimin Mingyu to escape alone is actually the same reason. Rather than both of them dying, it is better to escape alone. Seeing that Lu Ping's expression was still somewhat loyal, Lin Yu Laozu continued, in fact, whether it is us, Skyward Pavilion, or the Yuan clan, we all understand this principle. It is just that this behavior is ultimately not welcomed by others. Previously, the Yuan clan and Skyward Pavilion had a tacit understanding that this matter would at most be reduced to a small matter. At most, they would feel uncomfortable when they see each other in the future. However, now that this thin layer of paper has been poked through by Wuxing School, for the sake of their own reputation, they have no choice but to do something. However, the disaster of Mara is ultimately a great disaster. The Yuan clan, Skyward Pavilion, and the 9 Mysteries Tower are all great clans that have been passed down since the beginning of the world. Naturally, they will not fight to the death for a pure yang. Lu Ping nodded. In the end, he understood Lin Yu Laozu's meaning. However, he heard Lin Yu Laozu say, however, 8 Sister Zhu was still criticized by the cultivation world this time. 8 Sister Zhu was also strong-willed. She even single-handedly charged into Mara's army that was besieging the 9 Mysteries Tower and brought out the corpse of a heavenly demon. She won the praise of many people in the cultivation world. Lu Ping was taken aback. Lu Ping knew what a heavenly demon meant. This kind of existence was usually protected by 7 or 8 Azuras. It should be known that usually 3 or 4 Azuras could fight against a pure yang cultivator if they joined forces, and 5 or 6 Azuras could beat a pure yang cultivator to the point of fleeing like a rat. And a heavenly demon protected by 7 or 8 Azuras had strength equivalent to a pure yang cultivator. It was already not easy for 8 Sister Zhu to kill her way into the siege of Mara's army and then kill her way out. Killing another heavenly demon could be considered a narrow escape from death. Just this point alone was indeed admirable. Lin Yu Laozu added, this time the 9 Mysteries Tower can be said to be a gathering of experts. According to fellow Taoist Xiao, many overseas sects are also participating. Lu Xiaoyu, why don't you go and take a look? This time Lu Ping was a little tempted. Cultivation wasn't all about hard work. More importantly, it was about learning from other schools of thought. Sometimes the experiences encountered during one's travels were far more useful than cultivating in seclusion. Not to mention, if the 9 Mystical Tower was really going to be a gathering place, it would be a great pity if he didn't go and experience it for himself. Lu Ping was tempted. Thinking of this, Lu Ping immediately smiled and said, all right, it just so happens that I can travel with Senior and refine the elixir in my spare time. I dare not say anything else, but at least it will greatly reduce Senior's recovery time. In this case, the old man will have to thank Lu Xiaoyu for recognizing me. Previously, the old man was fortunate enough to befriend the sky-splitting sword saint, Xiao Baiyu. Fellow Taoist Xiao once praised you a lot. This time the old man can introduce fellow Taoist Xiao to you. If you can get fellow Taoist Zhao's guidance, your strength will definitely improve further. Right now, Lu Ping was not willing to get involved in the matters of Xiao Baiyu and the others. At least, he would not get involved until he was on equal footing with Xiao Baiyu and the others. Hearing this, he hurriedly laughed and said, Senior, it is not suitable for you to fight with others, at least not with those who are on par with you. Lin Yu Laozu could see that Lu Ping seemed to have some conflict with Xiao Baiyu and naturally thought that the two of them might have known each other for a long time. However, it seemed that Lu Ping had not offended Xiao Baiyu, so why was he not willing to get close to him? It should be known that the sky-splitting sword saint, Xiao Baiyu, was at the peak of his power and was known as the #1 pure yang in the cultivation world. Moreover, he was also an expert swordsman. Who knew how many people wanted to receive his guidance but could not? However, it just so happened that Lu Ping was not at all interested in such an opportunity. Lu Ping was not willing to talk about Xiao Baiyu, so he changed the topic and asked Qin Yu and Qin Gang, who were standing behind Lin Yu Laozu, "Brothers Qin, what are your plans for the future?" The two of them looked at each other. Qin Yu, who was slightly older, said, "We have been entrusted with the legacy of the sect, so naturally we have to rebuild the Luo Xan sect. However, we still have a senior brother who is stranded outside. This senior brother's cultivation level is far above ours. Before the founding master passed away, he told us to find him and rebuild the sect. Previously, there were rumors that this senior brother had gone overseas. We plan to go overseas to find him after the 9 Mysteries Tower." Senior brother Lei? An idea came to Lu Ping and he asked, "What's his name?" "I am an overseas cultivator. Perhaps I can be of help." Chapter 1259. When Qin Yu and Qin Gang heard Lu Ping's question, their faces lit up with joy. Then they looked troubled as if there was something that they could not say. Lin Yu Laozu smiled. "There is nothing to hide. Don't forget that Tu Gaoshan was killed by Lu Xiaoyu." Qin Yu's eyes brightened, saying, "The person we two brothers want to find is 6th senior brother Lei Di. In the past he was a lone assassin in the central region. Later there was a rumor that he was captured and taken to the overseas practice world." Qin Gang, who was standing at the side, added, "6th senior brother is way above us in terms of cultivation and talent. He was originally the #1 disciple of our sect, but unfortunately he assassinated a Dharma adept of the 5 Elements sect and was expelled from the sect. After that, he called himself the assassin's 6th brother Lei." Qin Gang's voice became softer as he saw Lu Ping's stunned expression. It was obvious that he was not listening to what he was saying. Qin Yu saw that Lu Ping's expression was strange and asked, "Brother Lu?" Lu Ping blinked and regained his composure. He smiled bitterly and said, "I'm afraid I have to help even if I don't want to." Seeing the surprised look on their faces, Lu Ping explained, "The person who captured 6th brother Lei and brought him overseas was none other than me. Until now, brother Lei is still guarding the North Sea for my sect, Huangli Island." Qin Yu and Qin Gang's faces are beaming with joy. Qin Gang, who is even less shrewd, says loudly, "This is very good. Anyway, we've offended the 5 Elements school, so we can't stay on the central mainland any longer. We might as well go overseas to join senior brother Lei and pass on the school." Qin Yu was not as happy as Qin Gang. Senior brother Lei had a bad reputation in the Central Plains. Later on he was captured and brought to the North Sea. Senior brother Lei naturally could not make the decision himself. If they wanted to meet up with senior brother Lei, they would need the permission of the person in front of them. However, the crux of the matter was that senior brother Lei had been captured. How could he not feel hatred? And Lu Tianping, who was in front of him, could not have thought of this. Why would he let a potential enemy go? In reality, Lu Ping did not mind this at all. When 6th brother Lei had advanced to the Dharma stage, Lu Ping had promised him that he could leave at any time. Lu Ping did not want to trample on the dignity of a Dharma adept. However, in the end, 6th brother Lei himself was unwilling for some reason, and Lu Ping could only let him be. When Lu Ping saw this, he understood what Qin Yu was thinking. Hence, he said with a smile, "All right, after this matter with the 9 Profound Tower, the two of you will accompany me to the Northern Sea. If brother Lei is willing, I will naturally not stop you." Seeing that Lu Ping had agreed, Qin Yu and Qin Gang both looked delighted. Then, as if they had thought of something, they turned to look at Lin Yu Laozu, who was beside them. Lin Yu Laozu smiled and nodded. "Don't worry, the old man's internal injuries will not recover in a short period of time. If he wants to ask Lu Xiaoyu to make a pill for him, he might have to thicken his skin and follow Lu Xiaoyu back to the Northern Sea." Lu Ping did not know what Lin Yu Laozu's reason was, but since he had already agreed, there was no reason for him to go back on his word. Hence, he could only smile and say, "Senior, going to the Northern Sea is something that I can't ask for more." However, Lin Yu Laozu seemed to have seen through his doubts and seemed to be explaining to Lu Ping, "The old man has been free and unfettered for hundreds of years, but he has never passed down his cultivation. Since the two of you have the intention to establish a new sect, the old man will give this cultivation to you. Not only is it a tribute to my old friend for saving my life, but it is also a way to ensure that the legacy of the sect that the old man came from will not be severed." Lu Ping could only sigh at the good luck of the 2 remaining brothers of Luo Xan Mountain. With the guidance of a pure yang cultivator, the restoration of Luo Xan's sect would be much easier. However, he did not know if Lin Yu Laozu would return to Luo Xan's sect. If that was the case, Luo Xan's sect would be different with a pure yang cultivator in charge. At least, Lu Ping would definitely dispel the idea of restoring Luo Xan's sect in the Northern Sea. The 7 of them hurried all the way. 5 days later they arrived at Jiushuan Mountain, which was outside the Jiushuan Tower. This was also one of the gathering points of the cultivation world. After arriving here, Lin Yu Laozu received some news. Lin Yu Laozu said, "It's fellow cultivator Xiao. He asked me to meet him. Why don't you come with me?" Qin Yu and Qin Gang were extremely excited to be able to meet the greatest sword saint in the world. Lu Ping, however, knew that Laozu was actually inviting him, so he shook his head and said, "I won't be going. I'll find a place to practice here. I'll also refine some pills for you to treat your internal injuries." Ancestor Lin Yu had more than one kind of injury. Not to mention that he was a pure yang cultivator. Even if he wasn't injured, it wasn't something that could be healed with just a spirit pill. The injuries of a pure yang cultivator were often very troublesome to heal. After agreeing on a method of communication with Lin Yu Laozu, Lu Ping could not wait to find a quiet place. He grabbed De Bao out of the House of Gold and said, "Quick, find a quiet place underground. This time you'll benefit greatly." Hearing this, De Bao brought Lu Ping and sank into the ground without saying anything. After sinking for 300 zhang, De Bao was already somewhat exhausted. Lu Ping stretched out his hand and slapped De Bao's back. A stream of elemental energy was injected into De Bao's body. The 2 of them immediately sank for another 300 zhang. Only then did De Bao use his earth magic power. In just a short while he opened up several secret rooms below them. Lu Ping threw the storage magic device he obtained from Tu Gaoshan to De Bao and said, "This is the storage magic device of the Wuxing School's Tu Gaoshan. Except for a few things that I can use, everything inside is here. If you don't use these things to practice, I'll confiscate all your spiritual stones." As soon as De Bao heard that this was Tu Gaoshan's storage magic device, his eyes brightened. De Bao had followed Lu Ping for a long time, so he naturally knew what kind of person Tu Gaoshan was. He did not expect that Big Brother would be able to rob such a person. That's not right. Tu Gaoshan's storage magic device can be carried anywhere. Does this mean that Tu Gaoshan is already in Big Brother's hands? This is too audacious. Nowadays, De Bao's thoughts were not simple. A storage magic device had already made De Bao think of everything. However, he had never been able to resist the temptation of treasures. Naturally, the collection of the Holy Land's heirs was not bad. Seeing that the storage magic device was thrown at him, he immediately snatched it away. As for the other things, since Big Brother did not care about it, it meant that Big Brother already had a plan in mind. Naturally, De Bao did not care about it. After sending De Bao away to practice, Lu Ping's divine thoughts immediately descended into the House of Gold. Now, as Lu Ping's cultivation became more and more refined, he could even use the divine thoughts descending technique in the space that he could control. In other words, he could condense his divine thoughts into a shadow that was exactly the same as his body. Ordinary people would not be able to see it clearly. At this moment, under the spirit demon peach tree, an elegant firewind wand was dancing gracefully. Behind her were 2 ugly duckling-like birds that were chirping. They flew up and down, high and low, but no matter what, they could not fly with the graceful rhythm of the firewind wand. That firewind wand was naturally Lu Qiner. The 2 ugly birds that had yet to bloom were the 2 with wand eggs that Lu Ping had brought out from the 9 profound towers longevity paradise. Now 7 years ago Lu Qiner had hatched the 2 with wand chicks. They had been following Lu Qiner around the House of Gold like a shadow. Ever since Lu Qiner obtained a wand's tear from Lu Ping, other than cultivating, she had been hatching the 2 with wand chicks in the House of Gold. Although Lu Qiner's cultivation had been stuck at this level due to the difficulty of finding wind and fire elemental spiritual treasures, her demonic aura had become more and more elegant and noble. Lu Ping scanned the 2 with wand chicks with his divine thoughts. He discovered that the 2 with wand chicks were already at the 9th layer of blood refining realm. They were only 1 step away from the blood condensation realm. The wood wand race was indeed a top-tier race. In just 7 years they were able to raise their cultivation to this level. If not for the fact that Lu Ping had been suppressing the 2 chicks to strengthen their foundations, Lu Qiner would have already helped the 2 chicks advance to the blood condensation realm. Seeing that Lu Ping had arrived, Lu Qiner left the 2 chicks to play by themselves. She transformed into her human form and approached Lu Ping. She asked, "Big brother, what brings you here?" Lu Ping laughed and said, I've brought you a surprise this time." Lu Qin'er tucked her hair behind her ear and said with a smile, "Oh, what treasure did Big Brother find this time?" Lu Ping said proudly, "I'm lucky this time. I actually found a spiritual treasure. Take a look." Lu Qin'er's eyes lit up when she heard this. She took the spirit sealing box from Lu Ping's hands and opened it to see a fist-sized jade pendant inside. One side of the jade pendant was wind green, while the other side was fiery red. The two were fused into one, giving it a mystical appearance. Lu Qin'er played with the jade pendant fondly, and her face beamed with joy. She said with surprise, "A mid-grade heaven rank wind and fire dual attribute spirit treasure. Big brother, you found it?" Lu Ping nodded and said with a smile, "It's called the Fire Wind Jade Pendant. It's a top-notch mid-grade heaven rank wind and fire dual attribute spirit treasure. Unfortunately, ever since you refined the Phoenix's tier, your cultivation has improved a step further. Now, refining a high-grade heaven rank wind and fire dual attribute spirit treasure isn't a problem." Lu Qin'er didn't mind in the slightest. She said, "If it wasn't for Big Brother, Qin'er would still be an ordinary wind phoenix. How could I have the opportunity to advance my cultivation to such a level? The difficulty of searching for a mid-grade heaven rank dual attribute spirit treasure is even greater than searching for a high-grade heaven rank spirit treasure. Moreover, since the world of cultivation was split open, only a few high-grade heaven rank dual attribute spirit treasures have appeared." Lu Ping sighed and said, "It's still a little lacking in the end," Lu Qin'er said with a smile. "Don't worry, Big Brother. Although Qin'er refined the Phoenix's tier, a considerable amount of it still remains in Qin'er's body. Qin'er was originally worried about how to make the best use of the Phoenix's tier. Now this Firewind Jade Pendant has come at the right time. With its help, the Firewind Jade Pendant's quality can be improved to the level of a high-grade heaven rank spirit treasure." Chapter 1260. Lu Qin'er was originally Lu Ping's strongest spiritual pet. Even Samling was at most on par with her in the reign. However, because the heaven and earth spirit objects that Lu Qin'er needed were really difficult to find, her cultivation was once again stuck at the bottleneck of the peak of the core forging realm after passing through the middle and late stages of the core forging realm. Lu Ping put in a lot of effort to find a heaven-ranked mid-grade wind-fire dual elemental spirit for Lu Qin'er. Once, he even found a heaven-ranked low-grade wind-fire dual elemental spirit. Originally, Lu Qin'er had planned to advance to the peak of the core forging realm, but in the end, Lu Ping was reluctant to waste Lu Qin'er's talent. In the end, Lu Qin'er relied on the bottleneck of the peak of the core forging realm for 20 to 30 years. Before that, Samling's cultivation had advanced to the peak of the core forging realm, and his cultivation had surpassed Lu Qin'er. Lu Hai had even successfully condensed his Dharma power a few years ago, and Lu Bai and Lu Ling'er were only a thin film away from the Dharma power stage. This time, Lu Ping finally found the Wind and Fire Jade Wall, a mid-grade heaven stage wind and fire spirit object, from Tu Gaoshan's body. Impatiently, he took De Bao to open up the underground secret room and sent the spirit object to Lu Qin'er. Lu Qin'er had stayed in the 9th stage of the core forging realm for a long time, and had accumulated enough foundation. She only lacked this last opportunity. After handing over the 2 little wooden birds to Lu Taohua, Lu Ping used 25 top-grade spirit stones to refer to the simplest spirit gathering formation in the Wuxing School's formation inheritance explanation. He used the 5-element ring as the formation plate and told Lu Qin'er to refine the heaven and earth spirit objects for cultivation before returning to the secret room. Not far away, De Bao's strange laughter came from another secret room, as if he had obtained some rare treasure. Lu Ping was too lazy to pay attention to him. He ordered Lu Hai to warn and protect him. Lu Ping chose a secret room and immersed himself in cultivation. Lu Bai and Lu Ling'er also began to retreat, ready to welcome the condensation of the Dharma power. Lu Ping stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. Linglong's wine cauldron rose from behind Lu Ping. Then the mouth of the cauldron slightly tilted, and a pure purple-blue light condensed along the edge of the cauldron into a small pillar of spirit light. It directly fell towards the top of Lu Ping's head. Without waiting for the pillar of spirit light to fall, a small cyclone suddenly formed above Lu Ping's head. Then the purple-blue pillar of spirit light disappeared into the cyclone. Then a purple-blue light slowly hung down around Lu Ping's body. Countless small purple-blue lights seeped out from the light shield and rushed towards Lu Ping's body like moths to a flame. Linglong's wine cauldron could barely contain half of the Qingming River's water vein. Linglong was only a first tribulation spirit treasure. Although it could barely contain the water vein, after a long time, the essence of the water vein would evaporate and be wasted. Therefore, Lu Ping would focus on cultivation whenever he had time. He wanted to refine the water vein in the wine cauldron and convert it into cultivation as soon as possible. However, there was one thing that puzzled Lu Ping. It was said that the water vein of the Qingming River was formed because of Peng Daoren, and the Yulon River was bought because of Jiao Daoren. Because the two heaven-splitting Laozu didn't get along, the two water veins were not compatible. Originally, Lu Ping was still worried that the North Sea wave listening formula that he was practicing could almost be confirmed to be the water vein left behind by Jiao Daoren, one of the 49 true spirit inheritances left behind by the 7th patriarch. If that was the case, would it be like the other two water veins, where Lu Ping's technique would be unable to refine the water vein of the Qingming River? Or would the refined inner yuan conflict with the inner yuan that Lu Ping had originally trained in? However, this situation did not seem to have existed from the beginning. Moreover, as Lu Ping continued to refine the inner yuan that the Qingming River had transformed into was vast and mighty. Even with Lu Ping's current cultivation of the mid-Dharma stage, he could clearly feel that his own cultivation was increasing significantly. A month later, the space in front of Lu Ping fluctuated. Lu Ping, who was in the middle of his training, suddenly opened his eyes. Then he drew a line in front of him with his index finger, and a circular space tunnel suddenly formed. A voice transmission jade talisman shot out from the tunnel and was grabbed by Lu Ping. The contents of the jade talisman surprised Lu Ping. It mainly introduced to Lu Ping the general situation of the 9 mystical tower and the increasing number of cultivators from various sects that had gathered there. 8th Sister Zhu was able to escape from the 9 mystical tower, which was surrounded by the North Mara's army. Naturally, she had a secret channel that allowed her to contact the 9 mystical tower. According to the 9 mystical tower, although the current 9 mystical tower could still hold on for a period of time, they had already suffered heavy losses. Including 8th Sister Zhu, 2 of the 6 pure young cultivators of the 9 mystical tower had already fallen. In addition, they were seriously injured after killing the sky demon and could no longer fight. The 9 mystical tower only had 4 pure young cultivators left. 30 to 40% of the remaining late Dharma adepts had fallen, and the remaining ones were all injured. As for the other early and middle Dharma adepts and core forging adepts, the losses were even more uncountable. Such heavy losses were difficult for a holy land to bear. Perhaps 8th Sister Zhu was exaggerating, but at least the 2 pure young cultivators who had fallen were definitely true. It could be said that the 9 mystical tower had really reached a point where they could not afford to delay any longer. After seeing this, Lu Ping revealed a slightly mocking smile. It was true that the 9 mystical tower had suffered heavy losses, but if they had reached a critical point where they could not afford to delay any longer, it was just to fool some low-level adepts who did not know the truth. How could the foundations of the 6 holy lands be so simple? In the past few days of communicating with Lin Yu Laozu, Lu Ping could tell from his words that the 6 holy lands were not as simple as they seemed on the surface. Think about the treasured cauldron of the universe in Wuxia School. That was one of the 6 divine weapons of opening the heavens. The 9 mystical tower was also a holy land. Could it be that they did not have a treasure that was comparable? Moreover, the 5 pure young warriors could bring such a treasure like the treasured cauldron of the universe out of Wuxia School without any qualms. Were they not afraid that someone would take the treasured cauldron away or that someone would fire up their old nest? Or perhaps they were not afraid at all, because there was still a presence in Wuxia School that could hold their ground. Then what would such a presence be? Would such a presence also exist in the 9 mystical tower? The 6 holy lands were all existences that could be traced back to the time of opening the heavens. How many trump cards did they hide that were not known to others? How strong were their foundations? How many secrets were buried in them? Other than themselves, no one else would know. It was only in times of real danger that these hidden things would have the opportunity to reveal the tip of the iceberg. This time, in order to attract all the cultivators in the world to fight the 9 mystical tower, Lu Ping also learned an unexpected secret. The 6 holy lands seemed to be in control of a top-secret location. The location of this top-secret location was not a secret in the eyes of the 6 holy lands, large sects, and carefree pure young cultivators. However, at the level that Lu Ping and Jinling were at, they were clearly not qualified to know about it. Now, they planned to make this secret public and use it as a reward for participating in the battle of the 9 mystical tower. It was said that after 8th Sister Zhu suggested it, Xiao Baiyu, Qi Fan Laozu, and Lin Yu Laozu fought for it with all their might. However, the pure Yang cultivators from the other 5 holy lands obviously did not agree. In fact, if it was not for the crisis that the 9 mystical tower was facing, 8 Sister Zhu would not have abandoned the other 5 holy lands and stood together with Xiao Baiyu and the others. For the 6 holy lands to be able to stand tall since the beginning of the world, everyone knew that there were conflicts, schemes and grudges between them. However, it was even more ridiculous to say that there was no tacit understanding, cooperation or alliance between them. When faced with someone challenging the position of the 6 holy lands, they would be more united than ever. When Xiao Baiyu strongly invited Lin Yu Laozu to come, Lu Ping figured out something. Xiao Baiyu was determined to stand on the opposite side of the 6 holy lands. If he wanted the 6 holy lands to give in, the only thing he could do was to use pure Yang cultivators like Qifan Laozu, Feng Lu and Yuan Xiaotian, as well as the large sects behind them, as well as cultivators like Lin Yu Laozu, who represented the identity of a rogue cultivator. In fact, he had found a good opportunity. When the 9 mystical tower was besieged by Mara's army, 8th Sister Zhu had no choice but to stand on his side. As a result, the alliance of the 6 holy lands had to be broken. A month later, Lu Ping came out of seclusion. At this time, more and more cultivators had begun to gather outside the 9 mystical mountain. Only at this time could Lu Ping feel the prosperity of the cultivation world of Central Plains, where there were as many sects and cultivators as there were hairs on a cow. The cultivators who had rushed over from various parts of the Central Plains and even those who had come from overseas had gathered together. Those who belonged to sects would occupy a better location and display their signboards. As for those who did not belong to any sects, they would each have their own hideouts. At that very moment, however, a large market had spontaneously formed outside 9 Profound Mountain. The battle between 9 Profound Tower and Demon Luo was unavoidable. Thus, the eve of the battle was naturally the best time to do business. Lu Ping wandered around the market casually. At the same time, he also looked at the situation in the market. He secretly praised the Central Plains for being a paradise for cultivation. 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs and spiritual treasures could be sold in the open, and there seemed to be a lot of them. Lu Ping even saw an early core forging adept take out a mid-grade alchemy cauldron to trade for something. If this was the North Sea, an early core forging adept would not dare to do such a thing. The moment he stepped out of the market, he would probably be killed for his treasures. Not far away, the 2 brothers, Qin Yu and Qin Gang, hurried over when they saw Lu Ping appear. Although the 2 of them were early Dharma adepts, they knew their own strengths. Among early Dharma adepts, their abilities could only be considered average. In front of a mid-Dharma adept like Lu Ping who could kill late Dharma adepts without hesitation, they did not dare to show the slightest bit of disrespect. This was what Lin Yu Laozu had instructed them to do before. "Greetings, Brother Lu. I will be counting on Brother Lu to take care of us this time." Lu Ping smiled and nodded, saying, "Not a problem. However, now that the 2 of you are temporarily joining my Jinling's side, it will not be the same as when the next person is free and unfettered. No matter what, you have to show your name here." Chapter 1261. Through Lin Yu Laozu's disclosure, Lu Ping knew that because it involved the reward for entering the top secret place, the various sects and clans that had gathered, even if they were only loose cultivators, would bring out their true abilities to fight against Mara's army. Under such circumstances, obtaining a place to recuperate near the 9 Mysteries Tower as soon as possible was undoubtedly the most important thing. The battle to encircle and annihilate Mara would not be completed in one go. It would definitely be a long and difficult battle. Otherwise, Mara's army would not have been able to besiege a holy land to such a sorry state. The Purple Sun Palace, which had just entered a stalemate with the Demon Clan in the Western Wilderness, sent people over. The conflict between the Lingyun Valley and the Demon Clan in the Endless Mountains also gradually eased. In the end, the Lingyun Valley did not manage to seize Magic Cloud City. The situation gradually stabilized, so they also sent people to the 9 Mysteries Tower. Soon after, the Skyward Pavilion and the Yuan clan once again sent pure Yang practitioners to lead their disciples over. Even the Wuxing School's Shui Jiro came with the new 5 elements straight disciple of Wuxing School. When had the Holy Lands ever lacked heir disciples? The so-called 6th, 7th and 8th heir disciples were only slightly inferior compared to the 5 great rulings. The brand new 5 great rulings were still the true experts of the 3rd generation of cultivators. The Crystal Palace was the last to arrive, but in the Central Plains cultivation world, which had always been overbearing, no one dared to look down on this overseas giant. One only needed to look at the Heavenly Moon sect, which was supported by the Nine Mysteries Tower and the Skyward Pavilion, to pay a huge price and painstakingly block the Crystal Palace's invasion into the Central Plains. One could see the strength of this overseas Holy Land. After the 5 Holy Lands arrived at the outer perimeter of the Nine Profound Tower, they quickly set up camp with the Nine Profound Tower as the center. After the 5 Holy Lands, the Yuan family Heavenly Arcana Sect, Skyrind Heavenly Moon Sect, Supreme Arcana Sect, Soaring Cloud Pavilion, Carefree Sect, Thunderstorm Island, Violet Talisman Pavilion, Guangfa Sect, Flowing Cloud Sect, Vast Ocean Pavilion, Talisman Sect and other large sects from the Middle Plains, Eastern Sea and Southern Sea began to send their cultivators to gather around the Nine Profound Tower. Even the Spirit Beast Sect, which had always been elusive, began to appear in large numbers around the Nine Profound Tower. As the cultivators of these large sects gathered around the Nine Profound Tower, rumors about the secret location of the Seventh Patriarch's Taoist altar spread like wildfire in the cultivation world. It was said that in this battle to annihilate Mara of the Nine Profound Tower, the various sects and loose cultivators would be rewarded for entering the secret location of the Seventh Patriarch's Taoist altar. In addition, there might be a few other secret locations that could be jointly opened by pure Yang cultivators as additional rewards for the sects and sections. However, among these secret locations, the one related to the Seventh Patriarch's Taoist altar was the most famous. It was said that this place was once the heaven-splitting Seventh Patriarch's Taoist altar. The Seventh Patriarch had once preached to the human race here. The famous legacy of the 49 true spirits that had been passed down through the ages came from here. The foundation of all the cultivation systems of later generations came from the 49 true spirits branches or extensions. When the Seventh Patriarch gave his speech, it was said that there were still echoes of the Seventh Patriarch's heaven-splitting speech left behind in this secret location. If a cultivator could hear even half a sentence of it, they might be able to break through a bottleneck in their cultivation, cultivate a certain magic power, or comprehend a certain secret technique and obtain great benefits. The opening of this secret location was extremely strange. There were indeed many people who knew the exact location, but usually only pure Yang cultivators could control it. Usually, pure Yang cultivators could not open it by themselves. Instead, they needed to gather at least 7 pure Yang cultivators. However, these pure Yang cultivators could not just gather 7 at will. Instead, these 7 pure Yang cultivators had to have one of the 7 major bloodlines. Even the attributes of their cultivation techniques had to be the same as the 7 attributes of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and ice. Therefore, not to mention that a sacred ground might not be able to have 7 pure Yang cultivators, even if they had 7 pure Yang cultivators, they would still fail because of these harsh requirements. In fact, every time the Seventh Patriarch's Taoist altar was opened, at least 10 pure Yang cultivators would need to join forces to fully meet these harsh conditions. It was precisely because the major sects and families had found out about this in advance that they had dispatched their cultivators to the vicinity of the Nine Profound Tower. It was for the sake of making preparations in advance so that they could obtain a greater result after the war began. That way they might be able to obtain more rewards. Fortunately, Lu Ping had received a hint from Linyu Laozu in advance. Although Junling was far away in the ocean, due to the existence of Yingshan Courtyard, he must have received the news. With Tianling Laozu's shrewdness, he would definitely send cultivators from his sect to participate in this event. All Lu Ping could do was to occupy a place for Junling as soon as possible and show his sect's name. Only then would he be able to occupy an advantageous position in the encirclement of Mara's army and obtain greater results in the war. Very soon, the 6 pure Yang cultivators from the 6 sacred grounds, Sky Splitter Sword Saint Xiao Baiyu, Yuan Family Clans Yuan Tong Tian, Heavenly Mystery Sects 7 Fans Laozu, Spirit Beast Taming Sects Feng Lu Laozu, Heavenly Moon Sects Full Moon Laozu, Middle Earth's Loose Cultivator Linyu Laozu, Southern Sea's Pure Yang Cultivator Yuxiang Laozu, and the rest of the 13 pure Yang cultivators announced to the entire cultivation world that they would use this battle to encircle the 9 mystical towers Mara to decide how to enter the 7th Patriarch's Taoist altar. The rumor in the cultivation world was finally confirmed. Be it the large sects of the Central Plains or the overseas region who had been slow to react, as well as the other small and medium-sized sects, all came to their senses and began to send their cultivators to the 9 mystical tower. Lu Ping, Qin Yu and Qin Gang chose a place at the foot of the 9 mystical mountain that was easy to defend and difficult to attack. It was also a good place for them to set up a formation. This place was close to the Qingming River and was one of the directions where Mara's army could break out of the encirclement. However, if Jinling stubbornly stood in their way, they would not attract the full force of Mara's attack. After all, the Qingming River was very wide and Jinling would not be able to defend the entire Qingming River. Moreover, as an overseas sect, most of Jinling's cultivators practiced water-type magic arts or were very familiar with and adapted to places with abundant water. Lu Ping had chosen this place because of its geographical advantage. More importantly, Lu Ping still needed to borrow the Qingming River's water vein to speed up the refinement of the water vein that he had absorbed. Moreover, because the water vein and the Qingming River were originally one, Lu Ping could easily capture the main water vein of the Qingming River with the help of the water vein in Linglong's wine cauldron. He could then use the power of the main water vein to temporarily transform the campsite into a place with abundant spiritual energy. Of course, all of this was just Lu Ping's imagination. To complete it, he still had to hope that when the cultivators of Jinling arrived, they would not forget to bring 2 formation masters with them. Lu Ping called out all of his holy pets that he could use from the Golden House. Qin Yu and Qin Gang, who were beside him, stared with their mouths agape. The green sea snake was not a big deal, but was that arrogant tiger a member of the Hanging Eyes White Forehead Tiger clan? And that black tortoise, with such a huge body, was not something that ordinary black tortoises could reach. Could it be that it had the bloodline of Tyrant Tortoise? What was the background of that little girl with a peach blossom in her hair? How could they not know? And then there was that fat mouse. Could it be a spirit-seeking mouse? Since when could a spirit-seeking mouse reach the middle core forging stage? The identities of Lu Ping's holy pet followers greatly surprised Qin Yu and Qin Gang. However, at this moment, Lu Qin'er was at a critical stage of her breakthrough, so Lu Ping did not disturb her practice. Otherwise, if a Windfire Luan appeared, who knows how shocked they would be. With the help of these holy pet followers, Lu Ping and the others were able to encircle a lot faster. Under Lu Ping's command, a simple 5 elements formation was quickly set up in just 3 days. Even though this formation could not provide too much of a defense, it was enough to occupy a territory. Because of Lin Yu and Lao Zu's hints, Lu Ping was able to encircle a territory only when the cultivators of the large schools had just started to move in. The best locations had already been occupied by the 5 holy lands, such as the Heavenly Mystery Sect, the Spirit Beast School, the Yuan clan, and the Skyrend. Even if Lu Ping had chosen a superior location, they would still look down on it because it was too small. However, to some ordinary large schools, some of them were envious of the territory occupied by Lu Ping. The Huda sect was a large school in the northwest region of Central Earth. It was not located in the western wilderness, but compared to other places in Central Earth, it was a bit barren. However, the Huda sect happened to be located outside the range of influence of the Purple Sun Palace and the Wuxing School. Although the Huda sect was not affected by the 2 holy lands, it still had quite an extraordinary influence in the northwest region. Although it was not as powerful as the Heavenly Mystery sect, the Huda sect had 2 great cultivators to oversee it, and it could be considered as a rather powerful school among the large schools in Central Earth. Compared to the other large sects, Huda sect was not the first to arrive. Thus, most of the more ideal campsites had already been occupied by the other large sections. Seeing no other choice, Huda sect had to settle for the next best thing. They wanted to find a slightly inferior campsite. It was then that they found a very good campsite. At that moment, however, the campsite was occupied by a group of cultivators, a mix of humans and Yao. Looking at the words North Sea Jinling Camp, which were formed by Lu Ping using a secret technique to condense the water vapor of the Qingming River, the great cultivator leading the Huda sect was slightly taken aback. He said, "Where did this North Sea sect come from? Could it be that there is another large school in North Sea after Fei Ling's sect?" A disciple next to the great cultivator stepped forward and said, "There are no large schools in North Sea." In recent years, Lu Tianping, a third-generation disciple of a medium-sized North Sea sect Jinling, has made a great name for himself in the cultivation world of Central Earth. I think this camp has been occupied by that Lu Tianping, so they are making preparations for their own school. After hearing this, the great cultivator sneered and said, "A medium-sized school wants to occupy such a treasured place? There are no heroes in this era and he has become famous. Just go and tell him to leave this place." You're tuning in to the Han Lee's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.